he couldn't seem to muster up the energy to care. George was tipsy. Tipsy-turvy, her face hot, her brain out of focus. "I'm wondering," she said to Jessie, who looked as flushed and fuzzy as she felt, "do you know anything about motorcycle gangs?" "Motorcycle gangs?" "Yes." "Why?" Jessie's face crinkled up when she asked that, making her look exactly like her son. "Curiosity," George said, as nonchalantly as possible. At Jessie's narrowed eyes, she went on, "Really, just interested in finding out more." Yeah," she said slowly, doubtfully. "I'm not an expert, but I consult with a guy in D.C. when one of my probationers has been involved in a club. Got connections." "Who is he?" "ATF, high up. He's on some gang-related task force, and apparently motorcycle clubs are right up there with the worst of them. Worse than the mafia." Jessie leaned in, her easygoing drunkenness replaced by a laser-sharp interest. "What's going on?" Another sip of wine reinforced George's sense of purpose, her zealous need to heal, and obliterated any worries about the very fine line she was treading. "Do you know anything about the Sultans Motorcycle Club?" "They're out of Maryland." "Yes, I looked them up and they appear to be. They're rough. Like, insanely rough. That's what I know." "Rough." "Yes. Stay away. Like, if you see one, turn right the hell around. They're vicious, violent lunatics, George. These are guys who don't kill just for money or whatever. They kill for fun. I'm not involved. I just... "Is it that guy?" Jessie asked, proving that George had no knack for prevarication. "Who?" "You know who. Your patient." "I'm not really in a position to..." "Okay, George. Fine. I can make a couple of phone calls, but..." Jessie put down her glass and grabbed George's hand, looking her right in the eye. "Don't get involved with this guy. Please." George wanted to deny that they were talking about the same man, but it seemed pointless. And suddenly, she was exhausted. "I want to help this person, that's all," George said, thinking, as the words emerged, that they were lies. All lies. It was that special, syncopated double thrum of a Harley that pulled Clay from his vodka-induced stupor late that night. Not once or twice, as you'd expect in a town like this, but over and over again he heard them driving by. 2 bikes, it sounded like, passing one too many times in the night. "They're here." The sound had his back tensing, his stomach burning, and his breath coming fast as he packed up his room, threw his shit in the back of the truck, and drove slowly, carefully, through the otherwise quiet streets of Blackwood. He hunted them for an hour, watching, waiting, sure he'd catch sight of one of them. After long minutes of nothing, he headed straight to Jason Lane, pushed by a need to see George, to protect her. Maybe to be comforted, just knowing she was close. He parked in an overgrown drive and jogged to her house. From the woods across the street, he watched, relieved, as she tripped her way over from the neighbor's house and then stumbled up her porch stairs. After a while, the light went out, and Clay waited, wishing that ugly-ass cat would come out and keep him company. George walked the 52 steps, separating Jessie's place from hers, more than a little tipsy, something that was apparently getting to be a habit, but one she was enjoying. Just let me enjoy it a little longer, she thought, pulling a fresh nightgown over her head. Her movements more languid than usual, her body relaxed. Starfished across her bed, she recognized in a moment of drunken clarity that the thought could just as easily apply to Andrew Blaine. Let me enjoy him a little longer. She didn't want him to stop coming to her, no matter how dangerous Jessie thought he was. She didn't want to see his skin as an organ. Couldn't make herself if she tried. It wasn't just work. It was a work of art. And ashamed though she was, at least tonight she could admit to her desire. Her hand followed the curve of her body, remembering the sensuous slide of him, the give and take of his shape, the ins and outs of him, down to the place between her legs which had, in the past week, experienced more intense sensation than in the past decade. Which is pathetic. Pathetic, but true, something analytical in her mind argued. And there was the reasoning she'd been looking for. She allowed her hand a stroke over the clean cotton, wishing for his rougher, unfamiliar touch. It would be good with him, even if it was bad. It would be good, she knew with absolute certainty, because she wanted him so badly. That was the thing about chemistry, wasn't it? It was selective. You never knew when it would hit. One woman's feast was another woman's... No, that wasn't quite it. More like cheesecake. George loved cheesecake. Loved it. But the men she'd dated had been banana cream pie or something equally unimpressive. Not bad per se, just meh. She had a feeling, wrong probably, that the cheesecake didn't have to be good to make her happy. It just had to be cheesecake. And she'd had cheesecake only once before in her life, and... Cheesecake is bad, she moaned, removing her hand from the wetness and startling Leonard off the bed in the process. Okay, so definitely more than tipsy, if the cheesecake analogy was anything to go by. Her side table caught her eye as she leaned over to turn off the light, and her gaze fell on the bottle lying there, along with the pack of syringes. Oh, crap. She'd forgotten today's injection, and it was Thursday? How could she have forgotten? And yesterday, too, she realized with the strangest, guiltiest jolt. What was wrong with her? Andrew Blaine popped right back up in her mind's eye, answering that question as surely as anything. Of course, she'd been distracted. Well, it was time to stop. The short needle she jabbed into her bruised belly was a perfect reminder of everything she'd worked for all this time. Everything she had to lose. So, no. Tears rushed to her eyes, clogged her throat, and George fell back onto the bed, already regretting a love affair that was never going to be. When she fell asleep, teary and emotional, reaching for the image of that baby she wanted so badly, for the first time in forever, she couldn't quite seem to find it. 11. You ready? Sheriff Mullen asked. Clay nodded. He was ready, all right. Aching, in fact, to tear some shit up, or maybe even get his shit torn up. Because I'm an idiot. An idiot who messed with the doc. The only person he'd found to help him, and then took off. Not, of course, because he didn't want her, but because he had shit for brains. Because she scares you. Yeah, let's do this, Sheriff, he said, pushing memories from the past few nights before from his mind. He'd figure it out later. Steve, said the sheriff. Steve, okay, I'm Andrew. Today the gym was nearly empty, which was a relief, since he hadn't really loved having an audience. All right, Andrew. Ready for another challenge from the man who claims he doesn't know how to fight. You say you're not military. He squinted at Clay, who felt suddenly naked. That's okay. I still got some moves. Little guy like me can still kick your monster ass, don't worry. Oh, great, Clay said, faking annoyance, but actually pretty revved. On the mat, he let Steve get a couple of hits in. Nothing big, but enough to rattle his brain in his skull and wake him up. It felt great to let loose, despite his aching leg and stiff back. He ignored those and just let his body go. After a few rounds, though, he forgot to hold back, allowing his instincts to kick in and letting them lead, twisting into the counters rather than fighting against them. He had too much on his mind. That woman who'd torn him up and turned him inside out, the shit back in Baltimore, the goddamned bikes he heard revving outside every single night. The bikes weren't real. They were in his head. When he lived in his body like this, just moved and let go and went with the flow, he could pretend none of it was real. At one point, Steve came at him with an uncharacteristically blunt attack, open-handed, almost too obvious, and Clay went for it. Quick slide to the side, hand over his opponent's wrist, into his body, forward propulsion, roll, then Steve's head between his thighs. All fast, lightning fast, and, oh shit, Steve slapped out. No, sir, no way, the man said, between tight lips, before stepping out of the ring. In back, Blaine, now. Clay hesitated. What the hell? In my office, Steve ordered. He might be little, but he was bossy as shit, and Clay followed wordlessly. By the time the door closed behind him, he knew he'd been wrong to follow the sheriff back here. Who the hell are you? Steve asked, voice quiet and hard, eyes slitted on Clay's face. Andrew Blaine. The hell you are, son. Ain't no goddamned bricklayer or whatever the hell Andrew Blaine does for a living. Steve was breathing hard now, his nostrils wide. I'm asking you one more time, where the hell do you learn to fight like that? Here and there, Clay said, forcing nonchalance as the noose tightened around his neck. Yeah? You show up in my peaceful town, claim you ain't never done a real fight, and then pull out that crab fucking MAGA shit? All 5'10" of the guy stood up to Clay, in his face, finger poking his chest, and ire focused fully at him. Who the fuck are you? Was it so wrong, in that moment, that Clay wanted to tell him everything? Wrong, maybe, but definitely not surprising. I can't say, sir. Why Blackwood? There's something going down here that I should know about? Clay shook his head, swiped a hand across his face, sighed. Got nothing to do with Blackwood. Anybody here I need to take a look at? Me? Clay said, with a half-hearted chuckle. Right you are, son. If you aren't military, then you're a cop. And I want to know what you're doing in my town. The air whooshed out of Clay, leaving him stretched out and empty. Try to fool me. I know law enforcement when I see it, even with that crap tattooed on your skin. You are no civilian, innocent or otherwise. Spotted you a goddamned mile and a half away. Yeah? Clay asked, with a tight smirk. Never happened to me before. What, that you got made? Yeah. He cleared his throat. Look, I'm just here to hole up till trial. I don't want any trouble. That makes two of us. You want me to leave? What, Blackwood or the gym? Either. Both. Steve stepped away from Clay, shook himself like a dog, and looked him hard in the eye. You swear you're on the right side of whatever it is you're running from? Clay stiffened and nodded hard. Yes, sir, I swear. Finally, the older man sighed, running one knobby hand over his cropped salt and pepper hair. This town. It's real quiet, you understand? We do accidents on the highway, break up some tussles. Nothing big if we can help it. I'm short a couple of deputies right now. I don't have the manpower to handle whatever trouble you're dragging behind you. Please, tell me I'm not about to face Armageddon in my backyard, because it's too close to my goddamned retirement to have you mess this up now. You got it? Yes, sir. I don't care who you are, where you come from. This is a quiet town, hear me? Loud and clear. Good. Now get your ass back out there and walk me through those moves. When the knocking started that evening, George knew it was him. Tamping down the swell of excitement that tried to sneak up her throat, she didn't straighten her clothing or shake out her hair as she walked to the waiting room. Slow, calm, and collected, then to the clinic door. I'm sorry, he said as he stepped in. Again. I'm sorry again. It's fine. She watched, fascinated, as his Adam's apple bobbed, covered in an extra day of growth. He hadn't shaved in a while. I haven't been in this position before. What position? Where I need someone's help. She raised her brows and waited. The hurt she'd felt the night before, raising its ugly head and wanting him to suffer just a little. Will you be my doctor again? Of course, she responded, although she'd pictured this. For 2 days, she'd imagined him coming in and begging. She'd wanted that, wanted the begging and pleading, and in that silly little girl fantasy, she'd pictured herself turning away with a tight little smile to jot down a referral. Let's go. He hesitated, but rather than wait, George led him into the back, ignoring how bad his limp sounded today. Set him up in a different room from last time, and avoided letting herself be too aware of his eyes on her. What are we doing tonight? She asked. Try the back again? Fine. We'll forgo the numbing cream if you... Right, she nodded. No cream. He slid onto his front, and George ignored her body's reactions to the sight of him. The muscles. Bigger, stronger, more sensual-looking than anything she'd seen on another human being. The tightening of skin over bones, the oh-so-human prickle of goosebumps in the cool office air. George switched the machine on and watched his body tense, waiting for his reaction. She approached, non-laser-wielding hand held safely behind her back. No chance for an intimacy that hurt way too much. Ready? He nodded. Go ahead. George leaned in to guide the laser over his neck, and when his body jolted, she forced her sympathetic reaction down. It hurt. It burned. He'd get over it. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw his arm tense. His hand, clasped into a fist, shook. All that strength, serving nothing but panic, anxiety. Fist squeezed behind her back, she paused. Should I stop? No, got to get it done. She leaned in, watching him tighten up again. And before she'd actually made up her mind to touch him, before she'd allowed herself to consider the ramifications, her free hand landed on his shoulder, his head, then back to his shoulder in a soothing caress. The shock of their chemistry buzzing harder than the laser in her hand. Stupid, stupid. This time, as she worked, she felt the stress in his body through his skin, and she tried, hard as she could, to soak it up, pull it in, take it from him. Even though he'd hurt her, she wanted him to hurt less. Yep, stupid. Okay, next done. For now, of course. She stepped away. Think you can handle the back? He nodded, and she focused on a shoulder blade. George, could you put your hand on me again? He asked, his effort audible in the gravelly strain of his voice. Please? At those words, she lost every last ounce of resentment, every stored-up grain of hurt at him leaving the other night poured out of her. And with a big expulsion of breath, she put her palm on his arm, squeezed, leaned in, and finished the job. They were done in less than half an hour, and after spreading a thick layer of petroleum jelly over his back, in a sad, quick parody of the last time, George left the room to let him pull on his shirt and get himself together again. Get herself together again. When, a few minutes later, she emerged from her office, purse in hand, he stood waiting in the hall, big and beautiful and wounded. How strange, after all of it. The back thing, the dinner, the leaving, his pleading, to see him as this intimidating monster again. Ugly lines and scars marring what would have been quite the canvas. This man, he was a tragedy of a human being, whose bark was so much worse than his bite. And loath though she was to admit it, his bite was something she wouldn't have minded feeling right then. Crap! How had this happened? How could she let herself feel so much for this person? And not with her usual clinical empathy, but, walk you to your car? You don't need to. Ignoring her, Andrew followed her as she turned off lights. He opened the door, letting them out onto the sidewalk. George locked up, then turned and stopped. It was a taut moment, that second when her eyes landed on his and she saw desire there, raw and painful. He wants me, she thought, with a sad sort of elation. Overhead, the light buzzed with insects, their drone a comfort to her, their tap-tap-tapping on the glass globe a welcome sound. Somewhere a car drove by, a shout sailed down from the direction of the Nook, a train whistle blew, and beyond all of that, the usual nighttime hum of life had expanded, bigger than usual, with the overwhelming and beautiful swell of the cicada's song. They moved along the sidewalk into the street to her car. His was nowhere to be seen. Need a ride? She asked, ignoring his sigh at her unlocked car. I'm good, he said, but something didn't ring true. He didn't seem good at all. His limp, for one thing, looked like it hurt. You sure? Guess I won't need to come in to see you for a while. Right, she said, saddened at the thought, and relieved, too. Give me a call in a few weeks, and we'll set you up to come back in. He nodded. Night, George, and thank you. You're welcome, Andrew, she said, letting him close the car door. She hesitated before rolling down the window and saying the thing she'd been thinking all night. If you need anything, help or... I'm fine, Doc. Thanks. She cleared her throat again and went on, watching his face, girding herself for his response. Your back. The tattoo. I looked it up, and the Sultans are no... Her car door swung back open. He ducked down, in her face, looming over her body faster than she'd imagined possible. How do you know about that? He demanded. Online, she stammered, her breath coming fast, too fast, and her throat tight with anxiety. I looked up the image on your back. Don't ever say that word again. Ever. To anybody. His grip on her shoulder was tight. the urgency in his voice frightening. "You understand?" George nodded and whispered, "Yes," before he let her go. "I'm sorry." "That part of your job? To look me up?" No, of course not." "Well, don't do it again." "I'm sorry." "It's not safe, George. I don't want you getting hurt." A firm nod, and still he didn't quite release her arm. Not before giving her an odd stroke, as if to smooth away the pain of his hold. 6 weeks? "Maybe sooner?" "A month," he said, with finality, before stepping away and breaking her heart just a little. She felt him watching as she started the car and drove off, at her usual sedate 25 miles an hour, toward home, wanting so badly to go faster. Or no, not faster. Not fast at all. She wanted to throw the car into reverse and back all the way up to where he still stood in the dark street and make him get in, make him stay with her, although she wasn't sure if it was for his protection or hers. She knows about the Sultans. Of course she did. The doc was a smart woman, and he was a fool for thinking she wouldn't take an interest. He should go. He should leave this place, hole up somewhere else. Tomorrow. Right now, he needed to think. And when thinking didn't work, he opted for the woods across the street from the doctor's place, vodka bottle in hand. Just enough to smooth the edges and dull the regret as he sat down, back to a tree, and watched her do her regular things. Her beautiful, healthy, perfect life things. Slugging back the vodka, he could watch through narrowed eyes and almost picture himself in there. Picture ending the other night on a different note, one where he'd stayed instead of taking off like an asshole. His belly hurt, empty of food, full of booze, and lined with acid. Up for a piss, not too far from the seat of his vigil, then back to stand guard. Empty bottle. Fuck. He threw it against a tree, wanting a loud smash, hoping it would wake her up, and she'd come out to find him and take him in. But the stupid bottle thumped, almost silently, to the ground, and Clay slumped against the cool bark and let his eyes close. His head was filled with popping, bright and real, followed by screams. The screams of friends, brothers, men he'd sworn to die with and for. Burning flesh and hair, sweet and sickly, acrid. Adrenaline hitting him like a dose of methamphetamines, hot in his blood, a rush like nothing else. And then instinct kicked in, only this time it wasn't a lawman's instinct to protect the innocent. It was a sultan's instinct to fight off the attacker, to avenge and carry out atrocities of his own. Bloodlust. Fucking overwhelming murderous need had him picking up a beer bottle and smashing it over and over on some fucker's head, watching the blood coating him and wanting more, more, more. Later, on Ape's table, the buzz of the man's tattoo machine putting letters into his side. Sultans for life, those letters had said. And with that tattoo, Clay had sworn to kill for his club, and that night, he'd meant it. On a cry that was bone-deep remorse and shame and a vestigial curl of allegiance to a cause he was supposed to abhor, Clay woke up on the forest floor, steeped in the stench of booze and blood and stinking sweat, with something tickling his back and a crick in his neck. He didn't want to think of it. He didn't want to relive the day he'd lost his shit, his mind, and any sense of right and wrong. But in his sleep he was powerless to stop the memory. It was a couple of months after the lie detector test and being patched in that the Sultans were attacked by a rival club, the Raising Canes. Just a regular night at the Hangover. A bunch of guys playing pool, a crew out back kicking the shit out of each other for the fun of it. Grunts from the bathroom. And Ape, in back, wreaking havoc with his needle on some poor fucker's skin. Outside, there'd been a scream, like something out of a horror movie. And the front door had blown in on a hazy gust of smoke and flames, surprising the fuck out of the Sultans and dragging them into a firefight of epic proportions. The worst part had been Clay's reaction, his visceral desire to kill, the instinct to protect his brothers. It had been so strong, he'd finished off the night getting that Sultan's tat inked into his side, meaning it, deep to his core. Months later, long after the smoke had cleared and the big players had been indicted, Clay had taken an iron to that piece of skin. And only then had he felt even the slightest bit of absolution. But not really, he knew, staring at the doctor's quiet house in the middle of the night. Not really. "Virginia," Ape said into the phone. After a pause, the voice answered. "Yeah, I think so." "If you're pulling my chain, I swear to God, I'll kill 'em all. Every last one of your—" No, I promise, I swear on the life of—" Ape could hear the heavy breathing, could smell the nerves through the phone line. "On my life, I swear that's where he is." Hanging up, Ape shoved the phone into his pocket and looked at the stars above his head. Virginia wasn't so far away that they couldn't get there tomorrow. They'd find the asshole, eventually. Ape smiled. With those fucking tats, Ape had turned Indian into a fucking bullseye, hadn't he? It sure did make him happy. God damn, I'm smart. 12. Sore and painfully sober now, Clay spent the early morning hours scouring the town of Blackwood for Sultans and finding nothing. Nothing still. He remembered the shrink had listed hypervigilance as one of the many possible symptoms of PTSD. Had there even been bikes in town the other night? Or had he imagined them? Fuck, was he losing it entirely? Probably, he decided. Probably. A month. 4 whole fucking weeks until his next laser treatment. He should go do something while he waited, maybe head elsewhere, so as not to remain in one place too long. 4 weeks. After that, there'd be just over 5 months until the trial date. Couldn't go by fast enough. Rather than hole back up in the hotel, peeking out from behind the curtains, or parking himself outside of the doc's house like a messed-up guard dog, he needed distraction. Something. Anything. A good fight would do it. But as soon as he walked through the front door of the gym, he wondered if he hadn't made a mistake. Something was off. The noise, first of all, was at a volume he hadn't experienced here before. Kids, it sounded like. And a quick glance around proved that to be the case. He should have turned and walked out right then and there. He should have. But he didn't actually have anywhere else to go, so he stayed. The tickly wrong sensation only intensified when Steve approached him, big smile on his face. "Good to see you, Mr. Andrew Blaine," the sheriff said, and on that note, Clay did turn. He didn't want to find out what was afoot, but took 4 strides and almost made it to the door by the time the other man caught up to him and laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Need a favor, son?" Clay stilled. "What?" "Got an instructor out today. Need someone to teach the class." "Well, then teach it yourself." "Can't. Got someplace I gotta be." "Yeah, well, me too." He shook off the older man's hand and walked outside. He'd made it a few more steps when the man's voice rang out, too loud, too damn loud. "Just hold it right there, young man." Clay stopped, recognizing that law enforcement tone for what it was, knowing it inside out, but obeying it nonetheless. Steve drew closer and planted his body right beside him. "Told you I needed a teacher." "I'm not a teacher." "Yeah, well, give it a try." "No. Kids hate me." "You think I haven't looked into who you are?" Steve whispered. "Read about a case last night. Some big multi-agency biker club takedown up in Maryland." "No, you can't Shut it." This was serious Steve now, not the jovial old man. And this guy had the kind of authority you didn't ignore. "I'm letting you camp out here because the arrangement suits me. Got it? All I need is one little sign of trouble from you, and I'll make a couple phone calls to some folks I know up near Baltimore." "You'd give me up?" Clay asked, shocked. "Hell no, dumbass. You think I want a bunch of bikers in my town? No. But it's a threat you can't afford to ignore, 'cause I got media friends and ATF friends who might be interested in knowing where one of their own is holed up." Clay shook his head, not looking at the man who'd figured him out way too fast. "What do you want from me?" "Want you to take on a couple of classes this old man doesn't have the energy for anymore. Not a whole lot to ask." "Can't you hire another teacher?" "That's what I'm trying to do right here, son." "Blackmail? That's your recruiting technique?" "I'm an opportunist," Steve said, smiling. "You get to be as old as me, you'll understand." How the hell'd I get here? Clay wondered a half hour later for the millionth time. The gym was packed, and Clay hated, among other things, the scrutiny. Because once again he was center stage, only this time it was different. This time he was in charge of a goddamned group of school kids. "All right," he said, gritting his teeth. "Now follow through, Carter." "What?" "When you see the guy that close to you, it's too late. You're not going to have time to just slap that foot away from your nut." "Groin!" yelled Steve. Didn't the old guy have someplace he needed to be? He hadn't budged since Clay took over the class. Clay turned to him and stage whispered, "Who's teaching this A loud throat clearing from Steve this time, and Clay thought he might just give in to the irritation. Maybe throw a little fit and go for a run or a drink or something. Nobody had checked to see how Clay felt about kids, or whether this was something he wanted to waste his Saturday on. Right, because he had so much going on. "Look, watch, eyes on me," he yelled, since the whispering had started up again. "From your passive stance, let's go again." "What's neutral, from neutral. You know, like your basic jujitsu stance or whatever it is you kids usually do here. Only, since this is self-defense, this is like if you and your friends were hanging out on a street corner stance, hands down at your sides, because we don't all walk around in a fighting stance all the darn time, got it?" He glared at the kids, got a few nods, and went on. "So, first, when I come at you, you've got to get out of the way, right? We're not trying to get kicked in the groin." A few kids snickered, and Clay threw them a look. So I come in slow, giving you time to slide to the side. Just a quick step. Good. The kid finally got it. All right, guys. Now that you're out of immediate harm's way, you hit my heel. Clay kept his leg up in a low kick, but even that hurt like a bitch. Yes. Smack it out of the way. Now punch me with your right fist, and yes. The best part is that you use your body movement and mine. You follow through, and I follow through, 'cause I can't help it since I'm recovering from my kick, and now I'm in pain, and you can run the hell away. Another throat clearing from Steve, and Clay had had about enough. Steve's gonna come back up and run through it with you a few times, he said evilly. Clay got a drink of water, just as an excuse to escape. He fully intended to leave before getting snagged again. On his way to the door, though, Steve's voice rang out good-naturedly. "Oh, I'm not sure that's right, Becky." He sounded old and a little frail. "I think you've just got to use your right arm for that." "But I'm left-handed, Master Steve." "Oh, well then, I guess you'll just have to, I don't know, maybe you could—" "They're interchangeable," Clay broke in. "And didn't you have somewhere to be, Sheriff?" "What?" asked Steve, and right then Clay understood just how much he was being played. Christ. The old guy was worse than the most manipulative bastards he'd dealt with in the line of duty. But instead of getting annoyed, he just shook his head and smirked a "you dick" smile at the guy. With a sigh, Clay bowed himself back onto the mat. "You've got to run these drills on both sides, over and over. But there's a closer defense, using the outside arm, where you block and punch simultaneously. It's one he cut himself off. "One I've used numerous times in real life," he'd almost said. But what the hell kind of message was that for a class of kids this age? Like, "You'll need these moves, kids. It's a shitty world out there." He lifted his eyes and met Steve's, and saw that the other guy knew exactly what he'd been about to say. But the kids had already turned to him with what looked a lot like anticipation, and Clay let himself get wrapped up in the moves, running through the same sidestep and into the counter. With this one, you punch with your left arm while the right shoves shoves away. Over and over, he drilled it with the kids, and by the time class was done, his stomach had lost that acid coating. The anxiety of the night before gone on a swell of, what, accomplishment maybe? Which was one hell of a thing. The parents didn't give him the friendliest looks, of course, when they came to get their children, but their cautious, mistrustful glares brought home a fact that had, up until that very moment, escaped him. The kids hadn't been afraid of him. They were treating him the way they'd treated Steve. Or maybe not quite exactly, because Steve was an old guy and someone they were used to. With Clay, the kids had been curious, maybe a little bit odd, which was flattering and refreshing and entirely new. When he left the gym that afternoon, Becky's voice calling out a last excited goodbye behind him, Clay felt tired, but almost normal. George cut short her usual Saturday visit to the in-laws, breathing a sigh of relief as she rushed to get out, with a promise to return the next week. She'd mentioned her upcoming doctor's appointment, the fertilization she'd been undergoing Wednesday evening, and now, as she drove to Cookie Lloyd's place, she regretted the urge that had led her to bring it up. She'd wanted to share something with Bonnie, felt compelled to give her mother-in-law something to look forward to. During the drive to Ms. Lloyd's place, she ignored her nagging conscience, pondering instead what kind of diagnosis she might be facing. She knew from Uma that Ms. Lloyd was an agoraphobe. At least she wouldn't have to worry about sun damage. She pulled up to see Uma awaiting her on the woman's porch steps, a porch entirely devoid of furniture. After a quick hug, Uma turned and knocked, with a muttered, "Brace yourself." The door swung open. "Well, don't just stand there gawking. Come inside," Cookie Lloyd snapped at George and Uma, who gave George a wry glance before leading the way in. "As promised, Cookie, I bring you a doctor." The short woman squinted at George, giving her the urge to back up a step or two. Maybe walk right back out the front door and down the porch steps. "You going to check me or just stare?" George forced a brief professional smile. "First of all, Miss Lloyd, would you like Uma here or do you want her to go?" "Oh, I'll go. Call me if you need—" "You stay right here, young lady. I want you in the room. Letting strangers in and then taking off to your man. My goodness, the fickle youth of today. Trusted confidant one moment, near stranger the next. What is this world coming to?" "Fine, I'll stay." Uma moved into the living room, a claustrophobic den of doilies and dahlias that had George itching to run home and throw away every print she owned. She helped Cookie settle onto the sofa before taking an armchair and leaving George to choose her poison. Armchair or sofa beside the somewhat terrifying Cookie Lloyd. George, being a masochist perhaps, opted for the latter. "Why don't you tell me what's going on first, Miss Lloyd?" "I got an itch, don't I?" "Okay. What kind of itch?" It's just uncomfortable." The eyes behind the woman's glasses blinked, slow and strange. "Where is this itch?" The eyes flicked to Uma and back to George. She bent toward George in a waft of starchy floral talc. "It's on my vajayjay." Okay, we can deal with that. I might not be the right doctor for this, but we can talk through it. "It's since I started taking that sheriff to bed. The man, I tell you, Whoa, Cookie," Uma said, standing up with a gasp. "Look, you do not need me here for this. Why don't you go, Uma? I'll stay and talk to Ms. Lloyd. We'll figure this out. I'll be over to see you when I'm done here," she added, and waited until her friend left before speaking again. "Now, tell me exactly where it itches. Is it on your vulva, Ms. Lloyd?" "No, on my thighs." "I don't understand. You said vagina, and—" The woman smiled. "I like to keep Uma on her toes." "Ah, make her uncomfortable, you mean." Ms. Lloyd gave a little shrug, and George nodded. People did the strangest things for a little attention. "Okay. Is it bumpy?" A sniff. "Yes." "All right. It's probably not something you contracted from anyone. Why don't I take a look at it, and I'll prescribe you something if you need it?" Another sniff before the woman rose and pulled off a pair of dark polyester trousers circa 1978. A quick look confirmed what she'd already assumed. "It's a fungal infection, Ms. Lloyd. We'll get you set up with a cream to apply, and that should be—" "Did I get it from him?" Not necessarily, but it does sometimes occur. I would recommend treating both of you at once. I also would recommend more breathable fabrics, if possible. This time of year in particular, cotton underwear and cotton pants would be best. Would you like me to include a prescription for your, partner?" "He'll get his own." "Fair enough. Is there someone who can pick it up for you?" Ms. Lloyd gave her a duh look before answering. "Uma, of course. Don't call it in, just give it to her, will you?" "Certainly." "What do I owe you?" "Nothing," said George. she'd seen the state of the house outside. This wasn't a rich woman, and there was no point charging her for what had turned out to be a pretty routine if somewhat atypical visit. After taking her leave, she headed back over to Uma's house, scrip in hand. "Knock, knock," she called in through the front screen door. "Come in, we're in the back." George walked inside, loving this house, so similar to hers, only bigger and in much better shape. In the kitchen, she found Uma and Ive sitting at the table, looking at, oh, crap, a book of baby names. "Oh, wow, are you guys?" Uma smiled, bright and happy-looking. "Yes, we're having a baby." "My goodness, that's wonderful," George said, meaning it, really meaning it, because she couldn't imagine a more deserving couple, a more loving pair. "We just found out, and Ive drove all the way into Seaville to buy this book." "Yeah, didn't want the Blackwood gossip spreading the news." George smiled hard. "Any ideas so far?" "Oh, no, I mean, I'm only 9 weeks along, so—" "Don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, but I'm hoping for twins," said Ive in his slow voice, and the sweet, happy look on his face made George want to cry. With joy, she was pretty sure. With joy. Clay hurt worse than usual, probably from all the workouts. Not something the doctors back in Baltimore had recommended. The pain, he told himself, was why he headed over to George Hadley's house that evening, around dinner time, clutching a sad bouquet of grocery store flowers and an overpriced bottle of Virginia wine. He stood on the doctor's front porch, wearing a neat button-down shirt and jeans, as if they had an actual date, when in reality he was just busting in on her night. The woman probably did have a date with an entirely different kind of man. She came to the door at his knock and greeted him with a wide-eyed "oh," which he could take as either a good omen or a bad one. "Oh, what a pleasant surprise?" he asked. Or, "Oh, get the hell out of here." It took her a second to decide, apparently. Not the best of signs. But hey, he'd take what he could get. "Come in," she said, with a friendly air, if not quite the smile he'd wished for. He followed her into the now familiar main hall, again bypassing the front rooms and heading straight to the kitchen, the heart of the house, he surmised. "Those for me?" she asked. "Oh, yeah, here." Gracious, as always, he thought. Man, aren't I a prince? She smiled her thanks and plunked the bouquet into a vase that far outshone the flowers themselves. A look around reminded him of all the other flowers strewn about, and behind her, through the screen porch, daylight revealed the bright, happy disarray of growing blooms the moonlight had washed out the other night. Right. No flowers next time. Chocolates or something. Next time. There probably wouldn't be a next time, judging by her expression. All closed up and professional, like he'd never seen her. That was just what he deserved for running away before. She set the wine on the counter, pulled a corkscrew from a drawer, and placed it beside it. Instead of opening the bottle, she turned to him, arms folded across her chest, and he saw new, tight lines pulling her eyes down, puffiness beneath. Had she been crying? Shit, he hoped not. "What can I do for you, Mr. Blaine?" Jesus, he hated that name. Hated it. He wasn't sure, actually. What was he doing here again? "I needed to see you," was all that came out. Thank God, because in His current state, Clay could see himself spewing some of the crap rotting out his brain, and no, that wouldn't be a good thing, not at all. She stood there looking. Sadder? Oh, hell. Why? She asked. And fuck if her eyes didn't look a little too shiny. He swallowed, glanced out back at the woods and the raging cicadas there, and said the only thing he could think of. The truth. It's better when you're around. The man standing in George's kitchen was broken, and alluring, and apparently the answer to the emptiness eating up her insides. What's better, Andrew? There's all this shit, you know. My life. Crap I've done, and it's in my brain. I just want quiet. But you left the other night because of the noise. No. The noise drives me crazy. But that's not why I left. He turned away, and she was fairly sure he'd walk out again. He continued, though, and what he said, slayed her. You're too good for me. Oh, she swallowed. And now, what's changed? Nothing. Everything. I don't fucking know. You're still my patient. I still don't care. He paused. And I'm not for another 6 weeks anyway. Maybe sooner, George said, her voice embarrassingly breathy. How much sooner? Depends. On my tats? Yes. He nodded. Come here. She shook her head. We shouldn't do this. You're probably right, but I sure as hell want to. He looked at her, straight on. Do you? Did she want to be with this man? Physically? Because that was what they were discussing. George couldn't lie, not after spending every waking moment, and some sleeping, thinking of him. She could only nod. When? He swallowed, cleared his voice, and looked around as if for something to do. You think I could? He indicated the bottle of wine. Oh, of course. Here, I'll do it. She grabbed the wine key in the bottle, pushed it in, and twisted, and broke the darned cork, and almost started crying. But before she could, his hands were there, over hers, carefully pulling the bottle away, inserting the metal into the mangled cork, and gently prying it out. He brushed away the few remaining crumbs from the surface of the green glass and set the bottle down. George couldn't look up at him, so close beside her. Too close. Unbearably close. One ink-covered finger moved up to her face, where it lingered, knuckle first, at her cheek, then stroked down to nudge her chin up. Her eyes, of course, followed, and she met his gaze and latched on, something swelling hard in her throat, so hard it came out on a big, fat sob. And rather than the kiss she'd anticipated, he pulled her into his arms, tight and warm against the soft cotton of his shirt. God, when was the last time she'd been held like that? Just held. She couldn't remember. She didn't want to remember those days when she'd been the one holding a husband who was too frail to hold her back. She rubbed her face into the shirt and inhaled. The smell of him broke her. It wasn't her husband's smell, not even close. And how wrong was it that she wanted more of this warm masculine scent? She wanted to suck it in and revel in this body, solid and very much alive. George lost control. It might have been from guilt or sadness, or more likely the hormones. Whatever it was, She fell apart in a way that should have embarrassed her. It didn't, though. They wound up on the sofa in the parlor, him sitting and her cradled like a baby across his lap, in tears. Weird. So weird, this reversal of roles. This man coming to her for some brand of comfort, and her leeching it from him instead. "I'm sorry," she eventually choked out on a hiccup. "It's okay," he said, before hunching forward to rub one rough sandpaper cheek against hers. That, just that, brought a sound to George's lips, a continuation of her sobbing, perhaps, but altogether different in nature, darker, warmer, and sparking deep inside. She rubbed him back, her body taking over when her mind told her it was wrong. Her skin prickled where they touched, and not just from his 5 o'clock shadow. There was electricity in the air that shouldn't have been there after she'd torn through any attraction with those sobs. Yet it was still there, a chemical, skin-to-skin reaction that even her outburst hadn't dampened. "It's okay." The words were soft, placating, spoken as if to a child or a wayward animal. "It's okay." "It isn't okay." She moved away just a bit because his pull was so darn strong. "You came here because you needed me. You needed—" "No, I came here because I couldn't stay away." He sounded angry, but he kissed her anyway, good and firm, so she could feel it deep in her bones. Sharp like a chill, only searing hot. It all happened fast then. No languid explorations for this man. No, he was rough and quick and pushy as hell. And George found herself rising to the challenge, taking it in stride. From his lap, she somehow wound up on her back on the sofa, stretched out with him above. And there was biting. There'd never been biting before for George. But those were distinct nips he was giving her. And instead of stopping him, she opened her mouth and did it back. Nothing painful. It couldn't have hurt, since she'd barely felt the scrape of him under her teeth. But God, there was something powerful in that scrape. Wild and animalistic, and perhaps just a little uncontrollable. "I'm out of control," she thought, as he dipped his pelvis against hers. And she recognized how vulnerable she was in her skirt, with her legs spread and his big body opening her up, grinding. The stiff seam of his jeans rubbed her inner thighs, and she wondered if there'd be burn marks in the morning. They shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't. George pulled her mouth from Andrew's, shocked at how out of breath she was, and avoiding his eyes, said, "We should stop." He stilled and watched her, his breath fast and intimate, and already so familiar against her mouth. "Okay," he inhaled loudly, getting himself together, she thought. "You're right. I can't do this to you." It was her turn to suck in a breath and look him straight in the eye. "What do you mean, do what to me?" "This. Make you do things with me." He started to pull away, and she stopped him with a hand on his arm. "You're not making me do anything." She moved her hand to his side, a place she knew was safe to touch without hurting him. I just needed a second. I haven't felt this much." No, don't talk about feelings. "I haven't done this in forever." "No?" He sat back a bit on his haunches, looking down at her, at the way she writhed on the sofa beneath him. Her treacherous skin, nothing but a network of nerve endings, begging to be tweaked. "I don't get that." You're so beautiful. I'm not. You are. He lifted a hand to her jaw, not quite grazing her skin. Even that almost touch seemed proprietary, and suddenly George wanted him to do it for real. "Touch me there," she whispered. After only the briefest of hesitations, he did it, although not rough and bossy as she'd imagined, but gently, as if he were in awe, and that careful caress almost broke her. "Do it harder," she ordered, an edge to her voice. His eyes met hers. "Thought you wanted to stop." "I should, but I don't." He nodded, easily accepting her change of heart, before moving that big hand over her shoulder to her chest. George's body liked that. It gave its undeniable response. "God, look at you, George. Look at this." He reached a finger to nudge one painfully hard nipple and slipped his hand down between them to where her flimsy skirt had flipped back, leaving her exposed, open and wanting. She made a noise deep in her throat. "And what about this, George?" He pulled her soaked underwear aside and ran one finger along her. "How the hell can I stay away when you're like this for me, huh?" he asked. And she truly didn't know. She felt the same after all. She wasn't just attracted to the man, she was drawn to him, inevitably, magnetized by his presence. And he knew how turned on she was. He had to, with her arousal all over his hand. His fingers, for goodness sake, couldn't even find purchase. They just slid and slid until somehow, finally, one of them worked its way slowly inside her, and George's throat let out a noise, an unsexy grunt that proved just how long it had been since anything that exciting had breached her body. "I'm sorry," she said, because it was true. She shouldn't be doing this with a patient, a man too messed up to know better. She should be the one to know better. I don't know what to do. I want to see you too, but I can't even." "Yeah?" At her nod, he leaned back again, removed his hand, leaving her cold, undid his belt, yanked down his zipper, and with a quick glance at her face, reached inside his underwear to pull himself out. No ink, she thought with relief. He was big, thick, veined, and somehow glorious. Not a word she'd ever used before for a penis. Penises had always seemed like such utilitarian features. But this one? Too big, thought George, who'd used nothing but a crappy little AA-fueled bullet vibrator for the last decade. She wanted to touch it, feel how unyielding and stiff it was, how soft his skin, measure its weight in her palm. Her eyes returned to his face, where the dark imprint on his lids gave him such a look of violence that she shivered, utterly certain that this was the worst mistake she'd ever make. And yet, everything in her pushed her toward this man. Everything made her yearn for this, to be with him, to taste him and touch him and remember what it felt like to be alive. "We don't have to do anything," he whispered, no doubt mistaking her trembling for fear. But it wasn't. It was something else. Excitement, perhaps? Titillation? She didn't know. How could she know? "Oh, God, I want to." Another glance showed that body she couldn't stop thinking of. She'd die if they didn't do this soon. She'd burst into flames. Her skin was so scorching hot. Yeah? Yes? Yes, I want to. She writhed against him, asking him to touch her again without words. Do it. Make me feel. Good Lord, what was it she was going to say? Make me feel whole again? Those weren't the right words, she knew, but she couldn't, for the life of her, make the words come out. Instead of talking, she let go of her doubts, sucked in a big, shaky breath, and made a decision. This was it, a letting go she hadn't realized she was capable of. She threw worry and shame and responsibility to the wind as she reached down and grasped the hot, hard sex of this man who'd taken her life and torn it into a million beautiful little pieces. 13. Clay had stopped hurting the minute he'd touched her. It's psychosomatic, he understood in the only sane part of his brain, a thought he quickly tamped down, because, whatever the reasons for the reprieve, he knew better than to look a gift horse in the mouth. Besides, right now, with her cool, prim, white hand on his dick, there wasn't much point trying to sort out what was right or wrong, good or bad, or any of that other shit. No point at all, because he hadn't felt this good in months. Months? Fuck no. Years. It had been years since Clay Navarro had felt anything so right. Tighter, he said, because she was teasing, and he wanted real. She tightened her fingers, reminding him of how efficient she could be with those strong hands. Down his cock, then back up, without really hitting the head, still with the teasing, until he glanced up at her face and understood this wasn't about that at all. She looked fascinated, curious, and completely taken in. Don't worry, he said. You can't hurt me. Her eyes met his at those words, which he realized with a start could be misinterpreted. The green was nearly gone from her gaze, pushed out by a gaping black pupil. Her face was flushed, and she looked different in the throes of desire, kind of lost but also curious. And what was that other thing? There was something hungry there, something that made his cock even harder, while his mouth watered and his mind went to a darker place. The image he'd gotten looking at her just now wasn't one he'd pictured before. Suddenly, he wanted to wreck her a little bit, to take her pristine white shell and crack it. It made him feel guilty. The image his sick mind had conjured of her, guilty but hard, which was one hell of a fucking complication for a man who'd lived a double life for so long. His mind went back to all those women who hung around the MC. He'd had to pretend he felt like the other guys, had to act like just another horny bastard. The guys who used them and threw them out, women like his sister, Carly, whose suffering had just been par for the course in their fucked-up world. Not even collateral damage, since collateral had value, and he'd had to taint Carly's memory by pretending to use women just like her. The memory made him sick. Better to stay in the moment, here, with this woman who made him almost feel whole again. He thrust once into George's hand, and she got the picture, tightening and moving up around the head of his dick and back down. Pull up your shirt, he said, even as a part of him insisted this wasn't the way to talk to this woman. Let me see your tits. The thing about Dr. George Hadley, was that she was a lady. Definitely a lady. Except the look in her eye told him she liked it when he talked to her rough. Unable to get the fabric up, she made as if to let his cock go for a second, but he reached down and held her there. No, do it one-handed, he ordered, understanding that something about this wasn't quite right. This wasn't how it was supposed to be with this woman. He was supposed to accept her tenderness. He wasn't supposed to be this way anymore. But that made him wonder what the fuck she was doing with a guy like him. She was into tats. She had to be. The tats and the danger of a bad boy. She was responding to his rough edges. That was it, wasn't it? He thrust into her hand again, aggressive, and jerked her bra down hard. "You like that?" he asked, feeling filthy, horrible, but also needing to know. "Do you like that? Do you like this side of me I may never be able to get rid of?" He pinched George's nipple, and she moaned, deep and low. So he pinched it again, harder. Her cry jostled free memories. Shame. He didn't deserve this, her. He didn't deserve to have this kind of forgiveness, acceptance. The last time he'd done this, there'd been a woman at the club. God, he didn't want to think of her right now. Those girls who'd let the guys do anything. He shuddered, his brain fuzzy around the edges as another memory seeped in. His face, the day he'd gotten this scar he'd wear for the rest of his life. He'd gotten sliced in service to the Sultans, an unfortunate occurrence, which had turned into the boon he needed and helped earn his status as brother. A scar for a Sultan patch, not so big a price to pay. Another jagged scar on his sister's body, like the one on his head. She'd been cut. They'd cut her. Clay blinked, feeling wrong, in the wrong place, mixed up and fuzzy. He shook his head to clear it, brushed off a hand, tried to back off, said something. Slurring, panicked, his head full of a powdery fog, clogging him. Breathing impossible, the buzz inside his ear a hive of bees, or... He was on the floor, seated, his back to the sofa, and a woman was on her knees beside him. "The fuck?" he said, squinting, his voice raw. The room was a broken kaleidoscope, his heart pumping poison. "You need a doctor," she said. "No." "What's going on, Andrew?" "Andrew?" he asked, trying to see past the gray honeycomb filling his vision. "Who the fuck is Andrew?" Her hand was on him again, and he pried it off. "Don't." Why was he slurring? Had they given him something? What the hell had they given him? He couldn't think past the panic. "Where's Handles? You know I'm here." The woman swallowed audibly. "I'm not sure. What's your name?" That cleared the clouds from his brain, just enough to know there was danger in this question, and he grabbed her hand hard. Her tiny bones rubbed together in his fist. "Why?" he blinked. "George." "Yes, you seem to be having some kind of attack, episode, flashback, something." But it was over now. The fog was clearing. "I'm fine." He'd be fine when he left. He blinked, stood, tucked himself back into his clothes, and gave the place a bleary once-over before stumbling out the front door. Running before he lost himself in memory again, because after all, the worrying and watching over her, he'd never forgive himself if he was the one to hurt her. George blinked after him, confused and hurt and worried and a little angry. What was going on? No way could she let Andrew Blaine leave her behind for the second time that week, clearly in pain, clearly needing help. It tweaked something in her brain. No, it didn't just tweak her, it set her off, exploding in her chest and sending her running to the front door to... She didn't know what she'd do when she had him cornered. Keep him here so he'd explain, make him stay so she could take care of him? Whatever it was, she couldn't stand this feeling of impotence. Oh, she'd felt it before, hadn't she? The inability to do a single blessed thing to help. But she could help this man, if he'd only let her. And there was no way she'd let him push her away like this. So rather than go back to worry, to wait, to wonder in silence, George walked out her front door. She tromped down the stairs, eyes going right to where his truck was, turning around in the cul-de-sac. She stalked out into the road and waited. The truck stopped. She walked around to the passenger door and climbed in, facing him, feeling so damned reckless. Without even really thinking, she pulled back a hand and slapped his shoulder. "Don't ever walk out on me again," she said, her words more measured than her breathing. "What are you—" She scooted in and pushed at that shoulder again. It was a ridiculous, ineffectual move against someone so much larger than her. But she wanted to reach him, damn it. Wanted to feel it. "I don't want to hurt you, George." "You don't get to decide how much hurt I can take. So just fuck you for thinking you get to decide. For us. For me," she spat, raising her hand in frustration. He reached out and grabbed it, drawing their eyes up together to where his inked fist held her naked one. "Go inside, George." He let her hand go. You need help, Andrew. Why won't you trust me?" He shook his head at her and looked away, and she wanted to scream with frustration. This was someone she could do something for. This wasn't someone being threatened by disease and... Unless... Are you dying? Is that it? Do you need... I'm not dying, I'm fine. Oh, thank God, she whispered on a great big sigh of relief. She wasn't sure she could go another round with cancer as the enemy. Why then? She kept her eyes on that beautifully harsh face and thought, fuck it. Just fuck it. He leaned in to talk to her eye to eye. This isn't gonna... She cut him off with her mouth, hard and wet against his, and there it was again, the zing of desire straight to her crotch. With a grunt, he responded, one strong arm running down her body under her bottom. He pulled her up and over the armrests, slamming her into his lap, her legs around his waist, strong arms hauling her against him, stuck tight between the wheel and his body. An accidental tap against the horn, the sound of keys jingling, then the gear shift shoving into park. And with a curse, Andrew tried to pull away, but she wouldn't let him, wouldn't let go. This what you fucking want? He tilted his hips into hers, squeezed her ass tighter, pushed against her. Yes? Doctor likes the bad boys, huh? That what you're into? No, she whispered, as she ground herself against him. And then stronger. Maybe, she said, before pulling away. But you don't always get to decide. You don't get to run away when things are tough. Remember that, okay? Remember that. He nodded, looking dazed. And George bit his lip before throwing open the driver's side door and sliding out, down and onto the asphalt. "You coming?" she asked, channeling someone who knew what they were doing. It was an odd thing, this strength that ran through her. It made her feel like a different sort of woman, one who acted because it felt good, not because it was smart or made sense. And there was one thing she knew for sure. This decision wasn't even close to being smart. But whatever happened tonight, she would never let herself regret it. Clay parked in front of George's house and followed her, chastised but turned on like crazy, and wanting her to understand. What the fuck did he need her to understand? Inside, she stood by the stairs. He took her by the shoulders. His kiss was hard and probably hurt, but she didn't seem to mind, responding with equal ferocity, her body strong and lithe under his hands, her teeth clashing with his in what might have been anger. "This what you want, George?" he asked. "You want me to fuck you?" "Yes," she said. "No, I don't know." "I'm a mess. Aren't we all? You're not a mess. You're perfect." "Me?" she chuckled, the sound low and sexy. "I'm worse than you are. How messed up is that? Taking advantage of people, feeling up patience in my care." "Patience? You saying I'm not the only one?" Her green eyes got wide as she stilled and looked up at him. "You're the only one," she said. In that moment, he felt like it. The only one. The way she looked at him made him feel huge, whole, important, like the only one ever. He couldn't remember wanting anyone more than this woman in this moment. As messed up as he was, he couldn't run from her anymore. "Come on," she whispered, her voice as eager and full of wanting as he felt. His hands tightened on her, helpless against her power, and he urged her up the stairs, half walking, half crawling, tripping in their haste, and then staying down, the air leaving him with an audible whoosh, because here was as good a place as any, wasn't it? He was stuck, on his knees on the stairs, needy and wanting, and ready for whatever she'd give him. He scooted up the 2 steps to where she was, took in the smile on her face when she turned to look at him, and then kissed it off. Hungry. God, he was hungry for her. He covered her with his body and lost it, grinding against her with blind animal urgency. Before he could think it through, he pushed her skirt up and shoved 2 fingers past her panties, where they sank into her hot, hot pussy. George lay splayed on the stairs, Andrew's fingers inside of her, his tongue hot in her mouth. Over the past decade, she'd wanted sex in a vague sort of way. She'd masturbated, but it had always felt physical, the call of hormones, rather than emotional. Even with Tom, there'd been something practical about the way they'd made love. Here, though, with Andrew, there was more to it. Its roots were deeper, a spirituality or something that she'd never before associated with a man or a relationship. Whatever kind of relationship this was. Doctor-patient, came the words from a guilty, dark little corner of her brain, quickly tamped down. Lovers, came the second, more honest label, which she chose to embrace. "Fuck George," he said, pulling at her hips, pressing his into her. "I can't get enough of you." She felt the same way, but she couldn't say it, too busy breathing to talk through this intimacy. From below, She watched his eyes rove across her body, enjoyed the admiration and fire in them. But he was fully dressed, and she lay there with her skirt bunched up, and it felt unbalanced. She wanted to see him, his strength above her, his skin. She reached a hand up to touch his chest, where, even beneath his t-shirt, his nipple beckoned. "You're so fucking wet for me." "I've been like this for days," she breathed. "And I'm like this," he said. "I want to see it again," she said, shocked at her brazenness. With a long, heavy-lidded look, he ordered, "Take me out." Oh, that pushed a button she didn't know she had. Quickly, she half sat, reached for him, fumbled at the belt and snap, then yanked down the zipper and pulled him out gently, her breath coming hard. Her eyes darted up to meet his before they both turned back to their bodies. His erection stiff between them, angry and red. It almost made her smile, gave her a sharp jolt of power. Here she was beneath him, open and vulnerable, and yet she could do anything. "Here," she said kindly. With one hand, she grasped him, stroked him up and down, watched how his eyes narrowed to slits, his cheeks flamed red. She shifted, let her bottom land on the next step down, and then the next, until she could take him into her mouth. Just the tip, just a taste. Andrew groaned and touched her head. Was he seeking permission? She grasped his hand and shoved it into her hair, showing him, "This is what I want." Without hesitation, he tightened his fist and tilted her head back, his face going from flushed and lost to hard and animal. That change hit her low in her belly, as did the groan he let loose. She pulled away from licking him. "I want to suck you," she forced herself to say, her voice edged with something hard and brittle, but stronger than she'd have imagined. "I want you to make me?" God, she couldn't say it, couldn't even think the words. Being used by a man was masturbation material, not something she'd ever thought she'd actually try. She must have said the words, she realized with a start, because he did it. That was all it took to release the creature caged inside him. Face hard with lust and power, he pulled at her hair so hard it almost hurt, and lifted her up. "You want this?" he asked, voice ragged. Yes, I want you to do things to me." "You're sure?" "Please, I want this, please." A swift pinch of her nipple made her gasp and scramble slightly. Only she couldn't scramble far because his hands closed around her hips, tightened, and rolled her onto her stomach. I couldn't move even if I wanted to, she realized with a jolt of hot shock as he put her where he wanted her, showing her how strong he was. The words, brute strength, floated through her mind, turning the shock into something more visceral, shaded with images of cavemen hunting down their prey. Her knees hurt where they ground into the step. Good thing I don't want to move. The thought edged on shame, that ridiculous image of being bested by the caveman. But she let that go. She let it all go. The fear, the guilt, the weight of responsibility. She felt him shift, fumble at something, then a plastic crinkle and the acrid smell of rubber. On her hands and knees now, with Andrew Blaine's bulk behind her, she waited for him to do it. For the longest time, a handful of seconds probably, but it felt like forever, He stayed there, mighty and unyielding, but also shuddering in a way that said he was close to losing control. She turned to look at him over her shoulder, caught those wild dark eyes, and said, "Fuck me." The words pushed through whatever hesitation he still had, until she felt the blunt tip of his cock slowly, inexorably easing its way into her body. He was hot, stretching her, the feeling so new it was like learning how all over again. While her mind continued to adjust, her body seemed to know exactly what it was doing, bringing out a side of herself she'd completely forgotten. The animal in her. Instinctual, elemental, basic. She craned her neck to get a look at his face. "We're not civilized at all," she thought, as he filled her again and again, faster with every thrust, his body enveloping hers, his testicles slapping her thighs, the slippery, sweaty smack of his hips loud in the still night air. He was saying things, she could tell, although, being nothing but a creature of the senses now, she couldn't decipher the actual words, only that they were guttural and raw, probably too harsh for her soft insides. George jolted at the sound of him smacking her bottom before she even felt the sting of it. But she involuntarily tightened around him, and he groaned louder, thrust harder, hitting her high on the cervix, before leaning forward, truly bestial now, to bite her neck, hard and marking, mating. George had never done sex quite like this. Never. Not as a horny teen, nor as a loving spouse. And as her body reacted with intrinsic knowledge, it wasn't a memory so much as instinct. Deep and ancient, and rooted in her genetic code. Hands on her hips, lifting her to meet him, holding her buttocks apart, spreading her wide so he could get in deep. And that bite, that brand of ownership, made George grunt long and low. The kind of sound she'd never uttered in her 33 years on Earth, and climax hard, the sensation new and unexpectedly moving. Clay's orgasm came too fast, too hard, an uncontrollable blast that left him gasping and immobile, collapsed over George's back. He didn't want to move, wanted to stay in that blissful limbo, wrapped around this woman who'd thrown him for such a loop. Slowly, things began to refocus. She shifted, and he woke up to her position on the steps, splayed out on hands and knees with nothing but wood to cushion her. With a final squeeze, he pulled back, gave himself a moment to take her in from top to bottom, and froze when his eyes landed on her neck. Tooth marks, deep and red and painful looking. I did that. I hurt her. And there, on the stairs, it came hurtling at him. The guilt. The fucking sea of guilt. For everything. For all of it. For sitting there just listening and pretending to agree while Ape and Handles and Boom Boom planned the murder of a local sheriff's deputy who'd gotten too curious. For drinking and fighting and joining them in their vicious, raucous partying. For flirting and fucking when he had to. And worst of all, Jesus Christ, far worse than anything else, for feeling it, wanting it, actually becoming a part of it all. Now, here, he'd brought that to her. "I'm sorry, George," he croaked out, body already far removed from hers. What? Why? Your neck. I hurt you. Avoiding her gaze, he focused instead on her hand as it flew to examine the place where he'd marked her. He quickly pulled his jeans back up, yanked at the zipper, and worked to close the belt, shaking with shame. I'm sorry. You won't ever. Stop that and come here, she interrupted, grabbing his hand and tugging him down. She covered his mouth with hers, giving him another dose of that medicine he couldn't seem to get enough of. Tenderness, understanding, feeling, or whatever it was. He had no idea what he'd call it. All he knew was it made him raw and open, its newness blinding. Come upstairs, Andrew. Come to bed and hold me. Okay, he said, helpless before her, and let her drag him up the steps. They did the normal nighttime things that he usually took care of blind drunk nowadays. She brushed her teeth and loaned him her toothbrush, which should have been gross, but instead felt like a tiny slice of trust, intimacy that was painfully real. After, he followed the light to her room, where she waited for him in one of those antique-looking wooden beds. Jesus, he'd never slept on anything this fancy before. Bright white sheets, a faded quilt folded down at the feet, the window wide open, and nothing but the ceiling fan to press out the heat. He didn't care, though, as he lay down naked beside her, switched off the lamp, and let her scoot right up into his side. Enveloped by the heavy air, he wound his arm tightly around her and enjoyed knowing he could watch over her here, tonight, even if he didn't deserve this unexpected sense of security. Within minutes, he felt heavy, sleep nearly shocking him at how easily it deigned to come. The woman beside him something solid to latch onto as his heart slowly began to unfold. Hot. Can't breathe. Hot. Hurts. He was caught, trapped on the bed. They'd found him. How'd they find him? Fuck, it was hot. Searing pain through his back, his leg paralyzed. Holes in his skin, the noise, the fucking roar of fire. Clay pushed and hit and somehow worked his way out of the bed, as he'd done so many times before. The fall to the ground was harder than he remembered, the bed higher. Shooting him in the back hadn't been enough to kill him, apparently, because he was here, alive, hurting, and yet, they know, his brain told him over and over. How the fuck do they know? Who the fuck told them, and where the fuck's the team when I need them? He was screaming, he thought, although he couldn't hear his voice, through the sawing in his brain, the acid in his sinuses. Something was on him then, cold and wet, and he reached out to whack it off, but it came back, and with it a thread of a voice, clean and clear and magic. It pierced the fog, the mush in his brain, and he opened his eyes to see a shadow of her there in the dark. George, he croaked, and she curled into him. George. It was a whisper this time, a whisper of relief as his arms found her body already sturdy and familiar in the dark, hot night. 14. Clay woke refreshed, on an unfamiliar floor, alone. Or actually, not quite. A hot little rumbling radiator of an animal lay curled up against his belly. Quietly, he sat up to find the bed empty. He wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. Last night had been completely different from any other experience he'd had with a woman. Nothing stilted or awkward after they'd fucked. No hard or hurt feelings. Just that peaceful feeling of comfort until he'd finally fallen asleep with her wrapped in his arms. And then the dumpster dream. The one where he found Kathy, thrown out behind the clubhouse like somebody's garbage. And as if that weren't bad enough on its own, in that particular nightmare, Kathy always turned into Carly, for the usual epic grand finale where their deaths and his tangled into a single soul-destroying moment. He wasn't sure his heart could take many more dreams like that. You only had so many heartbeats in a lifetime, right? If that was the case, he'd use up his quota in his sleep. He rose, threw on his clothes, and made his way downstairs. The smell of coffee led him to the kitchen and then to the screened-in porch, where George sat sipping from a steaming cup and staring out at the yard, looking so young and innocent, her face puffy and creased with sleep, a face I shoved into a stair tread. "Morning," he said, cutting through his inner voice, stepping down onto the porch and taking a moment too long to decide between the sofa next to her and the armchair on the other side of a low table. The air outside was filled with the sound of those fucking bugs, holding their once-in-a-lifetime mega-conference. Her smile was soft, sweet, her eyes sleepy when they met his. Her shy, "Hi," gave him all the impetus he needed to go sit beside her and follow stunted romantic instincts that told him to plant a soft kiss on that warm, fragrant neck. "Sorry about last night, It's fine, Andrew." His insides clenched at that name. Fuck, he wanted to tell her. "It's not fine. We first, the stairs, and after passing out like a goddamn—" "It was good," she said, the smile still there, her eyes even warmer, her sides snugged tighter into his. "It was really, really good." "Yeah?" Another smile hidden behind her mug. "Yes." Not bothering to suppress a grin, he nodded, looking out at the yard. Jesus, was this how normal people felt after sex? Like singing, howling, grabbing her and hauling her right back to those stairs? But then there'd been the night where, Jesus, he really could have hurt her, completely beyond his control. "Are you okay?" he asked, suddenly sure that the softness around her eyes was from crying, not sleep. He was quiet, already defeated, when he said, "I scared you." "Scared me?" she asked, blinking. "Last night, Christ, what would you call them? Episodes? Nightmares?" "You didn't scare me, Andrew. You worried me. There was nothing I could do." Her hand squeezed his, and they lapsed into silence. No, you helped. You remember?" "I remember feeling you around me." Why was it so hard to admit that? "I'm glad," she said, with a gentle smile, and Christ, he'd get lost in those eyes if he let himself. With a yawn, she turned back to look at her yard and seemed to disappear into her head. "Got plans for today?" She shrugged. "Work on the garden." Want some help? Yeah? That would be lovely. Thought maybe I'd go into town for some supplies. Then I'll come back and help. I'd like that, she said. And then she kissed him, her openness and joy crumbling yet another brick in his wall. It should have worried him, the way she pulled him apart, because without that wall, he'd have no defenses against all the shit he knew lurked in the world. It should have worried him, but right now, with her, it didn't. George had spent the hour or so before Andrew had gotten up, going over the things that had happened in the night. He'd screamed and freaked out, pushed her away when she'd tried to hold him, and then flung himself onto the floor. She'd followed him down, had taken forever to calm him, and finally wrapped her body around his and held him as he'd fallen into a hot, fitful sleep. It wasn't until much later that she'd recognized the danger of the situation. This big, powerful man, out of control in his sleep. He could have hurt her, badly. And yet, she couldn't seem to get worked up about her safety. What worried her truly was him. How powerless was she, here all alone, with no weapons against whatever was haunting him? She'd wanted to help him. She still did, but now, after sleeping with him, after seeing his body racked with fear and pain, and now, after toast and coffee and normal talk, something had changed. The do-gooder in her didn't feel quite so good anymore. And after he'd left for whatever it was he wanted to do in town, the feeling overwhelming her was the shame of betrayal. Fueled by a sick sense of responsibility, she stomped over to Jessie's house and knocked on the door. It was still early, but her neighbor must be up. Didn't people with kids rise at the crack of dawn? "Hey," Jessie said, looking only half awake. "Come on in." Jessie led her into the kitchen. "Geez, girl, look at that thing," she said, indicating George's enormous mug. Across the front, beer was spelled out in tall letters. "Bit early for that, isn't it?" "I have a thing about mugs." "Mugs? That doesn't seem like you." George frowned. "It was Tom, my husband. I always liked delicate china cups, the civilized tea-drinking kind. I had a couple in my dorm room when I first went to school. Drank my tea in them, while everyone else guzzled coffee from those thick college mugs. Anyway, Tom made fun of me and started buying me these. He said it was a better investment." She held up the mug, remembering his ribbing with a brief, almost painful, nostalgic pang. He was right. "Did he buy you that one?" "Yes. This and about 20 others. But it's gotten out of hand. Even today, every Christmas my nurse and receptionist buy me ridiculous mugs. I've got many." "Want a refill?" Jessie asked, and George held out the vessel in question. "So what's going on?" "Don't call them," George said. "What?" "Don't ask about the Sultans." "Don't... Oh, why not?" It's a betrayal, what I did. Not just unethical, but..." George swallowed, closed her eyes, opened them again. "I betrayed him. I wanted to help him, but whatever's got him running, it's not good. He trusted me, and I betrayed him." Jessie put her cup down. "Can I help?" George shook her head no. "Crap. I made a call already. I'm sorry." "Oh." George deflated, closing her eyes as she sank into the chair. Hey, Hey, don't worry about it. It's fine. It'll be fine. Left a message, which'll probably never get returned. Some bigwig in Baltimore. He told me never to discuss the Sultans. He said it was too dangerous. For me. Probably for him, too. Look, I'll be subtle if they get back in touch, okay? Besides, the guy I called was ATF. It's not like I called Sultan headquarters or anything, right? George nodded. Right. That's true. And if he's trying to get away, to get out of that life, then there's no reason for them to look here. There's nothing to draw them here. Okay, that's true, too. So, you're involved with him. George nodded. George. Jessie grabbed her hand, waiting until she looked her right in the eye. Don't feel guilty. You've only been good to him. If the man is in trouble, like you say, then he couldn't have picked a better person to ask for help. You get that, right? You've got this heart of gold, and he's lucky to have found you. Stop worrying about the Sultans and enjoy this thing for whatever time you've got it. Just don't get too invested, please? George nodded, picturing him on her floor, his flesh hot, his body taut beneath hers. She pictured his face, the pain stretched over his features, the skin pulled too tight over high cheekbones. She remembered the way her chest had felt when he'd groaned, like she'd been hit with a sledgehammer. Her throat clogged with the need to love him. Not too invested, right. Clay was happy when he set out to find a hardware store. Jittery, happy. First crush happy. New life happy. Unfortunately, Sunday morning in Blackwood, he remembered belatedly, was a retail wasteland. You couldn't fix sagging steps and rotting clapboard without the proper tools. But nothing was open. Nothing but churches, that was. The churches were doing one hell of a brisk business. It wasn't till he hit Charlottesville and found a big chain store with a hardware section that he could stock up, without knowing exactly what he needed. The half-hour into town and the half-hour back gave him plenty of time to wonder if he'd fucked everything up last night. Between the brutal stairs sex and the night terrors, Christ. By the time he got back to George's, the sun was high overhead, and those fucking bugs were hissing their whirligig song. He was exhausted and nervous at what kind of reception he'd get. Getting no answer to his knock, he peered through her screen door. The inside of her house looked dark and cool compared to the sweltering heat out here. Over 100 today, the cashier at the store had warned him. And Clay had nodded, of course, and the woman had no AC. He pulled open the door, unlatched as usual, and walked inside, calling her name. Quiet. Still. Relatively cool. With the windows shut, the busy drone from outside was held somewhat at bay, and it smelled like... What was that? Not flowers exactly. Not so girly as that, but close. It smelled cozy and clean, like herbs or cinnamon or something. A place to rest, to heal and restore not just your body, but your soul. He eyed the couch, considering a quick nap in this oasis while he waited for her, but pretty sure that wouldn't happen, since he could almost feel her presence out back. Setting his purchases down, he went through to the kitchen to the screened-in porch, where he finally caught sight of her, toward the rear of her yard, struggling with some huge wire structure wrapped in what looked like vines. Watching her, Clay smiled. There was something epic about this small woman and her big house, her massive garden, her funky animals. She yanked at the metal again, attempting to pry it up from the ground and replant it in the soil. She might have cussed, but he doubted it. Knowing her, she was probably whispering sweet nothings to the stupid object. He should go out there and help her. He should, but she was so perfect like this. Pissed, but civilized in a way he admired but could hardly comprehend. Anyway, he must have made some noise because suddenly her eyes were on him, wide and cautious, before creasing at the corners into a welcoming smile. Clay folded up a little bit inside at the sight. Or maybe he unfolded. It hurt, even that little unbending, like a cramp or a growing pain. It touched a part of him he wasn't used to feeling. All he could do was smile back. "Think you could lend me a hand?" she called. "Or you going to just stand there and watch me make a fool of myself?" Clay's smile widened, and he stepped outside, letting the door slam behind him. "I'm all yours, ma'am," he said, breathing in the cracked earth smell. "Help me with this tomato plant." "That's a tomato?" "Yes. The cucumbers seem to have attacked it, and they've all gone kind of crazy, and I've been so distracted by—" She stopped mid-sentence, and Clay wondered what she'd been about to say. "By me?" he finally asked, almost at her side now. After a quick second, where he figured she'd opened her mouth to protest, she closed it and nodded. One side of her mouth quirked up. And that, right there, was what was so absolutely appealing about this woman. No games, no bullshit, no hiding or embarrassment. Although that last might not be entirely true, if the blush working its way up her face was any indication. He wanted to touch his fingers to that blush, wanted to greet her with a kiss, but held back, uncomfortable with the impulse. Instead, he reached out, took the wire frame from her hands, and went to work. Clay's stomach had been growling for a good hour at least by the time he raised his head and noticed how far the sun had dipped in the sky. A look around showed the garden relatively still, aside from a bird or two. Even the chickens knew better than to stir up trouble in this heat. And George nowhere to be found. Things were looking pretty good after what had to be at least 5 hours of hard labor, and Clay felt deep satisfaction at the part he'd played. He flexed his shoulders, stretched, and swallowed a yawn. He hadn't had the best sleep last night. He slapped at a mosquito lazily, sipping from one more pinprick in his skin, and came away with a smear of blood. The bug bites itched like crazy, and he was hungry enough to eat a cow. Time to head in. Clay let his dirt-encrusted boots fall to the porch floor with a clunk before heading inside to find George exactly where he'd pictured her, in the kitchen. She'd changed into something white and flowing, loose and fresh-looking. He wanted to go up and put his hands on her waist, feel her flesh through the cool cotton, burn his mouth on her neck. "You hungry?" she asked, throwing a lazy smile over her shoulder. Fuck, she was pretty. His stomach tightened with something that felt strangely like fear. Starving. You're a mess. Want to go upstairs and grab a shower? Only if you come with me, he thought, although nothing she'd done made him think she'd feel that way about him in broad daylight. Sure. Didn't bring anything to change into, but she eyed him dubiously. I might have something that'll fit you. "'S okay. I'll just put these back on. Come on, she said, leading him up a staircase that was wide but creaky, to a bright landing, a cozy nook with a little desk and an armchair, and past her open bedroom door to the bathroom, the only one in the house. He hadn't been surprised at the clawfoot tub or the old-school enameled sink, but the whiteness of everything still shocked him a little, after the technicolor chaos of the rest of the house. White, he said. Your bathroom. It's so different. It's nice. Oh. She looked around, big green eyes blinking as if she'd never been here before. Thank you. Here, towels, and I'll find you something to put on. She disappeared, closing the door behind her, and he stood for a few seconds, alone, in her pristine bathroom, before reaching down to pull off his filthy t-shirt, one of the dozen he'd bought at her suggestion. He caught sight of himself in the hazy mirror over the sink, and the air blew raw through his throat. Fuck me. He took in the scabs and redness, the scar and the mean face. There'd been moments as a kid, or even in college, when he'd seen himself and stared into his eyes and failed to recognize the link between inside and out. But here, now, in this perfect, calm, white place, he saw with utter clarity the rightness of his skin. Ugly, inside and out. Ugly, like the tight knot of pain in his gut. With a scowl and a sniff, Clay stepped into the shower, wanting it cold, but getting only lukewarm. The water ran over his skin, highlighting his faults, rather than washing them away. This is what I am now, he thought defiantly. Condemned, past renovation. It worked, the water and the defiance, hardened his mind to the warmth of the woman who seemed to think he was worth saving. There was a quick knock on the door, followed by her voice. Found something? Thanks, he responded, knowing he wouldn't use it, whatever it was. This had dragged on long enough. He'd kept letting her think he was salvageable, but he wasn't, and spending time with her now was just giving her mixed messages. The wrong message. He had to go. Had to. With a metallic whistle, the shower curtain flew back, and she was there, completely naked, and in one fell swoop, he lost his breath, his decisiveness, his fucking mind. She stepped in, shrieked, and moved to turn the temperature dial. You're crazy, this is freezing. I'd have told you if you'd given me some warning, Clay said, as his hands found the wet, goose-bumped indentations of her waist. All misgivings forgotten in the face of her nudity, and pulled her in, fitting their bodies neatly together. It's what you deserve, though, for busting in on me like this. She sighed when he kissed her, a soft touching of lips overlaid with warm sluicing water, and Clay's shoulders relaxed, doubts and worries flushed down the drain like the dirt from her garden. It was fast and slow after that, too slow for his taste, because what he wanted was to press her up against the wall and shove into her. But that wasn't going to happen, or they'd fall in the slippery tub. Everything was quick, too, though. The way their kiss heated him from the inside out, the way it burned him hard and violent, the way she ate him up, pulling at his hair until he lowered his head, bit her nipple, and got harder at the low moan she let loose. Another tug at his hair, and she muttered into his mouth, I went and bought a box of condoms while you were out today. just in case? The words were so utilitarian, so practical, just like his little doctor inflamed him. So he dropped thoughtlessly to his knees, wanting, no, needing to taste her. His groan when he hit the porcelain wasn't of enjoyment, and if she hadn't been so open and pink and beautiful in front of him, he'd probably have rolled up into a little ball of pain. "Me too," he said with a chuckle, sucking in her smell, the trembling of her legs, the unfamiliar sight of a woman with her hair on her. Weird, wasn't it? How shaving had become the norm. Well, he liked this. It was a womanly sight rather than an ambiguously girly one, and he appreciated that. Unable to resist any longer, he leaned in and nuzzled her, right there, where her hair curled up thick, soft and wet, and she smelled like fucking heaven. Never one for useless teasing, he dove right in, tongue and teeth and his entire being focused on consuming this woman. Despite loving Tom, George could finally admit that he'd never gotten her quite this carried away. She remembered one time when they'd had oral sex. They'd watched a movie, Secretary maybe. The spanking scenes had gotten her totally riled, and they'd ended up somehow half-dressed on the sofa in a head-to-tail position. George had tried to enjoy it. She'd closed her eyes to the sight of her husband's testicles in her face and licked him while he'd performed his hallmark swirly tongue thing down below. She could remember, to this day, lying precariously side by side on the sofa, the smell of him in her nose, and the way he'd shoved his tongue deep inside her, neatly missing her clit with each rare pass to the north. She'd loved Tom, she had, but she'd never until now known real hunger, never wanted with such desperation, never felt every breath a man expelled with an awareness like pain, a connection too kinetic to understand. This man didn't need to touch her to make her feel. He just needed to breathe. And in this brief, wistful moment of comparison, she knew with certainty that she'd never feel this way with another person again. How could you, when you'd gotten this far, and there was one man, only one, who did this to you? "Stop it," her brain ordered. "If this is your only chance, you've got to enjoy it, not regret it before it's gone." And so she did. With a long, low "oh," she let her head fall forward, squinting at his dark hair sleek under the pelting water, and felt each pull of his lips, every scrape of his teeth, and slick slide of his tongue. It was when he looked up at her, his warm brown eyes blinking and lashes gathered into wet little commas, that she came, hard and debilitating, in his mouth. Muscles like jello, she sank to the bottom of the tub beside him and let his mouth take hers, explicit and musky, but gentle in a way he hadn't been before. Sweet slide of nose to nose, scrape of cheek to cheek, his hands on her breasts. They were too sensitive for it now, but she let him anyway. He could do whatever he wanted after the orgasm he'd just given her. The pulse in her clit completely unfamiliar. "You're so fucking beautiful," he said, gathering her to him. His voice was rough, raw, and she believed him. He was under her now, his legs straight and his hot, hard erection against her sex, her thighs around his waist. He took himself in hand, lifted her up a little, and angled himself down, giving her the brief notion that he'd penetrate her just like this, but instead sliding beneath her, leaving her empty, with nothing but an illicit shiver of disappointment. But the disappointment fled as he started to move, all business, his eyes locked on where their bodies came together, his shoulders flexed, and he moved her forward and back, her wet heat lubricating him. "This is good," he breathed into her ear, and it was. It was perfect, dirty and rough, but somehow sweet beneath it all. He looked so needy, the way his brows sank and those stark lines etched deeper into his skin, his scar taut and white. Scrawled across his lower lid in stark contrast to that sweet sweep of lashes, the scabbed-up ink tried hard to look like fighting words, but came out empty and weak in comparison to the true beauty of the man. A good man, she knew, could feel it in her bones, certain in a way that should have worried her, but instead only made her want to give him things, her body, and food, and love. The water ran cold by the time he got close to finishing, pulling her quickly away to yank his erection up between them and give her a chance to help. She grasped him hard, the press of his skin between hers, igniting her as it had since the first time she'd grazed him, wearing a thin nitrile glove. Something snapped in her brain. Synapses connected, fuses blew. He clasped a big hand over hers, tightening even more, and showing her the rhythm he needed, his eyes skipping over her body until, for one frantic moment, they landed hard on hers, vague and young-looking, before closing, and he spilled all over their joined fists, his cum emerging in hot, short bursts, too quickly washed away by the water. After drying off, Clay moved to put his nasty clothes back on, but George stopped him by throwing a worn, brown terry-cloth robe in his face and racing off with his dirty stuff, giggling. He got her back in the kitchen a short while later when he snuck up on her doing dishes, pinching her under the ribs and sending her into a squealing vertical leap. Her reaction was so adorable that he had to kiss her right there against the sink, and before he knew it, her hands were on him, under the robe, and they would have gone at it again on the kitchen floor if some timer hadn't gone off, sending them apart like guilty teenagers. He liked her like this, flirty and light. He liked himself like this, which was rare enough to shock him into silence for the few minutes it took her to get their food plated. They wound up eating on the porch, with front row seats to a fucking cicada symphony, and Clay was only minimally bothered by it. It was George, he figured, watching her eat out of the corner of his eye. Her presence muffled the buzzing, dulled the agony. It felt good not to hurt quite so much. They talked about her plants for the garden. He asked what needed work in the house, and all of it was done with a blind eye to reality, to the weirdness of the two of them, such an ill-suited pair, discussing normal things. He couldn't just hang out here with this woman for the rest of his life. He couldn't because he had a job to do. Or he would eventually. He had a life to get back to, duties. It was all he knew, and he couldn't imagine doing anything else, although at this point, he couldn't imagine going back either. So maybe I can do this right now. He tried out the thought, and no bells went off in his brain. For once. Just for now. She got up, cleared their dishes, and disappeared inside, leaving him with the precarious happiness he'd allowed himself. "Leave the dishes," he called after her. "I'll do them." "I should hope so," was her sassy reply. And he liked it. I like her, he thought, in this rare moment of clarity. No vengeance, no violence, no bitterness to cloud him. I really like her. Although like had never ached so much before. 15. There were practical things to deal with, dishes to wash and lights to turn out, but none of that mattered. How could it matter when George's life had just shifted so drastically? She tugged Andrew's hand, brought him up the stairs to her room, to her bed. He shut the door, which she found sweet, and walked toward her in the dark, dropping the bathrobe as he went. Her husband's bathrobe, the one that had finally lost his smell. It should have bothered her. It would have on any other man, but not this one, not this man, whose arrival in her life had been brutally unexpected, but whose presence was now so very right. Andrew's hands on her face were gentle, his fingers rough against her mouth, his thumb firm on her tongue. She sucked it in, let him paint her lips with her saliva, and shuddered when he closed in with a kiss. She couldn't see him in the dark, his ink and his scars, and the life story he wore like a sordid badge. But she knew him in ways she couldn't quite fathom. And this kiss, this moment, twisted something inside her. She let him peel off her clothes, helping him with the buttons on her dress. Her breathing picked up as his hand made its way down her side, curving along her waist and hip to squeeze her bottom and pull her in against him. "You got those condoms somewhere close by?" "Left mine out in the truck." "Bedside table," she said in a rush, and things went fast. On the bed now, with his heavy body sprawled across her, and all she wanted to do was stroke him, like a woman, not a doctor, straight to those hard little nipples that had given him away in her office, down over his belly, where she could picture the ink, but couldn't feel it. His shoulders. God, they were thick. The heft of them surprised her, affected her in a visceral way. "Please don't," he interrupted her progress, one hand clamped on her wrist. "Don't what?" "Touch me like that." "Like what?" "All soft and sweet, and like you care." "But I do care." She stopped herself. "Why don't you want me to touch you?" "You touch me like that, George, I'm gonna blow in 2 seconds." "Really?" "Got no idea how close you get me when you touch me like that." "Fuck. In your office even." "Really?" she breathed, remembering how there'd been no tenderness on the stairs the night before, only heat and passion. "You're so soft," he said. "I want to make you feel better." "Here," he said, putting her hand on his erection tight. "Hang on. You're afraid tenderness will make you—" He let out a dry little half laugh. "Yeah, freaky, huh? I'll come too soon if you're nice to me, but you can jack me as hard as you want. How fucked up is that?" "I want to touch you." "Later. I can't take it now. Please." A quick slide of her palm over his erection brought a grunt to his lips. It lit her on fire. "You like that?" she asked, teasing, actually teasing a man for what might have been the first time in her life. "Yes. Fuck yes," he groaned. "Do it again. Squeeze my cock." His cock, she thought, pulling at him hard, wanting to leave an imprint of herself, a mark as indelible as the others on his body. More indelible because she'd get rid of the tattoos. But this, she squeezed him, letting her hand take in the contours of his cock. This she wanted him to remember. Your cock. What do you call this? She asked, running a hand lightly over her sex. Your pussy, he said. She grimaced. I don't like that. His eyes roamed her face and narrowed with dawning understanding. All right, your cunt. Pleasure sparked deep and low in her body. That's a bad word, she said, half teasing. But not a bad thing. My cunt? She ran a hand over herself again, dipping in to show him her explorations. Fuck, George, you're killing me. I'm sorry, she whispered, not meaning it one bit. Get a condom. Andrew's words came out as an order. She let him go just long enough to obey. Put it on me, he said, and she got wetter from the roughness of his words, the ragged quality of his voice. It took too long to open the drawer, pull out the box, and struggle with the cardboard. Too long for Andrew, apparently, because in a flash he was up and on her, grabbing it from her hands and tearing it open, sending little packets everywhere. A giggle formed in George's throat when he finished rolling it on and pulled her onto his lap. But it caught there as the blunt head of him sought her out, rubbing once, twice against her until it found her opening and sank in, 1 inexorable inch at a time. Slow, slow, painfully slow, but good. Better than anything she'd felt in a lifetime. 1,000,000 lifetimes. Better than the night before. More explicit and real. Less of a dream. He'd gotten inside her all the way, with her on his lap, stretched around him, too full to move. Not just her cunt, but her throat and her chest, where emotion swelled. A tear rolled down George's face, a rogue bit of love or something equally mushy. She wiped it fast so he couldn't see it, and went to lift herself up, but he grasped her hips and held her still. Don't, baby, I can't. He finished on a groan, an uncontrollable, dark, desperate sound that made her want to move even more, swallowed up by desire. She lifted up, her thighs trembling with the effort. But it was so worth it when his hands bit into her hips, fingers hard points seared into her body. Every slide up, every inch back down was a slow, smooth glide, gorged with sensation. You don't fucking know, do you? He asked, and indeed, she had no idea. Another slide up, and one of his hands shifted to her butt and slammed her back down too hard, wrenching a gasp from her lungs. Again, he brought her up, fast and furious, and down, leading the dance, his rhythm so much more vigorous than hers, a piston to counter her caresses. And that speed, that power, pushed her toward climax unexpectedly, brought her close, so close she almost wanted to stop him, almost, but not quite, because who in their right mind would say no to an orgasm like the one his body promised? It was the slap on her ass, though, that pushed her, groaning, over the edge. Sharp and stinging, and reminiscent of that long-ago screening of Secretary. It sent her mind elsewhere, while her body convulsed and pulsed around his cock, the orgasm inescapable. Andrew's hard gasps warmed George's face before he kissed her, ate at her, consumed her again, and left her nothing but the quivering shell of a woman satisfied. It wasn't until she came back down, collapsed over Andrew's lap, that she realized he was still inside her and very much not finished. "Do whatever you want," she thought. And then she said the words, which led to a breathless, eager-sounding, "Yeah?" "Within reason," she laughed, and he joined in weakly. "I want to do everything to you right now, George. I mean, everything. I want to fuck you everywhere, and shit, I'm not usually out of control like this." "No," George answered, feeling lightheaded from the possibilities. Lust. The man lusted after her. How crazy was that? "Well, pick one." His laughter moved him in her, and she tightened unconsciously around him, drawing a helpless, crazed-sounding moan from his lips. She'd move again, she'd just decided, when he pulled out and tapped her hip. "Lie down, I wanna—" He didn't finish, but she knew what she wanted right now. She wanted to see his face while he came. She wanted to see how lost he'd look, and thankfully, there was just enough moonlight to give her that. George lay pale and ghost-like against her sheets, her body strong and very much alive. He settled between her thighs, needing to get back inside her, where everything was right in the world. Quickly, faster than he'd meant to, he shoved back in, the smell of sex and latex coming at him in a sultry whoosh and dragging him back, against his will, to another place, another time, a world he wanted more than anything to forget. Fuck no, he was here with this woman now, and he wouldn't let his mind take him back to that hell. She must have felt something, because her arms were around him, comforting and tender, tight and firm, her thighs encircling his hips, and he wanted this. Not just the sex, but the rest of what she had to offer. In a way he'd wanted little else in his life. But first, he wanted to come. He thrust into her a few times, not deep enough, not as far as he wanted to go. One hand beneath her ass, he dragged her up, pushed one of her legs to her chest with his other hand, and there he pounded, as hard as he could, forgetting who she was, the delicate sweetness. He didn't think he'd ever fucked so hard, so wild, so out of control. He heard her scream, a strange sound, soft and muted. And when he pulled back into his brain, truly focused, he saw his ugly, scarred hands pressing tightly into her perfect white throat. "Fuck," he grunted, pulling out and shooting up off the bed, breath gone wild, head buzzing, eyes impossible to clear. "I hurt you." "I'm fine," she said, the hand at her throat proving the lie. "I don't hurt women." "I'm not a victim, Andrew. I want to be here. I want to be with you." "Even if I hurt you?" he said, hating the reedy sound of his voice. "I'm not afraid of you." "You should be. Damn it, look at me, for God's sake." I liked the spanking," she said, head turning away. Are you planning on hurting me more than that? Who the hell knows? I mean, your throat. He stalked to the closed door and rammed his fist into the hard wood with a quiet, "Fuck." And oh, the pain was good. Letting go was good, so good. I go into my head sometimes, and then I can't control it, the shit I do. You've seen me. I could hurt you, and I wouldn't even know it till it's too late. Too fucking late, George. His mind slipped back to Kathy, with a K, against the clubhouse wall. He pictured fucking her there, above and beyond the call of duty, but so very in character for Indian Greer. He remembered pulling out, loosening the fist he'd had wrapped tightly in her hair, stroking her face, and then her shoulder, in an odd, platonic, placating gesture, and then waiting a half-second before muttering a quiet, "Sorry," and walking away. Those memories were fine, though, compared to the image of Kathy's dead, blank eyes, staring at him from beside him at the bottom of the well only a couple of weeks later. She'd just been more collateral damage, killed because of her link to the club. The murder of Kathy, with a K, had been the last straw, and even that had been rife with shame. He could have saved her. He'd torn himself up about Kathy, for not getting her out in time, for using her. But the worst part, the very worst thing of all, the thing that ate him up inside, made him worthless, soulless, and ready for hell, was that, even in death, she hadn't meant enough to mark him, because the face he'd seen attached to her body, bruised and battered, and thrown down there like unwanted trash, hadn't even been hers. It had been Carly's. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't for the life of him remember what Kathy, with a K, looked like. Andrew stood, rigid, at the foot of her bed, doing a strange, heavy breathing that scared her as nothing else would. He could have yelled and screamed and threatened her physically, and she wouldn't have felt half as helpless as she did right then, because she wanted to love him, she realized, with a tragic dose of reality. Tragic, because you couldn't love a man like this and not get hurt. She shouldn't love him at all. Not after so little time, not after all the strife. But she wanted to. She wanted to give him that. Maybe even give it to herself. Across the room, the moon highlighted wet streaks on his face. Crying. He was crying. And George wanted to fix it. Fix everything. She'd do whatever it took to take him in, to protect him, to make him better. And not just his skin, but every beautiful, scarred inch of his psyche. She stood up and walked to him, put a hand out, let it rest on his chest, and when he opened his arms just a little, she moved in, settled against him. "It's okay, Andrew," she whispered into his neck. "I'm here. I'm here." After a while, he let out a shuddering breath and pushed away gently from her to walk out into the hall and then the bathroom. She heard the water run and wondered if this was it. This man wouldn't stick around to discuss it, whatever it was. He couldn't. He had too much pride. He couldn't let her take care of him and still keep his man card, or whatever the hell they carried around besides their big cars and penises. With a sigh, she followed him to the bathroom, hesitating outside the closed door. "Andrew?" Nothing, except the turning of the faucet and the water stopping. "Please stay." She could hear him sigh, even through the door, and could only picture how heartfelt it was. "You don't want my brand of crazy, George. I'll only drag you down." "I thought we discussed this, Andrew. I thought we established that I could decide these things for myself." A weird, choked-sounding chuckle came through the wood, and George relaxed slightly against the door. George swallowed, not entirely sure she should reveal this much, but too honest to lie. "I don't want to give this up. I don't care how hard it is. I like you, and I don't want to lose whatever we're doing, okay, Andrew?" Another sigh, and the door swung unexpectedly back. Good thing he was there to catch her. He kissed her, hard, and she didn't care. She wanted it. She liked it like that. "It's not Andrew." It was hard to pull back and focus after a kiss like that, but she managed, bleary-eyed, her pulse going 1,000,000 miles an hour. "My name. It's not Andrew." She blinked. "Oh." "My name's Clay." "I see," she said, stepping cautiously out of his arms. "No, baby. No, you really don't see." "Why don't you tell me then?" "How much time you got?" "For this? As much time as it takes." George swallowed. "Clay?" "What's your last name?" she asked a few seconds later. He nodded, resigned. "Navarro." "Oh." She looked confused and took another step back, eyeing him. After another beat, she seemed to come to some decision. "It suits you." "Yeah?" "To a T. It's sexy." That surprised a chuckle out of him. Would you like a drink or something, Clay? No, thank you. I want to come clean." "Oh, right. Well, do you mind if I—" She led him back to her room, sat in the rocking chair, hands in her lap, face strong and set, and waited for whatever news he had to give. Christ, he liked this woman. Like, really, really liked her. Pushing back a wave of emotion, Clay sucked in a breath and settled into the armchair, needing to tell the truth. Was an undercover agent with the ATF. George's eyes were huge, her face unnaturally pale. Still an agent, but actually, I'm not entirely sure I still have a job. Coming here, boss wanted me to take a break, but I'm keeping my location quiet and she's pretty pissed. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I wanted you to be a good guy, George said, looking like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. So badly. Yeah, I get that. So, you were undercover? Yeah. Can't talk about my last case too much. Still hasn't gone to trial. But I wanted you to know, I guess I'm tired of looking like a bad guy all the time, although I've done some pretty horrible things. In the line of duty? He grimaced. Yeah. Didn't always feel like it, though. Why not? I don't know how to explain. He took a breath and rubbed a hand over his face, wishing everything were more like the movies, all black or white, good or bad. How could he explain this in-between shit to a civilian? Going undercover's like a blood transfusion or something. Like, you've got to make room for the soulless bastard you'll be pretending to be for the foreseeable future. And to do that, you've got to willingly rip out essential parts of yourself. Parts like honor, And humanity? The shit that made you want to do your job in the first place? That shit's got to go, 'cause it's what'll get you made, right? So, by the time I'd finished with the Sultans, I was one of them. A full-fledged, motherfucking asshole of a murderous sultan. George gasped and started to speak. What? Wait, I don't... Did you? No, but there were moments when I got pretty fucking close. Times when I'd be egging one of my brothers on and... He stood, clearly startling George, and pulled his shirt up to reveal the severe burn on his side. Remember you asked me about this? Who did this to me? I did, George. Me. I took a hot-ass iron, dialed it up high as it would go, and pressed it right over the tat there. You want to know why? No. Stop it. George wanted to scream. Don't say another word. I don't want to know. But the desperation on Clay's face was enough to make her stop and shove back the tears surging into her eyes and stinging her sinuses. Tell me. 'Cause I asked for that tat. Not like these. He pointed to his eyes, or the ones on my hands. Those were forced on me. But this one was my sultan self, feeling it, feeling like one of the brothers. What about the one on your back? No, I got that when I became a full-fledged member. That one's standard issue. If I wanted into the club, I had to get the colors on the back. This was me. Not me, Clay, but me, Indian Greer, telling those assholes that I'd die for them. Wanting to die for them? He looked down at her defiantly, and George wasn't at all sure how he expected her to react. How messed up is that, huh, George? The tears overflowed. The feelings, too. And George stood up, went to where he sat in that old wing-back chair, and ducked to wrap her arms around him. She didn't say a thing. The worst part, he went on, his voice floating into the air above her head as she squeezed into the tiny bit of leftover space. The worst part is that those fuckers killed my sister. George stilled, shifted back and waited, her breath audible in her ears. It was personal. Me joining the Sultans. Always personal. He sat watching her defiantly, waiting, if George wasn't mistaken, for her to throw him out or something. Instead, she took his hand and nudged him until he sat back and made more room for her beside him. Tell me the story, she said, sliding in close. You don't want to hear about. I want to hear your story, Clay. Tell me your story. My story? Who are you? Where are you from? I don't know anything. It's not very... Tell me about you. And your sister, please. Forehead resting on his fists, tension palpable. He shook his head. Okay. You don't have to. She ran a finger over one of those fists, felt it loosen, took it in her hand and waited him out. I don't know where to start, he finally said. How old are you? 34. Where are you from? Baltimore. He paused, head tilted to the side, and focused on her. How old are you, Doc? 33. He gave a satisfied harumph and wrapped one of those solid arms around her. So, the Clay Navarro story, short version. Long version's fine, too. How about the medium version? Okay. I grew up, kinda lower middle class, I guess you could say. Working class, she corrected, in her know-it-all way, before tamping that down. Right. Blue collar or whatever. I'll stop interrupting, sorry. Don't be, said Clay, with a small smile in her direction. He squeezed her hand. So, we did okay, with both my parents working. Then my mom died when we were little. Who's we? Oh, sorry. I thought I'd told you. Carly. There was a moment of silence, and George could feel the importance of the name. Your sister. He nodded. My little sister. Okay, go on. So, anyway, Mom got breast cancer, and, well, she died. And without health insurance, we ended up living in the projects. George swallowed past the lump swelling in her throat. Christ, I didn't mean to go back this far. Clay swiped a hand over his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and went on. I was pretty close with her. He paused before saying the name again. It came out strangely slow and foreign-sounding. Carly. After Mom died, we got pretty close. The place where we lived sucked. And Dad didn't do so well. You know, Baltimore. Not the easiest place in the world, especially for a Latin American whose English was still rough. So anyway, Dad died when... Your father, too? What of? Untreated pneumonia. I'm so sorry. Shitty job, no savings, no insurance, and he wasn't all that fond of hospitals, so, yeah, anyway. I wanted to be a history teacher of all things. I'd had a good one in high school, inspiring, you know. And so, the plan was, community college first, and then too much detail. He urged her to shift to one side and stood up, running his hands through his hair, and George watched him cross the room, flick aside her bedroom curtain, which she didn't remember closing, and look outside. Paranoid or just cautious, she suddenly wasn't so sure. He told the next part from his spot by the window, voice muffled. Carly was a wild child. She was impatient and needy, and, man, she was a handful. I tried to help her, tried to keep her in line, but I had my own things I wanted to do, so by the time I realized shit wasn't what it was supposed to be, she was... He turned, met her eyes, and she thought she'd never seen a face so filled with pain, so marked by regret. She was too far gone. Hooked on smack, crank, whatever the hell she could get her hands on. And she'd gotten into this Aryan Brotherhood thing, which was fucking ironic considering our dad was South American, so I tried to get her out. I swear I tried, George. He was pleading with her now, and George's eyes burned with a new veil of unshed tears. I tried, but it was too late. Too late for my baby sister, and the hand that ran through his hair shook with emotion, and she wanted to get up and hold him. Carly got involved with those fucking creeps, and eventually, or actually pretty fucking quickly, she died. His eyes, when they met George's, were naked, raw, open, sad, but not dead, at least. No, so alive with pain that she could feel it, a gaping wound in the middle of her bedroom. She did get up then, crossed to him, and wrapped her arms around him, trying her best to hold his broken pieces together. And you joined the ATF after that? My mission in life's been to take those fuckers down. I'm sorry, Clay. I'm so sorry. You know, I haven't told this story since right after it happened. The cops didn't give a shit. They had bigger fish to fry than some poor little smackhead like Carly. But I knew exactly who'd done it. It was the fucker she'd been hanging out with. A racist MC son of a bitch. Those bastards killed her. The official line was that it was an OD, but I'd seen her body. I'd seen what those motherfuckers had done to her, and I knew. He stopped talking, and she tightened her hold before stepping back. Jesus, how did I end up here? With you. The most amazing woman I've ever met. I'm not sure I deserve this, whatever this is. Whatever it is, she echoed. And looking at this man, she knew it was more than sex. She wanted to show him with her body, her embrace. Come on, she whispered. Come to bed with me, she urged him. Please. There's more. I want to tell you everything. I know. Let's go to bed and you can tell me. They settled in, Clay on his back and George on her side, facing him. She wanted to touch him everywhere, to wrap him up and never let him back out. She wanted to save him. Instead, she put her head on his shoulder, curled one arm over his chest, and waited. I don't know where to start. She pictured Clay, the first time she'd seen him. Your eyelids, she said with a long caress. Start with your eyelids. That was Ape, a.k.a. Harold Herndon. But he'd beat the crap out of anyone who used his real name. So, Harold, she forced a smile. He did your lids? Yeah. When he didn't go on, she prodded. Against your will? With a tattoo needle against my eyeball. He paused, shuddered, and then turned to her. Same night I was shot. The whole damned operation was coming together that night. Ape and I were supposed to go with Handles for the final exchange, but he surprised us all by leaving alone. He must have known, even then, about me. Or had his doubts. And while he was gone, somebody ratted me out to Ape. Who was it? How did they know? Still got no idea. But it was someone close. You mean? I mean somebody on the inside. Someone who's supposed to be on my team. Oh no. They shut me up in my room, waiting for Handles to come and, I don't know, deliver the fatal blow or whatever. That's when the shit really hit the fan. I wound up on a bed with a couple of bullet holes in my back, one in my thigh. George's pulse took off fast, too fast. He had to see he was killing her. Your thigh? She reached down and ran a hand down one leg, then the other, until she found it. A chunk taken out of the side of his thigh. This is why you limp. Yeah. Clay, It wasn't the worst thing that ever happened to me. Another time, I got stuck at the bottom of a well shaft with a dead woman and another biker. Another biker? You thought of yourself as one of them? Yeah, I was one of them. She took that in, understood it for what it was, a warning, an admission of guilt. Had to be in order to get them to believe. He hesitated. And the woman? George tilted her head back to get a good look at him. Was she someone you loved? Jesus, he said. No, I didn't love her, which is so much worse. She was... He turned his face away. She was nobody. What were you doing at the rival club attacked us? He leaned away from her. Why am I doing this, George? Telling you this shit? I'm looking back at my life, and it's like this big hunk of Swiss cheese, you know? Only instead of air, it's full of huge black holes, and no matter how hard I try, no matter how much I work to push those holes away, I get sucked back in, over and over again, every single goddamn night. Clay rolled slightly, trying to rid himself of George's weight. She let him. I shouldn't have brought it up. I'm just this big black hole, and you're so full of sunshine. What if all this shit rubs off on you? She opened her mouth to respond, but he stopped her, shook his head as if to clear it, and went on through tightly clenched teeth. Something I need to tell you, George. She stilled. After everything he'd just laid at her feet, his tone of voice said this was worse. Okay, she said reluctantly. I watched you. Before. What? Stood out there in the woods across the street. Watched over you. He laughed, a hard, regretful sound, and something uncomfortable shimmered down George's back. You watched me? God, it's even worse out loud, isn't it? It's such a bad world, you know. And after you got attacked by those little thugs, I couldn't stand the idea of you being on your own, with no idea of all the shit out there. So I came here and made sure you didn't get hurt again. Have you done this before, with other women? He let out another harsh laugh. No. Apparently, I'm only recently turned to the dark side. As understanding dawned, everything inside of George softened, opened up. What must it be like to be this man, walking around with the weight of the world on his shoulders? Every night, George. It's wrong and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But I just wanted to make sure you were safe. I couldn't stand to see you get hurt again. George swallowed back that image of this man standing sentinel in front of her house, doing the only thing he apparently knew how to do, taking care of people, saving them. Just not himself, it turned out. He needed someone else to do that for him. He looked devastated when she took his cheeks between her hands. It's okay, she said, granting him the absolution he couldn't give himself. Let me take care of you, Clay. Let me hold you. Will you do that? Will you just let me hold you tonight? He nodded. This big, hard, uncompromising man. And once the incomprehension left his face, the hope she saw there was so bright, so new, so clearly against the grain that it nearly broke her heart. 16. George awoke on her bedroom floor and unwound herself carefully from Clay's arms. ATF agent Clay Navarro. She considered trying to rouse him and get him to move to the bed, but decided against it. Best to leave him there, where he seemed to be getting actual rest, as opposed to whatever he'd suffered through while they'd lain on the mattress. Quietly, she moved around, gathered the things she'd need for work, took a quick shower, fed and released the animals, and left, feeling, Lord, what would you call this sensation? Giddy? Certainly. Fulfilled, yes, but not quite happy. Satisfied, but not content. Something was missing. Something she'd forgotten about, and she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She was the first to arrive at the clinic, her brain fully occupied with thoughts of Clay as she set up for her patients and shifted gears in her mind, preparing to face a day of work when all she really wanted to do was help him tackle his demons. The day dragged by, the usual medical conundrums failing to fascinate her the way they normally did, the way they should, and all she wanted was to get back home, to him, if he was still there. Her mood, giddy one moment, swung drastically at the knowledge that he'd probably run as far and fast as possible after last night's intimacy. He wasn't the type of man who could handle closeness like that. And yet, she thought of the way he'd accepted her late-night comfort, and a wave of affection ran through her. Yes, she wanted to help him. But it was more than that. So much more. She finally drove home, wondering, unsure, excited, worried. And then she was there, and his truck wasn't. It wasn't until she caught sight of the bare new boards in her front steps that she let herself hope he might have decided to stay. It was Clay's third trip to Blackwood Big Value Hardware, and the clerk, probably the owner, judging from his age and attitude, laughed right in his face as he pushed through the door. "Just closing up for the night, son," the man said. "You forget something else?" "No, sir. Just switching projects." "Done with those steps?" "Everything but the paint." That elicited an impressed pursing of the man's lips, which gave Clay a burst of pride. "Smart to let it cure first. What you got going now?" "Thought I'd start on the clapboard." "Whoa, you taking the whole thing down?" "No, just a bit. Here." He placed a rotten board on the guy's counter. "Getting smarter, ain't we?" "Yep. Slow learner, but it sinks in eventually." "Got some of this out back in the lumberyard. How much you need?" "About a dozen." "Where'd you say this house is?" "Didn't." "Wouldn't be Dr. Hadley's house, would it? Over on Jason Lane?" Before Clay could answer, the man went on. "Nice woman, the doc. Down at the IGA one day, and she come up to me at the register and told me I needed to go and see someone. What with the spot I had here." He pointed at the top of his shiny, bald head. "Saw me that day. Cut the dang thing out and all. Turned out to be a melanoma. And we caught it good and quick. Darn good woman, that doc." He eyed Clay in a way that wasn't quite as benevolent as it had been before, the big wad of snuff in his cheek making him look like an angry chipmunk. An angry old chipmunk. "You take good care of that house now," he said, but the subtext was obvious. Replace house with woman, and the man was warning him clear as day. After he'd loaded everything into the back of his truck, Clay went back inside to pay. Halfway to the register, his eyes landed on a bag of heavy-duty zip ties. He threw those onto the counter and waited as the man rang him up. As he reemerged onto the sidewalk with the old man, Clay let his eyes take in the town around him. Closing time. The people of Blackwood were headed home for the day, like who's in Whoville. The poor fuckers had no idea. No idea. A few feet farther up the walk, a door opened, and 3 figures emerged. Clay recognized 2 of them instantly as the little shits who'd attacked George, his first weekend here. But it took them a bit longer to notice him standing there. Beside him, Clay felt the energy from the hardware store guy. Nervous, edgy, and clearly unhappy. Everything shifted when the punks caught sight of him and stilled, frozen like deer in the headlights. "Going somewhere?" he asked, almost smiling at their reactions. The fear, the hatred, the childish bravado. "No, sir," came the reply, finally, and the 3 kids turned to walk away fast. "Great day," said the man beside him. "You wouldn't be the one who beat the crap out of those 2 the other night, would you?" When he didn't answer, The hardware store man spat a long brown stream of saliva into the gutter before going on, looking Clay up and down through eyes that had grown distinctly friendlier. "Get on now, son. See you tomorrow." The man's words followed Clay to his truck, and he whistled. Actually whistled aloud on the short trip home. It wasn't until he was about halfway there that he realized he'd started thinking of George's place as home. Christ, he was in trouble. When Clay pulled up to George's, her car was there and the house was open. The screen door squeaked as he let himself inside, and he heard the scrape of one of her kitchen chairs before she appeared at the end of the hall. Christ, her face, so beautiful, this woman, radiant, everything loosened in his body. In the kitchen he kissed her, sucked in the warm tomato and garlic air, and accepted the plate she pushed at him. He loved the way she made him sit across from her, their feet entwined beneath the table. Afterward, they went out to the porch, where she lit a ton of candles, and he settled onto the wicker sofa they'd shared yesterday morning. George disappeared, and a minute later, guitar music curled from a speaker in the kitchen. She came back onto the porch on quiet, bare feet, a tin of cookies in hand. She took one, handed him the rest with a smile, and curled up on the armchair across from him. "What you doing all the way over there?" he asked, all heavy and warm. She shrugged. "You looked content on your own. I didn't want to disturb that." They sat for a while, taking in the fading light, apart, but together. George finally spoke. "Thank you for all the work you've been doing." "Sure." "You're a miracle worker," she said, facing the darkening yard. "The garden has never looked so pruned. And the steps. Usually I feel like I'm channeling those women from Grey Gardens." "What's that?" "It's a movie, based on a true story, actually a documentary originally. These women live in their massive old mansion while it falls to pieces around them. They have mental health issues, and it's tragic," she finished, with a big breath and a forced smile. "Anyway, I've got too many projects." "What, you? Nah." "Yes, and don't lie to make me feel better." "Am I one of those projects?" he asked, going for nonchalant but feeling anything but. She looked him straight in the eye. "No." He didn't believe her, but decided to let it go. Sometimes it was better not to delve too deeply into a person's reasons. He, of all people, with his experience of the darker side of humanity, should know that. He changed the subject. "Who is this?" "The music? David Gray." "This is old, isn't it? From the 90s, right? Your musical taste is stuck like 20 years ago?" "Really? Usually it's more like 40. "Well, whatever decade you're from," he said, squinting at her, "you, Dr. Hadley, are an old soul." Practical, stoic Clay Navarro believes in souls. Intriguing. "I'm perceptive." He put on a defensive voice, but softened it with a grin. "Sometimes." "I know that," was her only response before they disappeared back into their heads, soaking in the earthy smells of the garden and the sad strains of the music against the night's never-ending soundtrack, all of it bathed in candlelight. After a bit, another song came on, one he kind of recognized from back in his young and sentimental days. High, soft guitar chords, intense but quiet. He closed his eyes and let it affect him, let the music work its way under his skin, pricking through his eyeballs and somewhere inside his chest. It got more rhythmic, swinging like a lullaby. His skin burned with recognition, and then the words slid out, warm and sad and sweet and straight from the memory of his sister's CD player. His skin pebbled over. So much noise in my life, Clay thought. So much. So fucking much. In stereo, all over, everywhere. Layers upon layers of it. Enough to smother you. He turned back into the music, listened to the words, which didn't make sense alone, but with the strumming guitar, this woman, this ache. He was in a bubble that only a soothing voice, a practical white hand, a warm pair of sparkling green eyes could pierce. And then, he was a balloon, losing air, wheezing until there was nothing left. Empty. He kept his eyes closed tight, not wanting to listen, but needing the rest of the song, the high, plaintive call to God, over and over until Clay's eyes opened. George was there, strong and soft and decent, and the only person he'd ever wanted with such intensity. "Come here," he scraped out, needing her. "I think you should be the one to get up," she said, although she had to see how mixed up he was right now. She had to. But he did it anyway. He stood, his leg miraculously holding him, and limped the few steps to where she sat, enveloped in her bewitching brand of night music. "Why'd you put this song on?" he asked. Her brows lifted. "Hallelujah?" "Yeah." "I love this song." "You love a lot of songs." Her smile looked confused. "I do." "You seem to—" He cleared his throat, started over again. "To love a lot of things." "Love?" She shrugged. "There's no reason not to. It's not like we're given a finite amount of love at birth." "Oh, yeah? You got enough to spare?" Clay didn't realize until he'd said the words quite how they'd sound. But once they were out, their meaning spun dangerously in the air between them. "You just going to stand there?" George asked, looking up at him through her lashes. It occurred to him that she was toying with him. He was dying inside, or coming awake, or something equally painful, and this woman was flirting. "May I have this dance?" he asked, holding out his hand to the strains of heavenly guitar. George stood. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" "What?" Clay asked. "You think this is more dangerous than what we did on the steps? In the shower? Your bed? Your goddamn office? It's just a dance," he lied. She looked at him, her eyes big and liquid. "It's never just anything with us, Clay, is it?" God, he loved the sound of his name on her lips. He pulled her into his arms, probably too warm for this heat, but so elemental that temperature didn't matter. Your own skin is always just right, after all. Slowly, he moved, and their bodies shifted together to the sad, sad music, with nobody but a cat and bats and a million little insects to witness them. Her head felt perfect on his chest, over his collarbone, and he danced, something he'd never thought to do again. Finally, the song came to its mournful end, and they stilled, standing together, breathing, just breathing. And through the deafening white noise, he could feel one thing perfectly, the beating of this woman's heart against his. "Jesus, lady," Clay whispered into the top of her head. "What the hell are you doing to me?" Clay kissed her on the porch, in the kitchen, and by the front door, leaving her waiting, dazed, when he ran out to his truck for something. Then, again on the stairs, a shivering flashback to 2 nights before. He filled her with wonder, this big man with his rough hands and hard eyes, whose lips were plush and tender, too soft to make sense, but perfect, perfect against hers. He urged her up the last few steps, then into her room, where clothes started coming off, and they landed on her bed in a messy, moaning heap. Nothing but underwear separating them. "I can't," his gruff voice started, and she knew exactly what he meant, but she couldn't either. She couldn't get enough, wanted to consume him, eat him, pour him inside her, meld and melt and come apart with him. Her hands on him made him groan until he moved them off. "You know I can't. Can't last if you touch me like that." "Like what?" "Like you mean it." George stilled, eyes hurting, lungs tight, breath scraping roughly against her throat. "I do mean it, Clay." "Fuck." His eyes slid back and forth over hers, and something passed between them. He dipped his hips, letting his erection slide against her panties, even through the cotton she was wet. Kissing again, crazed, her hands all over him despite his protests, stroking taut shoulders, enjoying the thick muscles of his arms, and somehow managing to avoid the places where his skin was chafed and burned from the laser. "Good. So fucking good," he muttered hotly against the side of her face as their sexes came together. The rhythm perfect, the feel utterly explicit. And then his underwear was shoved down and hers pushed aside, and George groaned at the feel of him there. Slick and sliding and swollen, and Jesus, her breasts were sensitive, tight and painful, and absolutely dying for his touch. It had never been like this. Never. Not in high school with Dylan Dean, not in her marriage bed. Never. He leaned back, his eyes glittering in the lamplight. Clay grasped one of her legs and lifted it, bit the calf, and let his eyes travel from her face to her sex, where they stayed to watch him work and work and work through all that wetness her body had created. Never before, she thought, drinking in the sight of him, her body dying for more of a taste. "Fuck me, Clay," she said, and with satisfaction watched as the intense focus in his features fell apart. 17. "Stay there," Clay said, and watched with satisfaction as she complied. He got up, eager as a goddamn kid, yanked his shorts all the way off, and reached for the plastic bag he'd brought in from his truck. And Christ, her eyes on him made him thicker, harder. He ripped the bag open and pulled a zip tie from it, then stilled when he saw her eyes change, from lust to curiosity, but he was grateful to note no fear. "What are you doing?" She sat up. "I have to stop hurting you." "What? You're not—" "I almost fucking choked you last night, George. Not gonna do that again. It's the only way I can make sure." The tightness in his belly felt like guilt, shame, excitement. He wanted her, but he couldn't risk disappearing into his head again, coming to only to find he'd hurt her. The bite mark, still visible on her neck, was proof enough of the damage he could do. She caught his eyes, and for a few seconds he could see her decide. "So, if you're all trussed up," she said, an evil glint in her eye. He pulled the tie on hard and tightened it with his teeth. "Get a condom, put it on me." Without a word, she leaned back to grab one, but she just held it in her hand and waited. "How's your back?" "Fine." Can you lie on it? Come on, please, just, I'm in charge? Oh, fuck. Those words. Yeah. He swallowed the instinct that didn't want to let him give up power and settled onto the bed, allowing the excitement to take over. Whatever I want? She asked, clearly into this, whatever it was. Yeah, like when you're in your office. I'm up on one of those tables. All traces of indecision left her face, and she looked purely turned on. That bright red flush she got, high and dark on her cheeks. Oh, kinky, she whispered. I'll have my wicked way with you. Doesn't feel quite right without the fluorescent lighting, Clay said. He was actually joking, which was a miracle considering he was fucking tied up, which maybe hadn't been the best idea after all, considering the way he responded to feeling trapped. He went on. And that sexy paper sticking to my back. Okay, so what do you want me to... You could open up that package for starters. With a nod, she knelt above him, grasped the condom, fumbled it, dropped it on the bedspread, and reached for it again before letting her head fall forward through a couple of deep breaths. Then she lifted up to look him straight in the eye. I'm in charge. Clay hesitated, then gave a quick nod. You're the boss. I want to touch you. Feeling like he'd already crossed over to that place he'd gone when she'd touched him in her office, he said, Do it. What happens when I touch you, Clay? What do you feel? Does it hurt? A flash. Leaning over the back of the chair at the Sultan's clubhouse, the medicinal ink stank strong in his nostrils, thankfully beating out the usual smells of beer and puke and piss. The wild beat of thrash metal hot in his ears, overlaid by the buzzing of the tattoo machine. It was the moment he'd waited for, the milestone he'd worked so hard toward. He was in, and he was proving it by letting that fucker ink their goddamned blazon on his back. Around him, guys laughed and went about their business, but inside, Clay had felt every prick of the filthy needle like splinters in his soul. The ink a poison he'd never get rid of. This was it. This hellfire and damnation spread across his skin, thinner than body armor, but 10 times more effective. Somewhere close by, a softer touch, incongruously layered onto the ugly memory. Caresses along his arms, his shoulders, and he struggled, the memory slipping into another one. The stink of decay, the buzz of flies, Kathy's dead eyes, and... Clay, said a voice in his ear, clear and strong and clean. There came a press of warm lips to his face, his neck, his shoulder and chest, a tongue painting a stripe along his abdomen, warm breath on his cock. Fuck. One of the club hangers on? He didn't want to, because Carly had been like this, and her memory. It's okay, Clay. A soft cheek close to his, lips tender and hot against his ear, a whisper. It's okay, love. Feminine flesh against him, beside him, nothing weighing him down. His breath came easier, humming, fingers trailing. This is for Carly, isn't it? Mercy, the voice asked, as perfectly cool palms trailed lightly over his stubbled, scabbed-up chest. Her palms. George, who had the softest touch he'd ever felt. The only woman who'd ever gotten this far under his skin. He wanted her there. He wanted her here, and wanted to be here with her. A light tweak to his nipple drove goosebumps skittering along his body and brought him back to the room. He could feel it in his balls and all the way to his toes. And this, it's about vengeance. I've seen these before, she said, as her breast slid along his side, her nails running a trail down his arm, over the plastic at his wrists to grasp his hand. She was so small, her fingers fragile, bones so easy to break. So fucking vulnerable. A groan escaped Clay's mouth, and he recognized it for pleasure rather than the pain he'd been channeling from memories long gone. His hips lifted unconsciously, showing her how hard he was. "Hurts," he muttered. She stilled. "Should I stop?" "God, no. Just go lower, please." Her voice was sultry when she chuckled and slid down his body. Let her breath heat his dick even more, made him feel like he'd bust something if she didn't take him in. Her mouth, her body, her palm, he didn't care. "Fuck me, George, please," he begged. And this time she gave him something. Her hand. A crumb. Just barely enough to tide him over. Clay's body was a war zone. She knew that. She'd known it the first time he'd come to see her. But seeing him like this, arms tied together in front of him, the rest of him splayed out, open and exposed, George felt so many things for him. He was beautiful in his pain, his vulnerability, and she wanted to hold that, to savor it, to protect it. Such a strange notion from someone who was half the man's size. She caught his mouth in a kiss, deep, obscene, and open-mouthed. The kind of kiss she remembered from high school. The kind fueled by hormones and youthful excitement. Illicit desires she hadn't even begun to understand. Clay augmented her frenzy with his own, punctuated with dirty little helpless sounds that made her even hotter. "Put the condom on me, Georgette," he said. Her blood grew thick, heavy, and she was wet with wanting the man. She ignored him, enjoying the power, liking how in charge she felt, and wanting to abuse her position just a little, just to help him forget. With a nudge, she bent his arms up, hands clasped as if in prayer. She lifted a leg and straddled his long, thick body. The condom crinkling loudly beneath her knee. Wasn't this what being in charge was about? Making it last? Relishing the feel of him? Torturing him in the best possible way? Letting her eyes take in his tragic beauty, one follicle, one pore at a time? And so she did. His breathless ahs feeding her, she explored, took him in, ate him up. There was nothing clinical about the way she touched him, although she couldn't help the occasional diagnosis. Under her tender ministrations, the big, cagey man started to let go, his body loosening and tightening not out of fear, she hoped, or anxiety, but with pleasure. And she didn't just use her hands, which was a revelation all of its own. She touched him with her mouth and her nose. She ran her whole body up his, climbing him, luxuriating in the rasp of his skin against hers. Her breasts were tools, too, softer and sensitive in a wholly different way. And he liked that, she could tell, because his breathing got asthmatic, and he bit her ear when she got too close. Nipples, lightly run across his chest, then fed to him one at a time. He devoured her until it hurt, and still she was loath to pull it away. But when she did, it was worth it, because he got mad, truly pissed off, threatening her with awful little things like, "Don't you move away from me," and "I'll fucking get you, George, just wait. Wait till I get my hands on you." And contrary to everything Georgette Hadley had ever believed about healthy, well-balanced relationships, those dire threats made her hotter, stronger, more turned on, especially when he added a helpless "please" at the end. Lord, that dialed everything up another notch, and she glanced down to see the wetness left behind on his chest, the way her spread thighs pulled her open to his view, crushing her vulva to his body. No, not her vulva. Too medical for what was likely the least medical moment of her life. And oh, the terribly explicit way his eyes took it all in. Her bottom and her cunt pressed against his chest, right over that dark ink. And she was open, wide open to him. With his arms bound, he couldn't move, couldn't budge, and she had him. Slowly rocking above him, rubbing herself so she could actually feel his nipple against her clit. She took every little poisonous word, every little threat, every frustrated bump of his cock against her bottom, and soaked it up. And his eyes? Oh, look at them. No longer crushed brown marbles. They were all black pupil, with a crazy lining, some undiscovered planet, its rings peeking around the edge, like sunrise, like discovery, fresh and beautiful and completely unexplored. And suddenly, she felt a bright, frightening swell of emotion, so overwhelming that she kissed him to hide it. Not that a kiss could cover up something this deep and shattering, although wasn't there a certain satisfying irony in trying to hide something as big as love behind a kiss? Clay had never believed in the term making love. He'd always figured it was an invention by people who didn't know how good a hard fuck could be. But this wasn't even a fuck. This was touching. Just touching. And now that he was living it, the quiet, soft touches, the tenderness of her face, mixed with the obscene way she rubbed herself against him. God damn, the tenderness was unfucking bearable. He loved it, wanted more, needed it to end, and so he threatened, told her all the nasty things he'd do to get back at her. He lifted his hips as she finally slid down and brought her mouth close to his dick. "Suck it," he said, chopping the romance in half. Was her only response, the only thing she'd said for the past half hour, or 3 hours, or however long she'd been taunting him. "It's fucking torture, George. Suck me, or put the condom on, or..." "Or what?" she asked, with a hard feminine edge to her voice. Shit, that wasn't George. That wasn't how she talked to him. She was kind and patient, and the crinkle of foil stilled him. Everything but his heaving chest, his lungs pumping behind his too small rib cage, and slowly, excruciating slowly, she rolled the rubber over his erection. It hurt, his skin protesting the pressure of latex, his balls already tight with anticipation. He glanced down and almost came at the stark, filthy contrast of her fingers against the angry red of his too hard cock. "Does it hurt, Clay?" she asked in that new voice of hers. "It looks almost like it hurts." "Yes," he rasped out with a thrust of his hips up into nothing. "Please, George, please." Her eyes caught his, and she shook her head slowly, teasing again and almost pissing him off for making him want her like this. And then George rose above him, lifted high onto her knees, and looked down at him through narrowed eyes. She grabbed him in her fist and slowly impaled herself. She was wet. The evidence of how absolutely soaking she was glistened on his chest. But still, the fit was tight. Good tight. Too good. Fuck, he said. Too fast, I'm gonna... He finished on a groan as she lifted up again, the strain visible in those tender, lush thighs. Clay raised his joined hands to her chest, used his left one to lift a breast, to enjoy its weight before focusing on the nipple. Shit, he wanted to bite her, mark her skin, like a tattoo, only real. Mine. Another slide down, and he couldn't stop the sounds that escaped his mouth. All pathetic little whimpers, uncontrollable and weak. God damn, she was killing him. Another slide up, another down, and all he could do was hold on to one of her breasts and lift his hips up, trying to get himself deeper. Fuck it. Fuck this, George said. I want your hands all over me. He couldn't respond, just watched her move up and down, so steady, sweet, and slow. She tore his heart out every time he got caught up in her eyes. Let me cut off the tie. Let me do it. I can't, George. I'm not. She stopped moving, put a hand on his chin, and forced him to face her head on. You're a good man, Clay. The best man I've ever known. I trust you. She moved in for a long, deep kiss and then leaned back. I'm asking you to trust yourself. Christ, she was killing him. He felt her words, her trust, like a direct shot to the chest. The heart, you asshole. You feel it in your fucking heart. Will you do that, baby? She whispered. So much emotion in her eyes, he could feel it on his skin, under his skin, piercing his heart. Will you trust yourself? He started to shake his head and then stopped. What if I hurt you? It was her smile that convinced him, serene and honest. You won't hurt me. You don't know how. Everything inside him loosened. A release. A torrential downpour, epic and uncontrollable. There was no time to find the scissors. Instead, he let out a roar. It felt good, like busting through a dam, and wrenched his wrists straight into his chest. Hard enough to hurt. Hard enough to snap the zip tie in two and send her back off of him. He followed her up, one hand on the back of her neck, easing her down, rolling over her. He needed to surround her, to own her and be owned, to undo her the way she'd undone him, from the inside out. He pulled her open with his palms, feeling how rough he was against her perfect skin. The sight of her, giving, trusting, wanting as much as he wanted her, made his cock pulse of its own accord. And then, before he could come in the goddamned condom, he grasped himself and thrust back into her warmth, right where he belonged. At her long, low groan, he used every ounce of control to stop. Pause, suspended, breathless, waiting. Her body backed into him, calm, clean, pristine George Hadley, backed her ass up, taking him into her faster, harder than he would have done. And it was exactly what he needed, what he'd been waiting for. A fucking animal. A beast. He pumped, driving, letting go in a way he didn't remember doing ever. Smacking sounds, wet and obscene as her body accepted every one of his thrusts. Their slick sweat and excitement making it an exercise in precision when, with the strength of his hips, he lost her a time or two, slid off, fell to the side. No more of that shit, his mind decided. Clay leaned forward and grabbed her, one hand snaking beneath to clasp that same perfect left breast, and the other winding through her too goddamn short hair to finally settle at the nape of her neck, where it met her shoulder. His fingers sank into the muscle there, urging her to stay. "Don't move, baby." The words escaped his fucked-up brain, and rather than offend her, they seemed to turn her on. She disobeyed, ramming her ass harder into him. "You don't ever listen, do you, George? Too nice, always trusting, never fucking." Her lost little moan cut him off, and all he could do was hold on as she tightened around him. He held on for a minute as she came, with a long, low "oh." His body wanted to go with her, but he couldn't yet. He needed what little control he still held on to show her, maybe, that he could do it, or maybe to prove it to himself. Breaths tight, he waited until she was done before leaning over her and whispering into her ear, "You okay?" With a slow nod, she lowered her upper body from her hands to her elbows, her shoulders sagging into the mattress, her ass lifting higher, pulling him in deeper. "You sure? Did I hurt you?" "You didn't hurt me, Clay," she said, and he shivered at the sound of his name on that raspy, sex-colored voice. It was so good. Was she smiling? It sounded like she was smiling. "I'm not done," he whispered, manic, urgent. She chuckled at the panicky sound of his voice and shifted lazily back in invitation. "Do whatever you want. I'm spent. Are you sure Shut up and take me," she said, and he hesitated only briefly before deciding she meant it. After that, it was easy to let himself go in her body. No memories, no flashbacks, no phantoms from his past. It took only a couple dozen thrusts before his balls tightened and his world narrowed to her body clasping his cock. And his hands pressing into her hips, his tight shout as he let go, deeply, inexorably, coming harder than he ever had in his life. Face pressed into the bed, George couldn't even care that she was mouth-breathing, drooling a big dark stain onto the sheets. Behind her, Clay's hands spasmed a couple of times against her hips, and all George could think was how alive she felt. Her body was vital, awake like she couldn't remember since those rebellious high school years, and even then she'd been in an adolescent daze, not aware like this, in her skin. This is me. The realization hit with a frightening jolt of clarity that stung her sinuses and blurred her vision. It had never been like this with Tom. Tom, ostensibly the love of her life, had never touched her this deeply, never roused this elemental beast inside of her. It made her sad. For him, he'd never gotten to have this. Behind her, Clay pulled out, and she reached back to hold him inside her, his hips tight to hers. "Don't go yet." "Gotta get rid of the condom." "Okay, just..." What? What did she want from him? She finally settled for, "Kiss me." The kiss was long and slow and deep. After a long time, Clay pulled away. "I want..." She waited for him to finish, and when he couldn't seem to manage more, she nodded. "I know, baby. I know. He sighed against her, relaxing into her body for a bit, before finally pulling out and padding off to the bathroom. She flopped down, encountering the sharply broken edges of the zip tie, and a shiver ran through her. A sense memory of that precise moment when he'd busted out of his bindings, his muscles huge, his neck thick and veined with strain, his strength superhuman. But his face, she didn't think she'd seen anyone look so lost. The contrast between all that physical strength, so certain and solid, and that face, so unsure, but hopeful and innocent. She'd never seen anything like it, and the image brought a new contraction to her belly, hard and unexpected, but nowhere near as powerful as the ache she felt in her chest. Good Lord, would she ever get rid of this ache in her chest? Jam asked, "Where are we headed, boss?" And Ape got a shiver down his back at the sound of that word. Boss. Yeah, that felt right. He stood up from the diner table with a belch and patted his belly. Virginia Beach. And this had better be it, he thought, or heads are gonna roll. Because he was tired of hauling ass every day. Tired of sleeping in shitty motel rooms, tired of running from one dead end to another. It was time to find that traitor asshole. And if this ain't for real, we're gonna have to pay some friendly visits. There was no reaction from Jam, who took everything in stride. A perfect right-hand man. They were close. He could feel it. They just needed to tie up this loose end, and then he could move on, running this club as it was meant to be run, like a goddamned efficient business. He popped a couple of antacids and burped again. Fuck, what he wouldn't do for a home-cooked meal, though. The injustice of having to suffer through another greasy spoon was one more thing he heaped onto the back of that Navarro fuck. He itched to get his hands on him and everything he cared about, because goddamn, he couldn't wait to see that cocksucker suffer. 18. It was easy to pretend that everything was fine with George on his side. She spread Vaseline over his back before leaving for work, and he sank into the experience, soaking up the tenderness, lost himself in the novelty of being, loved? According to her, his body was crusting over right on schedule. First blisters, she'd said, then scabs. His fingers weren't doing quite as well, since he spent so much time working, moving them, washing his hands. He didn't care about the scars, he realized. It was the ink that bothered him the most, like a poison deep inside. He just wanted it out. Clay worked on the house, telling himself he was paying her back, giving him an excuse to stick around. But it felt more like staking some kind of visible claim on her. After a good few hours, the clapboard was coming along nicely, and he decided to head into town, get some clean clothes, and stock up on a few things he'd need the next day. It almost seemed normal when Sheriff Mullen caught sight of him coming out of the hardware store and called him over to his cruiser. He mentioned how much the kids had loved having him teach class the weekend before, and told him he'd be needing him for the next few weeks. It felt natural to let himself get roped into it, and somehow, as he made his way across the street to the supermarket for a six-pack of beer and a bottle of wine, nodding to one of the coffee shop kids and helping an old lady unwind her leash from around one of the trees on Main Street, Blackwood felt a little bit like home. But it wasn't until he parked in front of George's house, walked up the steps, and saw her working away in the kitchen. Saw her expression when she caught sight of him through the glass, that Clay realized he was dangerously close to wanting this life for real. Again, Clay held George after dinner in a slow, candlelit dance. Then they washed the dishes before heading upstairs for a cooling shower and finally her bed, where his body enveloped hers and his lips trailed hot and hungry across her skin. The room was dark, the only light streaming in from the hall. He was intimidating above her, his beauty all the greater for being slightly off, ragged with skin that had seen better days, hair starting to grow out from that short, almost military cut he'd sported when he arrived. George let her eyes rove across the landscape of his skin, a map of his past, from his crushingly lovely face to where his feet hung off the foot of her bed. If only she understood what he'd been through, then maybe she could help him. Maybe she could make him forget. "What does this mean?" she asked, letting her fingers ghost over the face on his shoulder. "It's an Inca death mask. From Peru. Like my father. Me and my sister." George stilled. "Why do you have that on your body?" "For the same reason I have all the others." She raised her brows but didn't ask, waiting him out instead. "The other side's the Gosforth Cross, and inside it's Vidar slaying Fenrir, taking vengeance for his father's death." "And this one?" George asked, touching the skull, but fairly sure of the answer now. "Santa Muerte, safe delivery in the afterlife." "For Carly." She leaned back to take in his body in its entirety. "Every single drop of ink is for her, isn't it?" Another slide of her eyes stopped halfway up on the patchy red burn scar on his side, the melted swirl of skin and ink. With some fractional ablative laser resurfacing, she could help him. Laser scar therapy could make it. No, he wouldn't want that, would he? This man would want to keep it, to remember. "But the worst is this," she said, letting her fingers linger. When he didn't answer immediately, she realized he couldn't possibly feel with that level of damage. She remembered the story he'd told her and winced. "You did this one." His eyes opened. They were hard, almost black tonight, as they focused on her face. The air sparked with their connection. "I did." She pictured him doing it, and her body jolted. All thoughts of lasers and therapy obliterated by the harsh image. There was nothing pretty about this man's existence. Leaving one hand on his side, George nudged up closer to his body, letting the other palm rest over his heart, which beat fast and strong. "Is that where you go?" "What?" Her trailing fingers explored the topography of that traumatic scar, this time as a woman, not a doctor. "When you have your attacks, do you go back to that moment?" He jerked once with what might have been a snort of laughter. "Hell no. The burn was nothing." "Oh." She continued to touch him, stroke him. So very gentle. He seemed to sink into it, vibrating on a different level, a different plane almost. She wet her lips. "And what about when I touch you? Where do you go?" she asked. "Go? Dunno," he responded, already dreamy, already gone. "But it's good, right?" "Told you, baby. Best thing ever. But I can't hold my shit together." He shook his head, stopped, and pulled her to him, her face tucked into the soft part of his neck. It felt intimate, but George suspected he'd moved to hide rather than to bring her closer. And it kinda hurts. George tried to pull away, to look at him, but he held her close. Her words were muffled. It still hurts? Your skin's... No, baby. It hurts other things, if that makes sense. His mouth opened against her temple, the wet heat of his breath oddly arousing. Of all the shit I've gone through, the worst part's when you touch me. The pain I can handle. The other shit's fine. It's the soft stuff I'm not built for. You know, the feeling that something could be better. Something like hope, I guess. Which everybody knows is, well, hopeless. George opened her mouth in protest, but he cut her off, his voice hard. Can you honestly look at me and say you see someone with a future? You don't think you deserve a life? He lay flat back on his pillow, pulling her even tighter to his side. I think we're all allowed a certain number of mistakes. I'm pretty sure I've reached my quota. She let that sink in, wondering just what he'd gotten up to that made him feel like he didn't deserve another chance. Who were you before? What? He blinked at her, not understanding. Before Carly died. Doesn't matter, babe. That kid's gone. But maybe it does matter. It does. If you want to have a life again, George said, her voice a little too close to pleading for comfort. Like, maybe you're supposed to forgive your young self for his stupid mistakes. Have you? What? Forgiven your young self? George stilled. Sure. Yeah, he said, his breath moving the hair close to her ear. You all good with your past mistakes? It took a minute for George to realize she wasn't actually breathing. Another second to force her body to start up again, to take in air. You must have been perfect, though, right? An angel. He shifted back and caught her eyes with his. Perfect little Georgette Hadley. Jones. Huh? Georgette Jones. Hadley's my married name. Oh. No. She wasn't perfect. I wasn't perfect. You're damn near perfect now. She snorted. Right. Can't imagine you being bad. He settled back, maybe seeing the walls she'd thrown up between them. Yeah, well, would you change who you were? Me? He asked. Hell yes. What about now? What do you mean? George asked. Today, right now. Are you who you want to be? You want the truth, George? With a creak of springs, he rolled into her, pulled her body toward his, forced her to meet him head on. I'd want to be somebody you'd like. I already like you, George said, in a voice she'd never heard herself use. Husky and warm, and clearly from the lungs of a far sexier woman. Yeah? Not sure I'm worthy of that. His lips curled down, and he rolled back again, his hands covering his face, his voice coming out hollow. But then, who the fuck am I to think I'm allowed to be happy, huh? To be normal when my little sister's all alone, rotting 6 feet underground. That sentiment was so close to what George felt that she could hardly breathe. Yes, she thought. Who the fuck am I to be happy again with Tom dead and buried? And what about my baby? Rather than talk again, rather than try to convince him with words that he was worthy of happiness and other good things, she leaned over and grabbed one of the hard, plastic zip ties from her bedside table. Slowly, affectionately, she wrapped it around his wrists, met his devastated eyes, and tightened it so he couldn't move. In theory, because They both knew how flimsy the ties were in the face of his strength. After that, it was easy to put her arms around him, to take a little of his weight. It was simple to press him onto his back. Slowly, she crawled down his body, ignoring the way he tightened up, ignoring his protests, and soaking up his sighs. Let me, she said, nosing around his compliant hands to kiss his flat, lightly furred belly, nuzzling him there. Please, let me. She shushed him, and he shut his eyes on a sigh. God, his body, the warmth and the energy of him, pliable flesh and compact bone. Then the in-between firmness of muscle. She loved it all, every little bit of him. Every scar, every tiny indentation was licked and suckled and made love to. At first, he shut his eyes and bore it, like torture, but eventually he joined her there, in her room, on her bed, in his body. His protests turned to pleasured moans and begging. Untie me, he finally said in a hoarse voice. Their eyes met over the landscape of his body, and she shivered at the lust she saw there. And something else. Something like fear. You going to behave? George asked. No, he said with a smirk. She shivered. Then I guess not. Back to the table for a condom, which she rolled down his erection, watching the way his mouth opened and his eyes burned, his cheeks hot to the touch. Slowly, so deliberately, George straddled him, taking care to keep her weight on her knees, her eyes never leaving his face. His penis was hot in her fist, searing at the entrance to her body, but his expression was hotter. It burned a hole in her soul, ate her up, and she wanted that, wanted to help shoulder his pain. She sank onto him, slow enough to enjoy it, to recognize the fit, the way their bodies came together, then slid apart. That first friction unbearably sweet. So good, he muttered, his eyes up on her face. How'd you do that? Slays me every time. All George could do was nod as she worked her thighs, clenched and rose, up and down, watching Clay strain at the zip tie, wondering if he'd decide to bust out of it. It was almost a game now, unlike before. She knew he could get out, but maybe he didn't want to. Maybe he liked her foisting tenderness on him. Eventually, when her legs started to give out and his face lost its clarity, George reached down and rubbed herself to completion. The climax, so languorous and full of love that she leaned down and kissed him, enjoying the clench of his jaw and the guttural noises he made as he came. It took forever to come down from whatever transcendental cloud they'd disappeared on, but Clay's voice finally broke through. Got scissors up here? Or am I going to have to dislocate my shoulder to get out of this thing? She cut him out, and they lay together for a bit, this new thing between them, fresh and raw, unfinished, but gleaming with potential. After a bit, Clay got up and went to the bathroom. He was quiet when he came back in, and it took her a while to notice him standing stiffly in the doorway, looking regretful, sheepish. Oh, no. No, this wasn't how it was supposed to be, not anymore. Condom broke, he said, his voice tight. She swallowed, not quite getting it at first. That wasn't what she'd been bracing for. What? She ran a hand down between her legs to where she was, admittedly, soaking. Didn't just break. The damned thing tore in half. Oh, was all George said, as her fingers ran through the wetness, lifted it to her nose, sniffed. And yes, it certainly did appear to be— "Oh, no," she gasped, her throat too small for air, much less words. It was Tuesday. Tuesday, which made tomorrow. He was talking, words floating to her, saying things like safe and tested and screening. But it didn't matter. None of it mattered, because here she was, her ovaries rife with eggs, flourishing like the weeds in her garden, and she'd gotten herself possibly impregnated by this man. This man, instead of the man she'd been married to. The man whose baby she was supposed to have. "Are you on birth control?" His words sank in, and Georgia lifted her head, blinking, still fuzzy. "No," she said, on a giddy burble of laughter. "No, I'm definitely not on birth control. Definitely not." The laughter morphed into something less pleasant, and she considered rolling up into a ball on her bed, but realized she'd do better to get up, walk around, run to the bathroom, where she peed, and then got into the bathtub, ignoring the big, sweaty, crushed-looking man standing in the doorway as she ran the shower. She'd clean herself. She'd clean it, and then tomorrow she could go to her IUI appointment and— George stood in the shower, staring dully at the tiles, her eyes dry in their sockets despite the water running over her, and the tears throbbing to get out, knowing how badly she'd messed up. She'd let her libido rule her, allowed the momentary madness with this wholly inappropriate man to decide her future, and that of the baby Tom Hadley would never, ever have. The baby she'd promised to his parents. The baby she'd prepared for in every way. Her job, her house, the garden, the spare bedroom, painted pale yellow and ready to furnish. Somewhere in the craziness, Clay got in with her, said words that she couldn't hear through the throbbing guilt and shame, and held her in his strong arms. Clay turned off the water, wrapped George up in a towel, and led her back to her room, leaving a trail of wet footprints behind them as they went. "You want to talk about what just happened?" he asked. She shook her head and walked into her closet to get dressed. She was hiding from him. Hiding after everything they'd done. "We done sharing for tonight?" he asked, going for cavalier, but sounding silly instead. "Yes." The closet was big, one of those old ones with the slanted roof, and George's words echoed from within. "No." Standing by her bed, in her perfect, ladylike room, tainted now with the smell of sex, he voiced his main concern. "Was it something I did? Did I hurt you?" "What?" There was a pause before she emerged from her closet, in a stained UVA Cavs t-shirt and a threadbare pair of plaid boxer shorts, to give him a hug, sorely needed, he realized, with her arms finally around him. "Oh, no, Clay. No. No." "Good," was all he said, but that one word was just the tip of the iceberg of relief that swept through him. Not only because he hadn't hurt her, but also thanks to the hug. The hug felt damn good after everything that had gone down between them tonight. Her head pressed to his chest, she asked, "Is there any wine left?" "About half the bottle." "Good. I could use a glass right now." "I'll go get—" "No," she stopped him. "You get dressed. Come find me when you're done." Clay let her go, pulling on his clothes with a sort of finality he hadn't thought he'd experience any time soon, like he'd better not leave a sock behind, because he wouldn't be seeing it again if he did. The way she was acting didn't feel right. It felt like he'd fucked up, with that condom breaking, which made sense. And it was fine, of course, because who the fuck would want his baby anyway, right? She told him to get dressed, which sounded an awful lot like goodbye. He padded downstairs in his socks, saw his filthy work boots, where he'd left them beside the front door, and considered slipping them back on and just taking off. That was probably what would happen anyway, he reasoned. Why sit through the painful conversation they were bound to have, if the end game would be the same regardless? "I'm going out back, I've got your wine," her voice called from the kitchen. And instead of taking the cowardly route and leaving, which she'd no doubt ream him for anyway, he moved toward the kitchen. He'd missed this place, he realized, with a twist of something new in his gut, something sharper than the churning that had been his constant companion. The screened porch was empty, but beyond it, at the far end of the garden, came the bright flare of a match, followed by the glow of lanterns being lit. By the time he'd crunched his way over the flagstones and past the chicken coop to the back of the yard, she had a few of those tiki things going, the flames mesmerizing in the night. "Never been this far back," he said, checking out the seating situation. "Smells like lemon." "Citronella, against the mosquitoes." "That shit actually work?" She shrugged, the movement barely visible in that enormous T-shirt she hid beneath like a tent. But he could see her lips, plush and sweet, turn up in a smile. "Even if it doesn't, I like the smell. And the idea." He nodded, leaned forward to take his wineglass off the low metal table between them, and peered around. "Nice out here." "It's where I come to think," she said, sounding dry and sad. "Is that a fountain?" he asked, latching onto anything besides the pain in her voice. "Yes." "Hardly hear it with that ruckus." "The cicadas, you mean? Do they still upset you?" Clay considered her question. Did the bugs upset him? He hated them and their constant racket, but he wouldn't say they upset him. And then he remembered the night he'd come out here with her, the overwhelming, swimming in it shrieking in his ears, so shrill it had rattled his veins. How happy the stupid things had seemed to make her. How completely overwhelmed he'd felt by it all. By her. More than the bugs. And now, today? "No," he answered in surprise. "Guess I've gotten used to the little bastards." Something sparked in the air above him, and Clay blinked. "Whoa." At George's raised brow, he asked, "You didn't see that?" Her head turned in the dark, seeking out whatever it was, and finally came back to him. "Fireflies?" "That was a firefly?" "You've never seen one?" "Guess not," Clay said, taking a gulp of wine and sitting back. I don't belong here, he thought with an unexpected jolt of pain. Look, I'm sorry about the condom. I didn't know. It was like It's not about you, Clay. George took a deep, audible breath, then leaned back to look at the sky. Above her head, stars, actual stars, twinkled, and something swooped by. I've been on hormones for a couple of weeks now. She did a weird laugh that came out small and choked. So I could have my dead husband's baby. Clay almost dropped his glass. He almost stood up, almost stalked right out into the woods behind the house, away. But he didn't. He held on. He listened. Tomorrow? I'm supposed to have IUI, intrauterine insemination, a very expensive procedure during which they insert the semen right into your cervix. It ups the chances. He watched her swig back her wine and fill her glass again. He died 10 years ago. And this month, his semen reaches its sell-by date. Labs won't keep it longer than 10 years. Well, some will, but we took the cut rate option back then, assuming he'd survived the cancer, but now, another sigh, another long, deep look at the stars, and Clay followed an unexpected instinct. He stood, dragging his chair along the flagstones to where she sat, settling in beside her, giving her his warmth or presence or something. He hesitated before putting an arm around her, but once he did, her head settled into the crook of his armpit, and he didn't regret it. How could he regret this feeling? Now, I'm supposed to get fertilized. Christ. Clay stiffened and swallowed. Like a barren piece of land or something. I've been prepping for it, so my body's this hormonal egg-making machine. My ovaries are like grapefruits inside me. I feel bruised, and here I am, such an idiot, having intercourse with you. At first I thought my attraction to you was from the treatment, but I didn't start ovulating until today. Right on schedule. We did use... That's not the point, is it, Clay? I mean, yes, we used a condom. The fact that it broke is... She stopped, eyes shut tight, and sucked in a shaky, painful-sounding breath before going on. I loved Tom. He was the funniest, most sarcastic... She sighed again, and this time he could feel the weight of everything she carried with her. But he was jealous, too, which made him feel like a complete ass. He tightened his arm, and she went on. We froze his sperm right after we found out about the cancer. We figured we'd have it, for later, depending on how treatment affected his body. He signed the papers, and we went on dealing with things, but he didn't get better. Well, he did, and then it got worse, and then... She swallowed hard. Then, suddenly, one day he's gone. And he's left me all alone. All by myself. Those last words, the way she said them, came out quiet but angry. I'm sorry, George, said Clay, feeling completely inadequate. Oh, you don't have to be. I mean, thank you, but... She opened her eyes and turned her sad smile at him. It looked thin around the edges, but even sad, she was so fucking gorgeous it hurt. He cleared his throat, but couldn't seem to dislodge whatever stayed stuck in there. I've spent the last 10 years being sorry enough for both of us. Anyway, I forgot about Tom's semen until maybe a year or so later. I got this letter in the mail addressed to him. That happens sometimes. I mean, it wasn't like I'd sent out a notice to all the companies that send you junk mail, like, my husband's dead, so please don't send him anything because it breaks my heart. Her voice reverberated through his chest, and Clay expected her to cry or something, but she didn't. Despite the wet heat of the air around them, she sounded dry, her throat clicking as she swallowed. Not to mention, I got so many bills. Medical bills, every month, constantly. I paid what I could, selectively, I threw them into the pile and didn't look at the bills until they were yellow or red and these big overdue stamps on the outside. So, at some point, I finally opened the one from the lab, thinking it was just another stupid company asking me to pay for something that hadn't saved my husband's life, but it wasn't. It wasn't. It took a while for it to sink in when I saw it, but I'll never forget that. That moment of hope. I'd been such an idiot as a kid, gotten pregnant, had an abortion, then Tom and I never got the chance, and I thought I was sure it was my just desserts. How so? Punishment, for ruining the one opportunity I'd had. How old were you? When I had the abortion? He nodded. 15? Jesus, George, you still beating yourself up over that? Even in the dark, Clay could see how big her eyes were when she turned them on him, how unnaturally bright and hollow. She didn't answer. Anyway, when that bill came from the lab, I paid it right away, and then I slept with it. She laughed, the sound a little bitter. Under my pillow. For days, I think. Maybe longer. Okay, definitely longer. I talked to the lab and read the fine print, and apparently he'd checked the box that said his sperm could be used posthumously. After another pause, she went on. This was for him, and for his parents, and me too, because I wanted a baby. I want a baby. I couldn't afford it with all the bills, and then med school, and things kept getting in the way, and the time was never right. I kept putting it off. Career, house, chickens. I never felt ready, and then, a few months ago, the lab called and told me time was up, and I went right into treatment. I didn't think about it, I just did it. You can't take these things for granted, right? Could you still go in for your IUI thing? She seemed to consider. I could, but it might not be his baby. My body might already be. The baby could be... The words spun between them. Yours. It could be yours. Oh, said Clay, his skin prickling. Do you miss him? Miss him? She seemed to consider. Not anymore. Not really. I mean, I think about him, but I don't, talk to him or anything. Did you before? I might have a time or two. A dark shape flew by overhead, and Clay asked, breaking the intensity of the moment, What are those things? What? The crazy dive bombers. What? Oh, bats. Bats? Bats are good. They eat the bugs. He watched the creatures swoop for a while, crisscrossing the night sky. He took in the tiny insects, flashing like scattered Christmas lights. It was weird how calm he felt in the face of all the sights and sounds, in the face of her news, of her. You're the first one, George said, lifting her head from the hollow of his arm. You're the first man I've been with since Tom. He managed a calm, oh. But inside, things weren't so smooth. 10 fucking years, he thought. And then other questions he couldn't ask, because he'd come off as a supreme asshole. But fuck if he didn't want to know. How was I? How did I measure up? Instead, he sat there, let her lead. And I feel on so many levels that I've betrayed him. Her face, that perfect, calm, beautiful face, was tortured when she met his eyes. I've betrayed him. Should we? Clay swallowed, shame and nerves roiling in his gut like a hangover from the best sex of his life. What do you want to do? I want to finish this bottle of wine and go to bed. Her neck convulsed, pale and delicate against the dark wooded backdrop. Alone, she finished, turning away. I'm sorry. Clay rose, slugged back the contents of his glass to cover the prick of actual tears. He stood there, towering above her, but about as low and inconsequential as one of those empty bug shells he crunched with every footfall. Without a word, He turned and went back up to the house in just his socks. Weird how he hadn't noticed those fucking shells on his way out here. He'd have to pick them off the cotton before putting on his boots. Every step, every crunch was like walking over his dead, hollow soul, over and over again. After putting on his shoes, he waited for a while. Inside this house that smelled so strongly of home now. 15 minutes passed, and he understood. She was done with him. They were done. Footsteps heavy, Clay made his way outside to his truck, which was still full of shit from the hardware store, materials for her house. He should unload it all, leave it here for whoever she found to finish the job. But he didn't have the courage. He drove, blindly, winding up outside the ABC store, where he bought a bottle of vodka, taking his first swig before he'd left the parking lot. His course had been set for the motel. Or maybe just to leave town or something. But instead, he found his truck climbing up to that overlook that kept drawing him back. At the top, he backed up almost to the edge and sat on the tailgate, looking out over everything. Over nothing. It was dark. Bats swooping above, fireflies sparking up the night. Those things that had been magic not so long ago were ugly now. He pulled back more vodka, 3 or 4 big, long sips. The way he used to drink juice as a kid, racing his sister to the bottoms of their glasses. He'd always won those stupid contests. He tried his best to feel betrayed, but who the hell could blame her? He couldn't, no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't like she'd taken advantage of him. She'd been as messed up through the whole thing as he. Her perfect house, her homey life, not a reflection of who she was, but of her absolution. Christ, they were screwed. The bugs and bats, and even the twinkling lights of Blackwood below, made him think of her face, her voice so clogged with pain, the way she'd sat in that big T-shirt, how she'd hunched into his body and made him think he could protect her, make it better. He couldn't help picturing her pain. She'd had a lot to lose by taking up with him from the beginning. It had been a huge risk for her, being with a patient, being with someone like him. Jesus, he wondered, when was the last time someone took a risk for me? I'm the one who risks. I risked everything. For revenge. The word should have felt noble. Instead, it felt small. Sleep didn't come easily to George. She wished, more than anything, that she could have a long, hard cry. But tears remained elusive. Though she managed to close her eyes and lose herself in slumber, she awoke after less than an hour, almost expecting Clay to be there, waiting for her, needing her. Instead, she slept and woke, finally escaping to the bathroom only to face a puffy, sallow version of herself in the mirror, one she didn't have much respect for. Being alone hadn't been what she'd really wanted. But how could you ask a man to stay and hold you after you'd talked about the other man in your life? The one whose baby you planned on having? She couldn't do that to Clay. She couldn't lead him on when everything else in her life was focused on Tom and the guilt of what she'd so easily given up. Losing Tom and trying to get him back. Sleeping with that stupid Bill under her pillow for all those months, like a lost piece of him, suddenly found. A second chance. No, a third. Rather than go back to bed, she decided to get up, call it a night, maybe head into the office early. Under the shower, she took inventory of the aches and pains she'd acquired in unfamiliar places. Her lower back, her neck, her thighs, between her legs. With those reminders, it was impossible not to think about Clay and what they'd done together. The way he'd made her feel. And how do you think you made him feel, sending him away like that? Horrible, she imagined. Her words, a harrowing echo, come to haunt her over and over as she tried to sleep. Alone, she'd said. I'm sorry. Alone, I'm sorry. Too bad it wasn't what she wanted at all. 19. By the time George's staff arrived at the clinic, she'd been there for hours, catching up on paperwork, reorganizing her office, and making pot after pot of fresh coffee until her hands shook like palsied leaves. Finally, with the beginning of the official workday, she could lose herself in patient visits and forget about the mistakes she'd made last night. Mistakes and bad decisions. No wonder George kept away from people. As soon as she got involved, everything went to crap. Self-sabotage? At about lunchtime, she decided to stop feeling sorry for herself, to quit regretting things it was too late to change. She'd just sat down with a box of rye crackers, the only edible thing left in her desk, when her office phone rang. Yes, Cindy? I've got your mother-in-law on the line for you, her receptionist said. George nearly slammed the phone down. No, not today, not now. With a deep, shaky breath, she answered, Thanks, Cindy. Put her through? Georgette? Came Bonnie's shaky voice. Hi there, Bonnie. Just calling to check in? Make sure all's well? Yes, fine. Fine, she said, sounding ridiculous. So, you've got the, procedure tonight? This evening, you said? George swallowed, shut her eyes hard, wished for tears to wash the pain away. No, not the pain, the guilt. Yes, she said. Tonight's the night. A few seconds of silence passed before Bonnie went on. Well, I'm thinking of you. I'm certain that... Lord, what on earth is the right thing to say? George let out a dry, huffed laugh. Good question. I have no idea. Another pause before Bonnie went on. You don't sound great, Georgette. No response was possible. Breathing was about all she could manage. Whatever happens, dear, whatever happens is fine with me, with us. It's fine. A lone tear dropped from George's eye and ran along her nose to her mouth. She opened her mouth to talk, couldn't find a sound, swallowed, and then tried again. Nothing. All right. Well, I hear they're calling for rain tonight, George, so you're... She interrupted. Thank you, Bonnie. A big breath in, and she went on. Thank you. George hung up, sat in her desk chair, stared at the framed mandala on her wall, a kaleidoscope of images, and waited for the rest of the tears to come. Nothing. Nothing at all. Her phone buzzed, and she picked it up. After a brief pause, where she knew she was supposed to say something, her receptionist said, Mrs. Johnson's here for her annual. Yes, was all she could manage to say before hanging up, hand heavy on the phone. Whatever happens is fine with me. Bonnie's words had sounded like platitudes. But were they? Were they really? George wasn't sure anymore. She wasn't sure of anything in life. My life. Those two words hit her like hard little pebbles, right in the chest, in that hollowed-out place where she'd held on to Tom for all those years. When had it gotten so full? She scrabbled through the papers on her desk until she found the sticky note with the clinic's number on it, sucked in a big breath, and dialed. Charlottesville Regional Reproductive Medicine Clinic, this is Sherry. Sherry, she cleared her throat. Sherry, hello. Dr. George Hadley here. Hard breaths, no doubt audible to the woman on the other side. I've got an appointment tonight, and I'm afraid I need to cancel. Okay, when would you like to get back in to see us? Another audible swallow. I'll be in touch. You can go ahead and cancel the procedure. You got it, doctor. Thanks for calling in. Have a great... George hung up and sat back in her chair, wishing for something to drink, something strong with some bite. Or some other pain, maybe. A slap. With fingers that were thick.
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
And awkward. She pinched her arm, needing sensation, anything to bring her back to reality. A flash of clay smacking her bottom had her nerve endings flaring. Shame and pain, it turned out, might just be her aphrodisiacs. And then it sank in, the importance of what she'd just done. For a while, too long, considering the patient sitting in the waiting room, George sat and let the pain and the sorrow and the regret wash over her. Over and over, Thomas Hadley had broken George's heart by getting sick, and then better, and then worse again, by treating her so carefully as he'd wasted away. And then one day, she'd been dozing in the chair in his room when the infernal beeping had started, and he'd left her. Swift and easy. Gone. No, not just gone, because missing him hadn't just been about losing something good in her life. From the day he'd shown up senior year, Tom had been her hero, her friend. He'd absolved her of the choices she'd made. He'd been her life. How much of this desire to have a baby, she wondered, was about Tom, and how much was regretting the abortion? How was it that after all these years, last night, her face curved into Clay Navarro's chest, had been the first time she'd admitted the correlation? I was too young to have a baby, too alone. She knew that, could admit it today, that she'd have been a horrible mother back then. But even so, the guilt hurt. It hurt to know that she could have had an 18-year-old today. Seeing Jessie with Gabe, a woman who'd managed somehow to survive teenage pregnancy, had brought home her shortcomings, compounded them, made it worse. After the guilt and the shame and the regret, Tom had come in and taught her to want to make the right decisions instead of always rebelling. He'd been the one who'd made sure she went to college, pushed her toward med school. Tom had taken her young, shattered heart, beaten raw by one tragedy after another, and he'd added to her. He'd made her whole. So when he died, it had been so much worse than if he'd never been there at all. He'd gone and taken it all away. At least, that was how it had felt, like he'd grafted a new heart onto hers and then ripped it out again. She owed him her life, her confidence, her desire to be a good person, everything. And she'd wanted to make it up to him somehow, to carry on the goodness he'd given her, while maybe giving a tiny life back to the world. And now, sitting in her office all alone, George closed her eyes and said goodbye to the baby Tom Hadley would never have. This is my life. With her next breath, the words echoed through her, full of an unexpected hope, and she let herself wonder, for the first time in forever, just what it would be like to live life for herself. Clay was getting too old to sleep in the back of a truck. Not only that, but for the first time in weeks, the air felt cool, and he was freezing, pressed up against his new toolbox. He shifted, with barely enough room to move, and hit something hard with his foot. The vodka bottle, empty, judging from the throbbing of his skull and the sound of hollow glass rolling before it thumped onto the ground behind the tailgate. After a good long, unhealthy cough, he sat up to spit over the side and felt the landscape in front of him like a physical blow. Whoa. Beautiful. Breathtaking. And so fucking real. Rolling. Lush green. Tufted here and there with soft hills. The scattered buildings he assumed to be Blackwood, and if he looked to the right, there, right there, was her house, with its bright red roof. From here, he couldn't tell that it needed repainting. It was a perfect, minuscule train set model. His chest hurt, right where his heart was supposed to be, and he curved into himself, hating the emptiness inside, hating the hurt and self-loathing. For a minute or two, he pictured himself staying in Blackwood, coming back here after the trial, which was stupid since there wasn't anything for him to do in this lost corner of the world. Fixing up George's place, if she'd let him, was all well and good. But what would he possibly do after the work was done? Nothing, because his life was in Baltimore, where he had a job waiting for him and friends like Tyler Olson. The thought of Tyler hurt a little bit, too. Tyler and Jada and their kids, inviting him out on their boat in the summers. He'd gone only that one time, despite their numerous invitations, because the close quarters and the family atmosphere had been overwhelming to a man who did best on his own. He pictured George on the boat, her hair blowing into her face, the tips of her shoulders red from the sun. He pictured the way she smiled, full of humor, but just a little restrained. Then he imagined her secret laugh, the warm one he'd heard only once or twice, that made him feel special. He realized in that moment how private she was, how she'd let him inside. It's time to go, he thought, looking out over this place he'd actually come to. What, to love? No, absolutely no way. And because it was time to go, he got down, picked up the empty vodka bottle, and chucked it into the back, then made his way around the truck, took a piss, and dragged himself into the cab. His eyes caught on his rearview mirror. It took the breathtaking vista and transformed it into a diorama, a tiny, inconsequential window that was no more real than those scenes of cavemen in natural history exhibits. He shut his eyes on the view, tightened them, straining to think through the throbbing pain in the back of his head. But nothing worked. Nothing straightened out the pieces. Nothing made sense of the clusterfuck his life had turned him into. Clay's head was full as he finally descended the mountain. Weird stuff, like the silhouette of a vulture high in a dead tree, overlooking the hazy foothills beyond, or the dark eyes of the sheriff, taking stock and unexpectedly getting Clay. Other things, like the smell and the crook of George's neck, a potent blend that hit him right in the gut every time. Her sweat after an evening in the garden, way too complex to be distilled into a single scent, overly complicated, just like the woman herself. She'd asked him to leave. She wanted to be alone. And yet, he needed to stay, he realized, with an uncharacteristic sense of certainty. Had to tell her the truth about how he felt. Tell her that maybe she was the kind of woman he could see himself with, that she was worth fighting for, and that he'd fight even if she wasn't willing to. That she was the type of mother he could only dream of for his babies, because babies, fucking babies? No babies. The last thing he wanted was to bring children into this unbelievably messed up world. No. He'd always said he wasn't fit to be a father, and obviously she'd recognized that, so what? Was he going to leave her alone to deal with the fallout of what had been the best? No. The deepest sexual. No more lies. She had been the most meaningful relationship of his life, period. While it lasted, before she'd told him to go, what they'd had was the best thing he'd ever experienced. And he decided, eyes lingering on the dark purple mountain crests in the rearview mirror, nothing in his life, before or after, would ruin what they'd done together, what they'd had. Nothing. You don't get to decide, she'd said. And yet she was the one who'd kicked him to the curb last night. Well, that wasn't any fucking fair, was it? So maybe this time she needed to be told those words. Maybe George didn't get to decide. He'd go, and he'd tell her that. And on that note, Clay headed to the hardware store and spent a small fortune on supplies for her house. A new hen house, he decided. She wanted time to think? Fine. But no way in hell was he leaving her alone. In fact, he pulled up in front of the clinic, parked, and got out, wanting the confrontation out of the way, needing to tell her how he felt, how this was more than just, "Mr. Blaine." Clay stopped. "Mr. Blaine, we need your help," called a little voice from in front of the MMA school. He recognized one of the kids he'd taught that weekend. "Don't bother the man, Carter," the mom said. "He's obviously busy. Sorry to bug you, Mr. Blaine. The kids are just a little worked up." "What's up?" Clay asked. "Camp's canceled," the kid yelled, looking like he was about to break down. Behind him, a bunch of children had gathered at the window of the MMA school, faces and hands smashed against the glass, staring at the scene. "Yeah?" asked Clay, wary of whatever new mess he was getting into. "Yeah. Sheriff Mullen ain't gonna do it. One of his deputies broke his leg, and he's 3 guys short, and now he can't teach our classes, so we got no camp." "What was this, karate camp?" "Yeah. Taekwondo, too. You know Taekwondo, right, Mr. Blaine?" Clay's eyes trailed up over Carter's head to where another dozen eyes tracked his every movement. "Sheriff in there?" he asked. The kid nodded, and Clay sighed before heading inside. "All right, hang on." Inside, the gym was abuzz with young voices. "Ian back?" "Right here," came Steve Mullen's voice from the side of the room, where he stood amid a cluster of tired-looking parents. They met in the middle of the room. "You put him up to that?" "Carter, you tell him to drag me in?" "Course not," said Steve, with a look that was probably supposed to be innocent, but held sharp undertones of deviousness. "What, you offering up your services?" "You seriously canceling camp? Unless someone steps up and—" On a long, hard sigh, Clay interrupted. "Just cut to the foot." He stopped himself, glanced over his shoulder to catch the kids watching every move, and went on. "Cut the crap, Sheriff. What's the plan? I mean, you got some kind of syllabus or something?" "Could work on that. Been doing the camp for about 12 years now, so I don't need one, but I could put one together for you." Running a hand through his hair, Clay ignored the imploring looks, focused on his back, and closed his eyes. Jesus, what the hell was he getting himself into? "Starts now?" "Yes, indeed," said the older man, the twinkle in his eyes no doubt visible from outer space. "How'd you manage this and your job for 12 years?" "Always found somebody willing to pick up the slack." "Some poor asshole like me, huh? Pay better be damn good," he said, before heading out to his truck for a change of clothes, to the cheers of a dozen rabid children. After her last patient was gone, George let Cindy and Purnima go, and had just closed up when the phone rang. She let it go to voicemail the first time, but decided to answer when it started up again. As she waited, she thought she heard thunder rumbling outside. Every single patient had mentioned the weather today. The weatherman had apparently called for rain, and George could feel it in the way her body hummed with energy, despite the exhaustion. "Clearskin Blackwood," she answered. "Oh, good. I'm glad I caught you. This is Jessie. Listen, something happened." George's pulse spiked. Okay. My guy finally got back to me. Your guy. Remember the call you wanted me to cancel? Too late. A lump formed in George's throat, but she swallowed past it. Go ahead. My contact says that your guy is a wanted man. George shook her head over and over and over, like a wind-up doll that couldn't stop. Not possible. Why not? He's not. I can't tell you why I know this, but he's just not. It was a weird call, Jessie said. He phoned a couple hours ago, but I had to rush to court, and he sounded wired. What do you mean? He asked me where I was, like, right then. She shook her head. And that's a weird thing to do, right? What do you mean? I had mentioned that a contact was asking about a Sultan's tat. Said it might have been spotted in the area. Wanted to know what info he could give me about anyone with that kind of ink, and he freaked the hell out. I mean, freaked, asking me all sorts of shit that I just couldn't answer. He then, Jessie swallowed, sounding flat out worried. He said he'd get someone to see me ASAP, and the problem, George, is that I'm not supposed to hide information about any cases. I mean, I work with the courts and the police, and it's my job. I can't just make up some probationer because they'll want to interview him. What did you tell him? Nothing. But, wait, it gets worse. I'm driving home, and he just called me back and said they were following a lead. He mentioned tattoo removal and asked me about doctors in the area. He was aggressive in a way I didn't like. Oh, God. What's going on, George? Is that man at your house right now? No, he's gone, she said, hoping it was true. Look, I'm headed home, but I'm still an hour out. Don't go anywhere. Don't talk to anyone, okay? Okay, George said, glancing at the clinic door. But Jessie, I want you to know that the man I told you about, my patient, I trust him. I'd trust him with my life. All right. Well, I'd suggest you warn him, 'cause I've got a feeling things are about to blow. Just as she hung up, the bell rang above the front door. George looked up, hoping, almost expecting it to be Clay, relieved that it might be. The man who filled her waiting room gave her a disquieting sense of déjà vu. She stopped breathing. His sleeveless leather vest, along with the tattoos covering both of his arms, told her he was probably a biker. But his expression, visible behind a layer of piercings so thick you could almost hear a metallic jingle, gave her the chills. This wasn't Clay, or anyone even remotely like him. This man was a predator. The eyes, she thought. Where Clay's were warm, this man's gaze was dead, calculating, but dead. Clearing her throat, George stood up straight and asked, "Can I help you?" The man's eyes raked her body from head to toe and back. "Nope." "Well, we're closing up for the night." Her response came out on a shaky breath, sounding to her ears exactly like an excuse. The man looked her over again. "You all get rid of tattoos in here, right?" "Yes, sir." "You had a biker come in to see the doctor recently? Big guy like me, only real ugly." His smile was the creepiest thing she'd ever seen. "I can't discuss patients, sir," she stammered. "The doctor wouldn't like it." His eyes slid to meet hers, and his expression, if possible, hardened even further. "Yeah? You might want to reconsider." He stood up taller, took up too much space in her tiny reception area. No, I have no patients that fit that description." After a breathless few seconds, the man grunted, slimed her with a narrow-eyed look, and turned to go. He pulled the door open so hard the bells came out angry rather than festive, and then slammed it behind him. George rushed to lock the door. The image of the back of that man's jacket burned a hole in her mind. Sultans, it said, in its pretentious, curlicue writing, with an eagle, a triangle, arrows, and a river, all topped by a laughing skull. The orbs of the eyes not half as empty as that man's. I have to warn Clay. Now. She raced for her cell phone, picked it up, and stared at it for a few slow seconds. No number. They'd never exchanged them. When would they? Desperate, she scrolled through her short list of numbers and saw none that made sense. She couldn't call the cops, not unless her hand was forced, when Clay was doing so much to stay hidden, and rightly so, based on what Jessie had just told her. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God! She had to find him. Was he at her house? Or at the motel? Maybe he'd gone back there. Fast, fast, before they found him. Outside, she fumbled the clinic key in the lock, then took a quick look around and started toward her car. Halfway there, she saw Clay's truck, half a block down, old and rusty, and shining under the streetlights like a beacon of hope. She ran in that direction as fast as she could. She barely noticed the thunder that rumbled overhead, or the flashes of lightning over the mountains. It was the motorcycles, 2 of them, parked in the road, that stopped her in her tracks and had her moving to dial 911 as fast as she could. But it was already too late. A thick pair of arms circled her from behind and shoved her hard against the metal of the truck. Glasses spinning off into the darkening evening. No, oh no, please, no. The words stumbled through her mind, over and over and over again, like a mantra of denial. Like, if she'd just think it hard enough, she could wish herself back to 5 minutes ago, or 1, even 1. What's the big hurry, huh? How strange the things she noticed. The details her brain took in. The way this man's hand hurt around her neck. The bite of his forearm on her chest. Body odor, stale and unhealthy. The gritty grind of dirt on the pavement under their feet. But the clearest of all was the strange, choked-off silence of not being able to breathe, or talk, or scream. This was true impotence, not being able to do anything as the world around you fell apart. She lost her keys and purse somewhere in the scuffle, and her phone was wrenched from her hand. After that, the man who held her, the one from her waiting room, handed her off to another man. She could do nothing but fight for breath, while the first big man picked up her purse and rifled through it for her wallet, letting it fall to the ground once he'd found what he was looking for. "So you're the doctor." He looked her over, then glanced back at her license. "Jason Lane," he muttered to the other man. "Same street as the probation officer. Which one you think he's sticking it to?" "Doesn't matter. We'll get 'em both. Leave your bike here and take her car." He examined her keys and scanned the road. "There. Subaru. I'll find her place on the GPS. You take her in that and follow me there." Like a useless sack of flour, she was shoved into the front seat of her car. A gun trained on her once she'd settled in. Halfway down Main Street, she made a bid for freedom. It was desperate and foolhardy, but you didn't get second chances in moments like this, did you? If they took you, you were dead. She tried to slow her breathing, made an effort to count to 3, forcing the numbers out through the frantic beat of her heart. 1, 2. On 3, she pulled back her elbow and thrust it as hard as she could to connect with the man's chin. Cursing, he swerved, almost losing control. But then he got it back, pulled over to the side and lifted a hard hand to her throat, pressing until stars obliterated her vision, and she knew this was it. "You think we need you to get to him? Try that again and you're dead, bitch." And oh God, she believed it. At her house, a couple of other men showed up, one peeling off to check Jesse's house, and all George could do was hope she wasn't there. The fourth man was different from the others. Rather than biker gear, he wore a shirt and slacks. He wouldn't look her in the eye. The big man, obviously the leader, opened her front door with her key. He laughed as the other one shoved her inside, and she fell painfully to her knees. They turned on lamps in every room. "Not a single fucking normal light in this place. Just lamps everywhere," the man who held her complained. "What, you don't do cozy, Jam?" The big guy turned and looked hard at George. "Doesn't matter if you like it, 'cause I get the feeling Agent Clayton Navarro likes it just fine. Isn't that right, Doc?" A few minutes later, the other men returned. They spoke quietly and then went back out. The big man disappeared upstairs, returning with the bag of zip ties in one hand. "Let's get you taken care of, Doc, and then we'll worry about Special fucking Agent Clay Navarro." As the man tightened the tie around her wrists, something about those sharp plastic edges felt so familiar. Their feel was oddly grounding. But it wasn't just that. It was sentimental, maybe? It trapped her hands, yes, making escape almost entirely impossible, but it also served to link her to Clay, who was out there somewhere, still safe, still alive. In this moment, George didn't mind the idea of dying. She would have let go, giving in to something that seemed inevitable, if it weren't for Jesse and Gabe, who could quite possibly run straight into the trap. And then another idea occurred to her, the memory or realization, or maybe a hope, that she could, right at this very moment, be pregnant. And if she gave up, that baby would never see the light of day. Suddenly, more than anything in the world, George wanted the chance to have something real with Clay. A baby, if that were in the cards, but at the very least a future. And in that moment, she knew she would do whatever it took to survive. Steve had left Clay a set of keys to his place before taking off, giving him full responsibility for cleaning up, turning off lights, and locking the gym. It took forever, the bastard. Although, Clay decided, it didn't actually feel half bad having this type of responsibility. The kids were... Christ, they were awesome. On his way to the door, he caught sight of one of Jesse's self-defense training brochures. More of a card, really, offering private classes, as well as the weekly group sessions. He picked it up with some notion that he'd take it to George, maybe convince her to give it a try. Walking out of the school, he glanced around the street, taking in details by rote. What cop didn't? And then stopped dead at what he saw. A Harley. A fucking chopper. Parked behind the dumpster at the end of the building. Pulse picking up, he took another glance around, slowed his pace and walked carefully to the bike. He knew this bike, like the back of his hand. Jam's bike. Here, in Blackwood. He'd ignored the sound earlier. Sure, he was imagining it yet again. He'd felt so in control when his heart hadn't taken off like it used to. Only now, Christ, this time he'd been wrong. So fucking wrong. And there, a few feet away, was a purse. George's massive purse, in a pile on the road. After that, things moved too fast. Clay's brain set to autopilot as he sprinted to his truck, noting that her car was nowhere to be seen, and turned the key once, twice, almost flooding the fucking engine. Calm down, calm down. He put the truck into gear and pulled out into the road with no idea where he was headed. Wait, he screeched to a halt. His phone. He reached for it and powered it up. He'd called George. He had her number somewhere. Where was that card? It took a few seconds to find it and type in the number. It rang twice before someone picked up. "George?" he gasped, his breathing ragged, like he'd just run a marathon. "George, where are you?" "Oh, hey, Indian. That you, man?" The voice gave Clay the shakes. He'd recognize that voice anywhere. "Ape." "Hey, man," Ape went on, sounding frighteningly chipper. "Got something that belongs to you." "Oh, yeah?" Clay forced out, trying his damnedest to sound calm. A muffled sound on the phone, and then George's voice, thin and scared. "Clay? They're at my house, but I'm fine, fine. Don't you dare come here. I'm—" "Don't listen to her, man. I'm about to—" "You touch a hair on her body, and you're a dead man, Ape. Dead," he said, only to be met with Ape's cheerfully sordid laugh. "Trade you. Your life for hers," the fucker said, before hanging up. An image of Carly's corpse flashed through Clay's mind. Only this time, it had George's face. He accelerated hard, ignoring the irate honk from the car he'd almost sideswiped, and took off toward her house. He'd kill them. Ape and Jam and whoever else was with them. He'd use his hands and his knife, and he'd mess them up so bad they'd be unidentifiable. That animal part of him, the part that wanted to take over, was roaring. A deep, dangerous, primal scream like he'd never experienced in his entire fucking life. And he knew he'd tear them apart. Fuck, he'd... From out of nowhere came an image of George, touching him, healing him, maybe just a little bit loving him, and everything stopped. He couldn't do any of those things. She wouldn't want him to. And was that truly who he was? He'd be no better than them if he murdered them, would he? He was supposed to be one of the good guys. No matter how many times the job had forced him to cross over to the other side, he'd always been a cop. "You are one of the good guys," he told himself, only it didn't sound like his voice. It sounded like George's. He worked hard to think like an agent instead of one of those monsters. He needed to think, to make a plan. What would he do if George wasn't part of this equation? Steve. He'd call Steve Mullen. No calling 911, which would put up red flags everywhere, notify the ATF and anybody linked to DOJ. Steve was the only person who had no skin in this game, the only one he could trust. Working hard at faking a calm he didn't feel, he reached for his phone, kept his eye on the road while he dug out the guy's business card and dialed. It went to voicemail after too many rings, and Clay came close to losing it again. Almost to Jason Lane, after trying the number 1,000,000 times, Clay finally broke down and dialed 911. He had no choice, did he? When the woman asked him to state his emergency, he hesitated. Kidnapping, attempted murder. Those words would raise a red flag so big that half the fucking state would be here in no time at all. There had to be a way he could save George and keep himself out of sight long enough to see those fuckers in court. Instead, he told the woman it was a personal matter and asked her to relay him to the sheriff. When he finally came on the line, Steve Mullins sounded irritated. "What's the problem, Blaine? I got a 4-car pileup on the interstate here." "I've got an emergency, sir." "What's going on, son?" "This is being recorded, right?" A pause. "Yep." "Need to talk to you offline, please." He gave the man his number and waited for the call to come through. "Why all the cloak and dagger, Blaine?" "They've got Dr. Hadley." "Who has her?" "Sultan's MC." He spat out. "I'm headed to her place now. They're gonna—" "Slow down, son. I can't hear you. Where are they at?" "Her place. Jason Lane." "Why you calling me on the down low like this?" "Sultans have someone on the inside. I got no idea who." "Hell." "At least one person. Maybe a couple." "Trust no one." "I trust you, Sheriff." "I'm going in there. I've got to before they hurt her. I can take care of this, but I need your backup, and I need you to keep this quiet." "Go." The sheriff paused. "I'm about 20 minutes behind you." Another pause. "And don't do anything stupid, son. Got me?" A few blocks away, he caught sight of Jessie's self-defense card on the seat beside him. George had told him all about her neighbor and her cute kid. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time, but now his head was ringing. If the woman and her kid were home, they could get caught in the crossfire. He dialed the number on the card, and she picked up. "Ms. Shiflett, this is Clay Navarro." "Who?" Fuck, he was losing it. "My name is Andrew Blaine. I'm undercover ATF. I'm a friend of George Hadley's, your neighbor. Look, it's too much to explain. There's shit going down at George's place. I need you to grab your kid and get out of there." "What are you—" "Do it. Go now. Call the sheriff if you have to, but go. I don't want to have to worry about 2 more people getting caught up in this." "Christ," she muttered under her breath, then paused for an excruciating few seconds and asked, "Are you there? Right now at George's place?" "I'm on my way. I'll get her out." She let out a little distressed noise at that. "You mean they've got her? George is in there with somebody?" "Yeah." "All right. Go. We'll be fine. Just go." Clay hung up, took the last turn onto Jason Lane too fast, and parked down the street from George's house. He thought his approach was quiet, although he couldn't tell through the pounding in his ears. "Don't hurt her. Please, don't let her be hurt." He set off into the woods, giving the house a wide berth in case they'd set up a perimeter. The woods felt familiar as he crept toward her place, the night sounds no longer an enemy but a friend, covering up his approach. Close enough to see the house now, he waited, working hard to keep his breath normal and force his adrenaline down to where it wouldn't impede him. It took a good minute for his eyes to find the person waiting in the night, just a shadow from here, but so familiar that his heart took a bright leap toward hope. Backup. Help. Someone on his side. The shadow moved slightly away from the shed, and Clay's conscious mind recognized the man. That feeling of safety and friendship and relief exploded into a million tiny splinters of betrayal, each one sharp enough to gouge out his soul. Tyler. Tyler fucking Olson. His best friend in the whole world. The man who'd always had his back since they were kids. Clay was godfather to two of the man's children, for Christ's sake, and Tyler was the inside man who'd betrayed him. Nearly doubled over, it took him a while to push past the agony of it, to stand back up and recognize how obvious it should have been. That night at the club, his call for help, Tyler's done nothing to help him. Nothing. And later, he'd been so goddamned interested in where Clay was hiding out, hadn't he? He'd been meaning to sell his location to Ape all along. Quietly, without a clear plan, he made his way toward the silhouette, acid roiling like hate in his belly. Tyler. Fuck! Tyler turned, fast, with one hand flying to his gun, and then stopped when he saw who it was. His expression went through a quick, complicated change. Shock, morphing into guilt, morphing into a smooth, liar's smile. Jesus, don't do that, man. You'll give me a goddamned heart attack. Clay couldn't say a word for the first few seconds, but he kept moving closer, this face-off feeling inevitable. Wow, bro, Tyler said, nervously stepping back and filling the tense silence. I forgot how fucked up you look with that shit on your face. My tats, Clay growled. You're just standing out here in my woman's yard while she's being held by those murderers, and you want to have a conversation about my tats. Oh, the rage was coming back now, cleaning out the shock and the hurt in a way that felt righteous and strong. Why don't you tell me more about these tats, you fucking asshole? Maybe tell me how you could possibly have stopped some of this from happening. Christ, man, what are you talking about? That's how you're gonna play it, then? He indicated the house, glowing with an ironic warmth beyond them. Just stand here and pretend like you didn't sell me to the highest bidder? I don't have time for you. Clay looked away and swallowed before letting the rage take wing, and hauling back to send his fist flying right at the fucker's face. It connected with a satisfying crunch. He didn't feel a thing, though. Nothing except rage and the need to destroy. But all the while the clock was ticking. He had to go. Fuck Tyler. What the hell, man? Clay! Clay! Tyler staggered and wiped his mouth, coming away with blood. She inside, you motherfucker. You set her up? She's in there. You gave her to him? Nah, man, There was no time for more of his lies. Shut the fuck up. Tyler's expression changed before he shifted and started to reach for his gun. But he was no match for Clay. Tyler, who sat behind a desk and pretended to be a good man, versus Clay, who'd spent so many years out there, working hard to pass his filth. He put a hand around the man's neck and pinned him to the side of the shed, disarming him easily. So fucking easily. What the hell do you get out of this, huh? Tyler opened his mouth as if to defend himself, then closed it. You not even gonna give me that? Every one of Clay's words was a whispered arrow flying at his target, wanting, needing to hurt him. When'd you start working with them? When? Tyler asked. When they showed up at my goddamn doors, when? I was under? Yeah, just toward the end. Before I got shot. A pause. Yeah. So the night you were supposed to send the team in to get me out, the delay, that was... You don't fucking get it, do you, Clay? One Saturday, those fucking bastards just show up at my house with Jada and the kids in the backyard, and fuck, man, I didn't have a choice. There was always a choice. You set me up to get shot in the back. Something about his voice must have gotten through to Tyler, because he went still. Course not, man. Course not, Tyler whined, sounding defeated, and Clay backed away. He couldn't let this go, would never let this go. You the one who killed Bread, Ty? Was that you? He moved his hand away from Tyler's neck, blinking at the pain of all this deception. What? Fuck no, man. They get his location from you? Tyler didn't answer, but the truth was visible in the slope of his shoulders, the way his lips turned down at the edges, and even under cover of darkness, he couldn't look Clay in the eye. And here, through the barrage of pain, a slice of anger came back. Clay was furious. You sicked them on George? It's not my fault, man. Clay hauled back and punched Tyler again. The fury taking over, the fear for her life, pushing through the bullshit excuses. He punched him again, fending off Tyler's counters, and again. Another time on the chin, and the man was down, cowering in the dry grass like the fucking coward he was. The urge to kill him was strong, so strong, pulsing inside him like a caged beast, dying to be let out. Don't do it. You're better than that, came that reasonable voice that he thought of as George's. A look toward the front of the house showed no sign of the sheriff, but it didn't matter. It was time. Time to go in and get his woman out. You fucking coward, he spat, grabbing Tyler's gun and holding it on him steady. I should fucking kill you right now. That's the best you deserve. I know, man. I know. His hand tightened on Tyler's handgun, the urge so strong it hurt. Do it. Kill me. Christ, kill me. 'Cause I can't take it anymore. Clay stilled. That instinct to hurt and kill, it wasn't his, was it? It belonged to the men he pretended to be, but not to him. Not now, and not ever. With something like pity, he shook his head at the man he'd once considered his best friend, and almost tenderly hauled off, punching him with a final blow to the temple that knocked Tyler unconscious. Then he stalked off to save the woman he loved. Being terrified did strange things to George, unexpected things. Her body was tired, inappropriately heavy with exhaustion, where she lay on the sofa in her front room. But there was a strength to it, too. You just go ahead and touch me thing whenever one of the men came close to her. She was convinced she'd fight like crazy if they tried anything on her, which seemed increasingly inevitable as the minutes passed. The off-color remarks, things about her tits, as they called them, were growing filthier, their words slurred, their footsteps heavier. Her kitchen must be a wreck by now, judging from the sounds. She didn't know how many there were in her house. 2, maybe 3. George lay low, being as quiet as possible, unsure if that was the right thing to do, or if she would be better off attracting their attention. wishing she'd made it to Jessie's self-defense class. But then, 2 against 1 seemed like unbeatable odds, even if she knew what she was doing. They were huge and mean. The thought of Jessie, right next door with Gabe, their place so close, nearly threw her into a panic. Something from the back of the house crashed, and she wiggled her arms again, trying to loosen them from the zip tie that bound her. God, how much longer could she wait like this? A useless sitting duck, nothing but a decoy to get Clay here. She had to do something. "Excuse me," she finally called. "I need to use the restroom." "Fucking chicks," said one of the men in the kitchen. "Let her piss herself," said the boss guy in his nasally voice. "I'll take her," a third voice responded. Jam, the man who'd nearly strangled her in the car. "Jesus Christ, man, you gonna let her piss on you too?" "She can piss in the toilet. We're here for India, not to—" "Shut the fuck up and take her if that's what you want, bro." "So fucking pussy-whipped, I wonder about you." Boots clomped down the hall, and George looked up to see that biker, covered in ink, wearing the same sleeveless leather vest as the first one, unshaven and just as scary. "Where's the head?" he asked, not quite meeting her eye, and it took her a second to realize he meant the bathroom. "Upstairs?" He approached, pulling out a knife, and George tightened her body in anticipation, only to loosen again, too loose, as he sliced through the tie at her ankles. She stood, her legs like jelly, wobbly and barely able to hold her up. "Let's go." She led him upstairs, could feel his eyes on her backside. When she made it to the bathroom, she held up her wrists and said, "Could you cut this, please?" "Can't. You'll manage." Without argument, George went inside, started to push the door closed, and was stopped by the man. "Leave it open." "I'm not going to—" He got close to her, too close. "Don't fuck with us. Especially not him, the big one." His eyes flicked back toward the stairs. "Just do what I say." She met the man's eyes in the mirror. In the split second before she blinked, she could have sworn she saw something reticent in his light gaze, as if perhaps he didn't want to be in this situation any more than she did. He wore a big beard, but beneath it he looked young. The look was gone as fast as it had appeared, replaced by that hard-jawed, mean-eyed glare. "Why? You want to stay alive." She nodded, and he nudged her, left the door open, and stepped back into the hall, giving her visual privacy, if not oral. There was no way she could make a break for it with him standing guard like that. Breathing hard, her throat raw from bile, George made it to the sink where she washed her face. A glimpse of her bathroom showed a place that looked unfamiliar, new in the worst way possible. That thought brought with it a wave of fear far stronger than what she'd felt before, prickling her skin. This was her house, damn it, her sanctuary. They'd defiled it with their presence, and she wanted them out. Get them out, became her mantra as they descended into the main hall. Before Clay gets here and they kill him, get them out, get them out, get them out. She turned to the man and said, "Let me make you and your friends dinner." "What?" "Please let me do something. I'll go crazy otherwise." He seemed to consider, eyes narrowed on hers. "Ape," he called, his voice loud and gruff. "She wants to make us dinner." Ape ambled into the room, brows raised. "What dinner? It's a fucking wasteland in this bitch's kitchen. No chips, nothing." I can make you something, she said, bargaining. If she was alive, she could bargain. Yeah, well, come on then. I could use a fucking home-cooked meal. You make us dinner, and then I got something to feed you, he said, his expression dirty, the insinuation disgusting. His face was, Lord, it was weird. Unfinished was the only word she could find to describe it. His features were lumpy, soft in a way that should have been unthreatening, but made her instead wonder if perhaps he was incomplete, as if he wasn't entirely human. Overlaying those pale mounds of flesh, this man had covered himself in tattoos. His brows, not particularly prominent, were lined with piercings, which created structure. Pasty, waxy, a skull without definition, his arms nearly black with ink, and all of it bloody, vulgar, murderous. George nodded, forcing her breathing to slow, and looked around. Her kitchen, different with these big, unfamiliar bodies in it, the smell of unwashed hair and cigarettes thick in the humid night air. What could she make these men? Her mind blanked. She pictured them tearing at joints of meat and thick loaves of dark bread like medieval villains, nothing remotely like what she had to offer, only boiling cauldrons, she thought. Hot oil poured over castle walls. A possibility, a weapon. Whatever she was making, she'd boil it first, she decided then. Get cooking then, bitch, the mean one said. The unfinished one they called Ape. Dull, shark eyes focused hard on her as she brushed too close by him. I'll cook for you, she thought, the fear fizzing high in her throat. And then I'll burn your damned face off. She put a pot full of water on the stove, took out a couple of steaks, and moved to reheat some greens. They were impatient, asking her every 3 minutes if she'd finished yet. If she hadn't been so frightened, she'd have glared. You almost done? Ape asked George, from that spot too close beside her. Yes, she lied. Girl's good in the kitchen, ain't she, Jam? The man said, in a way that didn't feel like a compliment, but like he'd started to undress her already. Might should take her back home with us. Let her serve us. He grinned his gap-toothed smile. Service us. A meaty hand reached out as if to cup her crotch from behind, and she jumped. Nauseated, sweaty, shaking, scared as can be, but also mad as hell. Where the fuck's your boyfriend? He asked, that hand close to touching her, and she pictured Clay's face, imagined the way he felt, wishing he'd come save her, but hoping he'd stay away. Shit smells good. Let's fucking eat before that asshole comes and ruins our meal. George took 2 plates out of her cupboard, not an easy feat with the zip tie still on them, and set them on the counter, wanting to keep close to the hot water, waiting for any opportunity. Almost done. She served them the 2 steaks and the greens, and was just reaching for the big pot of boiling pasta, when the boss man looked toward the back door, head cocked. That him? Or just that sniveling little Olsen fuck? Not sure, man. Might be Meathead. Want me to go check? Let me go, said George, her mouth moving in a mad attempt to distract them, even as she went for the pot of boiling water. If it was Clay they'd heard, then she could help by keeping their attention focused on her. Let me go, and I won't say a word. You can... Faster than he looked, the big man slapped George hard across the face before grabbing her and holding her tight against his body. "You think I'm letting you go? I'll fucking tear you apart. And then, when that asshole gets here and sees you bleeding from every hole, I'll make him watch while I do it again." "No!" George screamed as Ape dragged her away from the water and her only chance at escape. Her body thrilled with fear, but also with a secret curl of triumph. If he was focusing on her, then Clay was safe. Assuming that had been Clay at all. She hoped it wasn't, for his sake. Somewhere, deep down, she did something she hadn't done since the days before Tom died. She prayed, not for herself, but for Clay. Over and over again. The mantra, the only thing she had left. Please don't let Clay come. Please, God, keep him away. Please don't come, please don't come. 20. It had all come to this moment, to his actions right here in this place. His woman's house, with those fuckers who had their hands all over her. Silently, he moved in close, eyes flicking between the ground and those cheerily glowing windows. For once, he was glad she didn't have curtains back here. He squinted as he approached. 2 guys, just Ape and Jam. Good, although there might be a third up front. Fine, he could handle 3. They might be mean as fuck, but he had justice on his side. He'd kill them if he had to. If it was the only choice, he'd blow them all sky high before he'd let them touch George. Here he was. No plan, just apeshit insanity. He got close enough to see her stirring something at the stove. Her face was pale and worn, but she looked whole. He didn't realize how tightly he'd been wound until he saw her there, safe, whole, even now lighting up the room from inside, and fuck, he loved her so much it hurt. There was someone close to the porch, he realized, as he drew closer. Shoving the gun into his pants, he picked up the first thing he found, a piece of clapboard siding, and stalked the man slowly, calmly. He'd take this one down and keep the element of surprise. From inside, the sound of voices got louder. Ape spoke, and she responded, the words not yet clear. He was right up next to the guy, a club prospect he dimly recognized, when the sounds separated themselves into words. The sharp sound of flesh hitting flesh, followed by Ape saying, "You think I'm letting you go? I'll fucking tear you apart. And then, when that asshole gets here and sees you bleeding from every hole, I'll make him watch while I do it again." Something blew in his mind, and he lost it in an entirely new way. Like bits of his brain had exploded all the fuck over the place, and there was nothing human left inside but anger and the need to kill. But even so, he held back, until he heard George's screamed, "No!" and then it was on. He swung the board and hit the prospect on the side of his head, watching him go down. Not dead. Good. Not dead, but incapacitated, because he wasn't like them. He wasn't a murderer, damn it. The hinges squeaked as he yanked the screen door open. Should have oiled them, came the surreal thought as he charged across the porch. Secrecy gone, now that they'd heard her. He got to the inner door next, swung it open, and he was inside. "Stop right the fuck there." The words halted his progress. each one an ice pick in his heart. Frozen, he took in Ape with George by the stove, noting the way the man held her by the hair, keeping her head tilted back at a painful-looking angle. Water bubbled madly, not a foot from where they stood. Ape's other hand reached behind him and came out with that little fucking axe. Slowly, viciously, Ape ran the blade down her body, from neck to breast, and back up to the hollow beneath her throat. It was sharp, Clay knew, sharp enough to slice, and George let out a noise, a mewling sound more devastating than anything Clay'd ever heard, when the asshole pressed the blade into her perfect, unmarred skin. "Drop the gun," Ape smiled. "And the board." This last was said with a half chuckle. Rage and something else mingled in Clay's head in a way he couldn't take the time to decipher. Slowly, carefully, he dropped both weapons, tamping it all down, using that moment to get his thoughts straight, forcing calm. He was smarter than these fuckers. Smarter, better trained, and he had a whole lot more at stake. "You always were a stupid fucking superhero of a know-it-all cocksucker, weren't you?" Ape went on before hawking a thick, slimy one right onto George's wood floor. "Always knew we shouldn't trust you." Tightening his fist, the fucker pulled George up harder against him, drawing a thick, dark drop of blood from her neck and sending Clay's pulse into overdrive. "You here for this?" the asshole went on, voice setting fire to Clay's nerves as he shook George's head by the hair. His thick knuckles were tight enough to whiten the skin along her scalp. "You know you got a rat in your organization's special agent?" Clay didn't answer. None of this mattered. The conversation was just distraction. All he wanted was George. Outside, the sky belched a mighty roll of thunder. It shook the house, made it feel as unstable as the pit of Clay's stomach. The air was electric with expectation. He wanted to go to George, to comfort her, but that was the worst thing he could do right now. He'd already shown his hand, shown them how important she was to him. That had been a mistake. He knew them. He knew them so well. They wanted him, needed to kill him, because without him, the case against their bosses was a whole hell of a lot weaker. But they wouldn't let George go, no matter what. Not when they knew how much hurting her drove him crazy. They'd do horrible things to her, unspeakable things, and Ape, Clay knew, would take pleasure in it. "So, Indian. Nice cover, man. You had us fucking snowed right till the end. Had no goddamned idea you were ATF, right, Jam?" he asked. Over his shoulder, the other Sultan slid out of the hallway. "Yeah, man." "You got 9 lives, motherfucker. How the fuck do you get out of there with the bullet holes in your back? I mean, I saw it with my own goddamned eyes." The hate spewing from Ape was toxic. Clay could almost smell it on his breath, mixed with the cigarettes and bourbon and body odor. George stirred, but Clay let his eyes catch hold of Ape's and latch on. No more looking at George. He needed to forget she was there, or he'd do something stupid. "How much did you pay Olson to tell you where to find me, Ape?" Fuck, man. Took you long enough. You're as dumb as you look. Special Agent Clayton fucking Navarro. Jesus Christ, a goddamn spick. Behind the stove, Ape laughed, and Clay's hatred concentrated on that sound, that stupid, evil sound. He held himself back from pouncing, since the man still held George. All this time, us laughing about how dark you were, calling you Indian and shit. And you were a filthy wetback. You and your wetback sister. Clay tightened up, his breathing uneven, which was bad, dangerous as hell. He couldn't get out of control, he couldn't. It took everything he had to keep his face blank. Everything. Behind him, on the screen porch, Clay caught movement. The prospect coming to, or the sheriff arriving on the scene. His eyes flicked to Jam, who didn't look quite as sure as Ape was. He was the wild card in the room. Ape said, "You know, Indian, I feel like I might actually remember that little bitch." Something dulled in Clay's vision, cutting out whoever was behind him. Jam skulking around the edges. "She had the tightest little, I'll fucking kill you, you motherfucker. You know what happened to your sister, man?" Ape cut in, and Clay hardened himself to what was next. Words, just words, he repeated in his head, over and over again. But the words hurt worse than bullets. Those words tore him apart. "What happened to that stupid fucking whore is nothing compared to what I'm gonna do to this sweet, innocent little bitch right here." Ape smiled his rotten-toothed grin, and Clay felt it. That next jolt of fear, or adrenaline, or whatever it was he'd been waiting for. Through the fucker's words, he let it fill his body, let it take him over, let it calm him and harden him and give him that dose of power he needed to do what he had to do. Because he was a cop, yes, but also a man, an honorable man, whose job it was to save the life of the only woman he'd ever loved. And that was exactly what he planned to do, even if he died in the process. George heard the words, knew the man holding her by the hair was talking about her, but couldn't quite connect the two. Cut her, he'd said. He wanted to cut her. And the things he was saying to Clay about his sister. "I'm gonna fuck every hole in her body. Maybe slice a couple new ones to stick my dick into. And then..." He pulled her hair tighter, bringing tears to her eyes. Then tighter still. With a twist of his wrist, he rubbed her face into his sweaty neck. She gagged and tried to pull back, which only made him laugh and grind her face in harder. The blade of that axe ever present at her throat. The man was talking, taunting Clay, pushing him, and throughout his filthy tirade, her fear multiplied tenfold. George, a victim to God and the fates, standing here letting it happen, just letting it all happen to her, the way it had happened with Tom, because who was she to fight the inevitability of what was to come? She'd lost against God once, right? So, around her wrists, the zip tie cut into her skin. The man loosened his grip, stupidly forgetting, maybe, that she was an actual person and not some blow-up doll. In those few seconds where everything in her life came together, images, feelings, the memory of her impotence against the inevitability of death, George recognized something new. It wasn't God she needed to look for in this moment. No doctors to beg, no miracle drugs to put her energy into, no faith to bank on. She wasn't helpless here. A tiny David battling a big and omnipotent Goliath. No, here, right now, in her home, on her turf, with her hands tied in front of her, George held the power. She closed her eyes against the feel of this big, filthy man, shut her mind to the reality of Clay paralyzed in front of her, and remembered the way he'd slammed his hands to his hips while they'd made love, breaking the plastic at his wrists. She reached inside, gathered every tiny cell of her being, every bit of her strength, and her will to live. With a deep rush of breath, she opened her eyes, met Clay's, let her gaze slide to the side to show him the pot boiling on the stove, and then, through a wash of tears, took the time to tell him how she felt, mouthing those words she hadn't yet had the courage to say aloud. I love you. George loved him. The truth of it exploded into him. It was all Clay needed. Big and frightened but whole. Her eyes flicked down to the right, and though he wanted to follow their path, he held back, unwilling to give Ape a clue to whatever she was trying to show him. The stove, he understood, with a white-hot jolt of hope. A big pot of something, yellow flames licking at the bottom. Her lips moved over the words again, and she smiled. Smiled. With a single, calm blink of his lids and a slight tightening of his lips, Clay gave it right back to her. I love you, he tried to say with his gaze. I love you, and I'll die for you. And then she moved, his kamikaze girl. She became a dead weight and dropped, unexpectedly heavy in Ape's arms. The asshole fumbled, his eyes following her for a second or two before flicking back to Clay, then back and forth, and while he vacillated, George made her move. With a pull and a yell, she wrenched her arms back, and fuck if she didn't bust through that flimsy little piece of plastic as if it were nothing. She darted for the water. His baby was fast, grabbed it and flung. The splash wasn't as wide as Clay would have wished, but it got Ape in the face. With a scream, the fucker staggered back as George scampered away. And Clay was on him. An elbow to the face jarred Ape, and Clay followed it with an uppercut that flung his chin up and sent an arc of blood through the air. With a groan, Ape put his fist into Clay's belly, full of brute strength, and fuck, the guy was huge. It took a beat for Clay to get his breath back, another for him to stand up again and get some space. He'd forgotten how powerful the fucker was, but he wasn't fast. With a bellow, Ape came at him again, going for his face, but Clay sidestepped, part of him sucking in the near miss, letting it drive him back and then forward. His whole body in this one, a strike to the temple, surgical in its precision, and another to the monster's kidney, and oh yeah, that connected. He felt the man's pain in the breath he spat out, the groan he couldn't get enough air to put a voice to. Fuck yes, this was it. Taking advantage of Ape's doubled over position, Clay reached for the back of his head, gripped the greasy hair, and jerked him down to his knee. Ape's nose broke. The crunch of bone was audible. From there, Clay's inner beast took over, pummeling flesh and breaking bones like he'd never done in his life. His training, a thin veneer over the savage animal inside. Another strike, this one laying Ape flat out on the ground, where he rolled into a defensive little ball. But fuck, he deserved this. Deserved to be beaten into oblivion, deserved a horrible, bloody, shattered death. He kicked the man, wanted to tear Ape apart, to make him suffer on the floor of this room, this house that had never seen violence before. He paused, breathing hard, blinking past the sweat that poured down his face. Running a hand over his eyes, he was surprised to find blood there. Had Ape gotten a hit in? He blinked again and focused back in on Ape. "You're no better than him if you finish him off," came the voice that had led him to this place. He shook his head, exhaled on a hard, painful puff of air, and took in the rest of the room. George was nowhere to be found. Good. He needed her gone, out of harm's way. Another swipe of Clay's arm cleared the blood from his eyes and the confusion from his soul. Ape was still alive, but he was down for the count. It was better this way. He listened for a split second, hoping to hear some kind of backup, but getting only the not-so-distant roll of thunder instead. Then came a soft scuff of a boot. Clay whirled toward it, ready only to come face to face with Jam. Jam. Fuck. In all the confusion, he'd almost forgotten he was here. Jam lifted his hands and backed away from whatever he saw in Clay's face. A .38 pointed down between them. Everything stopped. "Got an offer to make, Indian. One-time deal," Jam said, gun trained at the floor. Clay waited, muscles tense. "I clean this mess up, and you'll never hear another thing from the Sultans. Nothing. Ever." "Why would you do that?" "Never liked how the Brotherhood was run. Never. But I need it, man. Can't go back to being a civilian. Not after—" He swallowed. "Not since Afghanistan. Got a record now, too, so I need this. I need the life, you get that?" "Fuck," Clay said, because he understood, more than he could ever explain. "Yes. I take care of this, and we're gone. Done. You go to trial against Handles and the other assholes you got inside. You win your medal, or whatever the hell it is you're getting out of this, or, oh, fuck, right, Carly." He shook his head, and Clay tightened up, ready for anything. "I didn't know she was your sister. I didn't know." Clay pushed the image of his sister away and glanced around George's home. This place they had desecrated with their stupid club filth. "How do I know you're not coming back?" "Don't give a shit about you, or your woman. You did me, did us all, a favor, getting rid of the guys you put inside." Jam's eyes flicked down to Ape. "And him. I'll clean this up." "I can't let you do that, Jam." "Look, you fucking asshole. Don't you give me that holier-than-thou crap. I didn't know she was your woman, okay? I thought she was just some snatch and—" "Shut the fuck up." Jam raised his gun and took a step back, pointing it toward Clay. "I was a sniper in Afghanistan. Did I ever tell you that, man?" "Yeah, Jam, you told me." Jam's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. "Had more than 50 kills to my name. So what the hell's one more, you know?" "This is different." "Different? You think? I was one of the good guys back then. Here? Here, I'm just a 1%er. Just a fucking outlaw." "You could change that. You don't want to do this, man." "No," he shouted. "Course I don't want to do this. But what choice are you giving me? I won't go to prison, man. I can't do it. I've killed before, and I'll fucking do it again if I have to." He raised the weapon and aimed it straight at Clay's head. A kill shot, especially this close. Clay opened his mouth to say something, anything to stop the guy. But before he could get out the words, the shot rang out, deafening in the enclosed kitchen. For a surreal instant, Clay thought he'd been shot again. But he knew how it felt, and this painless normality wasn't it. Slowly, things came into focus. Jam propelled backward, but still holding on to the .38. By the door stood a woman, her weapon raised, a snub-nosed revolver, and, behind her, George, white as a sheet, eyes only for him. Everything was quiet. That hollow vacuum a gunshot left in its wake. He'd felt it last time, almost stronger than the impact initially. "Don't move," she said in a no-nonsense tone of voice. "You, Jesse?" Clay said. "Yeah." Jam moved, and the gun shot him again, in the arm this time. It sent his gun flying. From the front door, behind the women, came the instantly recognizable shout of law enforcement arriving on the scene. Clay watched, ears ringing, as Jessie threw her hands up. He shouted, "Back here!" Suddenly, the room was swarming with Blackwood Sheriff's Department deputies, their dark uniforms filling up the spaces, taking over so Clay could let go. Fuck, it was crazy how quickly the adrenaline drained away when you no longer needed it. Like the scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz, Clay felt boneless, like he could slide to the floor, skeleton liquid. Just one thing kept him up. His gaze searched the controlled chaos and noise of the room. George. He met her eyes, and when she smiled, Clay's bruised heart cracked wide open. There was something desperate in Clay. George could tell as soon as he touched her. Those rough fighter's hands grasped her face hard, and he kissed her even harder. And, oh Lord, that kiss, after all the certainty of death, was like getting a second chance. It was a second chance for him. She leaned in to whisper, "You okay?" He huffed a breath onto her lips, but didn't answer right away. "Now that I got you, yeah." "Sorry to interrupt." That was the sheriff, Steve Mullen, standing a couple of steps away. "I got quite the crime scene here. Just need a word, Special Agent Navarro." Clay nodded, gave George's hand one last squeeze, and moved a few steps away. She watched, not even tempted to help, as EMTs arrived and took 3 men away. Outside, there was some kind of manhunt going on. The one outside had gotten away. She watched as her home was ransacked in an impressively orderly fashion, and for only the best reasons, and caught snippets of conversations. They hadn't called in the feds, apparently, although Clay stuck around. Watching him become official and totally in his element was really lovely to behold. And hot. Totally hot. The way he suddenly took charge and called out orders. After an interview with one of the deputies, she retired to the screened porch and watched from a distance, a stranger in her own home. Jessie stepped out to join her. "You okay?" George thought about it. Was she okay? "Yes, I think I am." She raised the bottle she'd pulled from a kitchen cupboard. "Care for a glass of cooking sherry?" "Hell, yes. From the bottle is fine if you don't have an actual glass." "Here, share mine." Jessie took a long swig, refilled the glass, and handed it to George. "Seriously, though, you feeling all right? You've had quite a night." "I'm completely unfazed by this." George threw back the sherry. She'd have a headache in the morning, but fuck it. Which I'm sure means I'm in shock. It'll hit soon. They passed the glass back and forth, refilled it, and did it again. "You can't possibly be okay with all these people in your house." George stilled and looked inside past Jessie. "I'm alive. He's alive." She glanced at Jessie. "You and Gabe are safe. Does anything else really matter?" Pushing back a wave of hysteria, George went on. "What would I have done if you hadn't showed up right then, Jessie?" "Oh, no, don't you dare cry, or I'll let loose and then we'll never stop." "I'm not," she sniffled and wiped her nose. "You saved his life. You were amazing. What would I have done?" "Okay, stop it right now. First of all, I'm trained in firearms." Jessie motioned inside. "And in how to deal with lunatics like that." She leaned in and put a hand on George's arm, squeezing just enough to be comforting. "George, you were restrained. Zip-tied, for God's sake. And you got out." On a huffed-out breath, Jessie shook her head. "Do you have any idea how big a deal that is? You just nothing. You kicked ass. The rest of us, Clay, he's trained for stuff like this." Jessie wrapped an arm around her and squeezed. "You kicked ass." Jessie turned to look into the kitchen. "You know, he's gonna get pretty caught up in all of it." George watched Clay for a few long seconds. "I know. So, the patient, the one you felt bad about feeling bad about, the guy I warned you against?" George huffed out a half laugh. "Yeah." Jessie surprised her by saying, "I think you made the right choice." "Yeah?" Jessie grabbed the glass from George and took hold of her hand. "You did good, George. You did good." George nodded and let the other woman pull her into a hug. She fought back tears that she'd rather cry on her own. Later, after Jessie left and the crew in her house thinned out, the sheriff approached George at her spot on the porch. "Sounds like you had quite a night," he said. "You tell my guys your side of things?" "Yep." "Might need you to come down for a recorded interview." "Sure, of course." "You doing all right?" She smiled. Oddly, yes. Clay chose that moment to step out, his eyes glued to her. "Sheriff tells me I'm not welcome at the crime scene," he said. "No?" She looked between the two men. "Isn't this a federal case?" "Mr. Navarro is a witness in what happened tonight, just like you." "Anyway," Steve stood up, We'll be here for at least 24 hours or so. Be a long night." He glanced at the yard. "Or day, more likely. It's going to be a long day. You all should skedaddle." With a start, George turned to look out. A fresh pink light suffused the garden. She wished the air were fresh enough to go with that glow. Steve asked, "What's the plan, Agent Navarro?" "Well, ATF's gonna have to. I talked to your SAC on the phone. I've heard all about the Fed's plan. I'm asking you about yours." It was when Clay swallowed and didn't look at George that she felt the queasy weight settle in her stomach. "What's next, Clay?" she repeated, a whisper just for him. "Head back to Baltimore." George's head started shaking before he'd finished the sentence, but Clay went on. "You've got the most to lose here, George. I can't keep putting you in danger like this. It's my presence here that made this happen. It's because of me that—" "You're leaving?" Her voice came out shrill and harsh. He nodded. "After all of this? You want to pack up and take off? Back to your, undercover life? Your job?" "My life's in Baltimore. I need to get this as far away from you as possible. No matter what happens here, after tonight, it'll never be safe and—" "Fuck safe," George spat, in a voice she'd never heard herself use. But damn it, she was tired and filthy, and she'd been through a whole hell of a lot. "George, you're not—" No, I'm helping, because this is my problem now, too. Not just yours, don't you see that?" Clay's face, his beautiful face, was hard and drawn, his brows lowered into a straight line, his jaw tight and rigid. He wanted to argue, she'd bet, but she'd argue him into the ground. The sheriff said something, and George couldn't even be bothered to throw a glance his way. She couldn't pull her attention away from Clay. "This is my house, Clay. These men attacked my house, and it's my life." She hesitated, and then, with a giant sigh and a fuck it of a prayer, went on. "You are mine. You're mine. And I'm not letting you do this alone. What do you think happens when you leave, huh? You think I just go back to what I had? To who I was? And you just go back there to Baltimore and whatever it is you do up there?" Another pause, while she girded herself to go on. No, you're not leaving. I'm not letting you go." His brows lifted, and then they settled, relaxed. His mouth loosened, his eyes lost a set of lines. "You're not?" "No." "I've got to go back, got to testify and—" "You think you could love me?" Lord, what was she doing? It was probably exhaustion. But without hesitation, he said, "Yes." "Do you want to be with me?" she went on. "You know I do." "Then stay with me, Clay. Don't give this up. Don't give it up out of duty or a need to keep me safe. You've fulfilled your duties, Agent Navarro, and I understand the dangers. I'm okay with the risks. You go testify. Do what you need to do to make things right, but come back to me. I won't break if you stay." With a hiccup of emotion, she went on. "But I might if you leave." "You see what I'm like, George. This is my fucked up life." "I know." "You're okay with this?" No, I'm not okay with that." She pointed at the law enforcement's orderly mayhem, examining every inch of her home, as if it were only natural. He sank into the empty space beside her. and she put a hand on the hot cotton covering his chest, patted her fingertips over his heart, and said, "But I'm good with this." She tilted her head back, so close his breath heated her skin as his eyes flicked over her face, seeking, she thought, some kind of confirmation, some sign of strength. She did her best to give it to him. "Stay," she whispered, finally wrapping her arms around him and begging with her body, her heat, her heart. "Stay with me." 21. A full 24 hours went by before they could return to George's house, and it had been another 24 since then, but the clarity in Clay's brain had yet to disappear. There'd been some fuzzy moments, like when he'd buried his face in his woman's neck, or after they'd fucked in their bed at the local B&B. He'd awakened, wrapped up in her, close and warm and sweaty, her eyes still soppy wet with tears. Those moments had been soft and blurry at the edges, but what blurred them wasn't confusion or pain or any of those other things he'd drowned in for years. It was happiness. His happiness. Love, apparently, didn't have the hard edges he'd learned to associate with it. Love wasn't pain. That was probably the lesson here, although it might be a little while before he truly took that one on board and made it his own. Right now, though, Clay felt sort of at peace with things, which wasn't entirely comfortable when strife was your constant MO. And yes, it was all new. As new as the hen house he'd built today to surprise George. But new was okay, and sometimes adjusting wasn't so much painful as it was a voyage of discovery. The knock at George's door surprised him, and he hesitated before glancing toward the front of the house, thinking about Tyler and whoever else might come back to turn his life upside down. After a few seconds, he walked through the kitchen, down the hall, and to the open front door. "Evening, Clay," the sheriff said, smiling through the screen, six-pack in hand. "Come on in, Sheriff." He led the man to the back porch, where they each snagged a can and popped it open. "You doing okay?" "Yes, sir." "Good." Steve looked around. "Place looks good." "Can't take credit for that." The dark eyes focused on his. "No?" "Take it this isn't police business, since we dealt with all of that already." He lifted his beer. "Also this." "No, son," was all Steve said. "What can I do for you?" "Well, first of all, we got the kids' class tomorrow. Just wanted to make sure you were gonna be there." Clay sighed. "Look, man, you don't have to. I know I don't. Now just hold your tongue for a second and listen, will you?" Clay nodded and did as he was told. "I got something I want you to know about." "What's that?" "Had an interesting conversation today." "Yeah?" "Talked to your boss." "Ex-boss," Clay cut in. "Right. Special agent in charge, Gene McGovern." Clay waited for the old man to get to the point. "Has a lot of good things to say about you, son. She mentioned, very much off the record, she's been working closely with internal affairs on some issues out of her field office, Baltimore." He took a long, slow swig. "Said she had concerns that a certain field agent had gone rogue, working for personal gain rather than for the agency." "Okay," said Clay, with a sense of foreboding. "She means me?" He looked over the yard and waited for the sheriff to go on. After a big inhale, Steve met his eye and said, "Guy who left the scene the other night. Special Agent Tyler Patrick Olson, ATF?" Clay's throat closed up. He waited. "Boat blew up. Late last night. Fishing off the coast of Virginia. Early prognosis, entirely off the record, is suicide. Your boss was reticent with the details, as you can imagine." He looked at Clay. "What's your take on that?" Something drummed in Clay's ears so hard he could barely hear himself ask, "Anyone else on that boat?" "Doesn't look like it." "Any word on his wife and kids?" "My understanding is that his family is safe." A breath in, a big swig of beer, and Clay nodded. Pushed back the questions, no matter how hard they burned. Tyler did this to himself. Homicide or suicide, whatever it was, he'd made the choice. That didn't make it any easier to swallow. "McGovern claims you've been having some issues. Psychological," she said. "Also off the record?" Clay asked, with a wry twist to his mouth. The sheriff answered with a chuckle. "Yeah. Said you'd been shot. Shrink wants you on meds for PTSD and—" "Not doing the meds, sir. Don't care who. Slow down, kid. I'm not going to force you to do anything. It's not why I'm here." "Then why are you here?" Clay asked, before adding a belated, "Sir." Steve sipped at his beer. He was almost dainty in contrast to Clay's slugs. "I thought you might want to stick around." He slid a sly look at Clay. "Course I'm not too keen on an ATF agent walking around in my community with untreated PTSD. Hanging around good citizens like the doc here and not taking care of yourself." After a brief moment of irritation, Clay looked at the garden and the sky and the beer in his hand, and he let it go. "Think I'll figure it out," he said through tight lips. "Not trying to tell you what to do, but I've seen people come back from places and—" "I'm good," Clay said. It was probably true. "You sure about that?" The man turned to Clay, sharp eyes focused right at him. "Wouldn't want you hurting yourself, or anybody else." He leaned away, reached into a pocket, and came out with a folded-up piece of paper. "We're a small town, but we got us some top-notch shrinks, and—" "Hold your tongue and let me finish, son." Clay's mouth snapped shut. "You feel things getting out of hand? Don't wait until it's too late. Don't wait until you're so far gone you can't go back. Give one of these people a call. Take care of yourself. If I'm not mistaken, you'll be staying here with the doc, which means you've got more than your ass to worry about now. And all I'm doing is making sure everybody comes out good. You feel me?" The paper, white against Steve's dark skin, shook slightly in the few beats it took for Clay to give in and take it. Without a word, face so red he wished he could hide it, he pocketed the list, unsure whether to be pissed or grateful for the man sticking his nose in where it didn't belong. After a few moments of uncomfortable silence, the man spoke again. "Anyone tell you I was the first black sheriff they ever had in Blackwood?" "No, sir." "First one in this part of the state? Been a while, of course. Now they got lady sheriffs and everything." The man finished with a grin. "Well, that's real." "Not done." "Okay." "You know the most important things I learned on the job?" Steve held up his beer, stopping Clay from trying to answer what was clearly a rhetorical question. No rule book has all the answers in it. Not one right way to do things. You gotta be smart, and you gotta be fair. That's what matters. It isn't about being a man of the law so much as being a man. A good man. He looked hard at Clay now, waiting for some sign, some understanding. Yes, I get that. Thought you might. Steve's eyes flicked over him before the sheriff took another deep slug. Anyway, all I'm saying is that you don't have to look the part around here to get the job. Although, he said with a wink, it's always a good idea to know the right people. Whoa, Steve, I'm not trying to... Yeah, well, I am. I've been at it 25 years, and I got myself a girlfriend, and all I want right now is to enjoy life. Been looking for someone to pass the torch to. Wasn't ready to retire till the right man or woman came along. Another sly look, wondering if maybe I found him. Look, you've known me 2 weeks. I can't come to work for me. I'm low on deputies. When the time's right, I'll campaign for you. They'll vote you in. I can retire. Your lady can keep her man, and you can stay here and feel useful again. Steve said, crushing his can before setting it down. I think everybody'd be getting pretty much exactly what they want. Don't you? Clay finished his beer and hesitated before accepting another. Why? I'm not the kind of... You're me. The sheriff's words stopped Clay with a surprised blink. You're the guy who figured he wasn't worth a damn. People think you're the bad guy, the monster, 'cause of the way you look. But inside... He flicked Clay's chest before leaning back, the wicker creaking under him. You're solid. The man's dark eyes on his were steady, trusting. It felt good to have that kind of confidence pointed his way. Someone who got it. Christ, don't let me cry. Clay set his beer on the table, got up, and went into the house, ran some water into a glass, and slugged it back. For about 30 seconds, he stood by the sink, waiting for the buzzing to subside until he remembered it was already gone. Slowly, he sucked in one breath after another, waited, and nothing. No buzz, no frantic scream, no mashed-up, frenzied thoughts. Instead, there was just him. With a big, honest breath in, he went back out onto the porch and had that second beer with the sheriff before waving him off. He stayed out there alone for a while after that, alone in a house that felt like home. Something caught Clay's attention, or rather, the lack of something. He left the porch, stood on the steps, and stilled, head cocked, eyes roving over the yard. The quiet yard. No cicada opera. A couple of insects sawed out their tunes here and there, but the loud, overwhelming cacophony was gone. Here 1 second, and gone the next. Gone? And with that silence came clarity. His mind, fuzzy and painfully blurred for so long, felt suddenly bright and clean. Christ, could he do it? Could he stay? What the hell would he do with himself here? He could work on George's place, fix the shit that needed fixing, do that summer martial arts camp for the kids. But eventually, he'd just be the loser camping out in her bed, bringing nothing to the table. That wouldn't work for them long term. He needed a job. Did he have it in him to be a cop? Inside, he heard a creak and turned around to see George standing in her work clothes. "Cicadas are gone," he said, oddly choked up. A hushed, "Oh," fell from her lips. She came out and joined him on the top step, her eyes filling with tears before they overflowed and ran down her cheeks on a sob. Hesitantly, he put an arm around her, relaxing when she sank into him. "But you're still here," she said. "I left work, sure you'd be gone, and then I saw your truck, and now—" "Not going anywhere, baby," he said, taking her in his arms. "I'm home." Overhead, thunder rolled, finally here. George kept her head on Clay's shoulder and stared at the sky, willing the storm to break. She wanted something to ground this bright, hopeful feeling. "Got a job offer," said Clay. She stilled and stopped hoping. "Did you?" A flash of lightning got the chickens squawking, and George's chest tightened. "Yep, right here in Blackwood." "Okay." The tightness in her chest became a flutter, which she ignored. "Not exactly an offer, more of a suggestion, which I guess is a start." "Oh, my God, Clay." She lifted her head and smacked him on the shoulder. "If you're going to string me along, I'll turn around and go right back inside." "No," he smiled. "No, stay, baby. Stay. I need to ask you a question." "Ask away." A drop fell on George's head, heavy and warm, but still they didn't move. "If, the hormone thing you did, if it worked and you're pregnant, I guess it's early and we don't know where we're going with this, but would it be so bad to have a baby with me? Instead of, I know I'm still pretty fucked up, but—" "No," she whispered. "No, it wouldn't be bad at all." "I've been diagnosed with PTSD. I was before. I thought you should know that." I figured." "You're not afraid of that, of me?" "Are you kidding? I trust you with my life." "Good," he said, looking away. "Few nights ago, before all the shit went down, you also asked what or who I'd want to be, in the future if I had one." She thought back and remembered the urge she'd had to know him then. Such a short while, but it seemed like ages ago. "Yes, I remember asking you that." "Well, this is it," he said, taking hold of her hand, his voice competing with a closer growl of thunder, immediately followed by a sharp, angry flash above them and a patter of raindrops. "This, right here with you. I want to be a man you'd love. That's what I want. I want to feel needed. I want to keep this small town safe. I want to make a baby with you one day. I want to make you smile and lose that sad look you get." "I look sad?" He shrugged in answer, rain dotting the fabric at his shoulders. She clasped his hand back, loving the rasp of his skin against hers. "I don't feel sad now." "No? You looked a little sad coming up here." "That was when I still thought you'd be leaving me." "What if I were the sheriff of Blackwood? Would you still want me then?" "Really?" she said through a giggle, her hand going to his face, suddenly wet from the pelting rain. "I told you, I want you here. I want you with me." "God, I want you, George. I'm bad at this stuff, but I love you so much." His arms pulled her into a hard, soggy embrace. "So much it fucking hurts." "I love you too, Clay," she said, letting him take her lips, loving the heat of his tongue, the smell of him, and sodden earth, together more elemental than anything in the world. "So, you're okay with me just, hanging out?" "Hanging out?" I keep trying to picture going back there. The old job, so weird, 'cause it's what I am or was, what I did, and I doubt you'd like Baltimore anyway, and I've got to be wherever you are, George. He paused and looked up at the sky. Besides, this place sort of grows on you, you know? "Yes," George said, laughing. "Yes, I know exactly what you mean." Clay might have said, "I love you" again after that. At least his mouth formed the words. But George couldn't hear a thing because the heavens opened up and gave them everything, deafening them. She put her lips to his and felt the rightness of this kiss. Hot and elemental, sweet and so full of love. Their tongues touched and danced as they sipped at each other, sharing rather than taking. George laughed as Clay nipped at her lip. She laughed with the sheer joy of being alive and loving him. The joy of second chances, third chances, and in a strange way, coming back from the dead. Water fell, sheets of it, washing them clean with the strength of waves, nothing so paltry as the patter of raindrops. The sky, alive with thunder and lightning, was angry and beautiful and so unbelievably inconsequential compared to what was happening right there on earth, where love reigned harder, stronger, and fiercer than anything the world could throw their way. This concludes By Her Touch by Adriana Anders, narrated by Wendy Tremont King. Copyright 2017 by Adriana Anders. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sourcebooks Incorporated and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.